Hello and welcome to the BNB show. My name is Brandon. This right here is Brendon. That's Seahawks Brendon Nelson back in the house. How you doing, Brendon? You getting excited over there?
Yeah, it's been exciting for a while, though. I mean, if you're like me and you've been grinding on this draft stuff for the last month, it's been long past the time to get excited.
Feels like it's taken forever to get here in this particular draft, hasn't it? It always maybe feels a little bit, but the off season about this time goes fast. It always feels like usually the dead periods after the draft, and then until you go to training camp. This year, it's felt like it's been fun to look at the players. It has, but it's also been like, man, come on, draft. Are we here yet? Is it like the kid in the back of the car with the dad going, sit down, shut up. We'll get there when we get there.
Yeah, but you know what? I made good use of the time. I did a lot of draft evaluation, and I'm feeling like I'm going to this draft about as ready as you can be.
Probably, I'll say this about myself, and I think it's probably the same with you. Looked at more prospects in this draft than any draft that I've ever looked at. We definitely is in deep and more film of guys. The quarterbacks we've looked at, the amount of games you've watched of these guys, just there's a lot here to pull from in the amount that we've looked at. And we're going to continue on here today, folks, with our series that we've been having going along, which is looking and scouting at the different positional groups in this draft, back and forth on each channel. And today we're going to be looking at cornerbacks with maybe a slight eye towards safeties, but we're going to look corner first and foremost because it's a very, very deep crew. Probably, I guess it's arguable, but the deepest positional group in the draft, by your opinion, Brendon?
I would say either cornerback or edge or running back. It's got to be one of those three, I think, right? That sounds about right to me.
They all have got a fighting argument to be in there and be considered. That's for sure. And it's a group that's got great top end talent. And then it's got some really good depth at the back end, some guys that might be small school diamonds in the rough. So we're going to be diving at all those guys, as well as we'll be looking here maybe at the safety position. But I think that the key question to ask here, Brendon, as we start this, what's the most important thing in the consideration of this as we go through, because we are not only looking at these players, but trying to determine what is their value to us, and then what is the need to us in this draft versus value at other positions. So let's take a first standing still look at it. Where is this team in that respect of things? What, in your opinion, we know we got with Tariq and whatnot, but what kind of ground are we standing at with the cornerback position? How much of a need is it going into this draft?
Well, I will say I don't think it's in the DNA of this team to spend a super high pick on a cornerback. So I'm not saying we're definitely going to do that. But if you look at it, you've got Tariq, and Tariq's awesome, and I got no worries about that. But even if you like Mike Jackson a lot, and I like him a good amount, I think he's pretty good. He's in the last year of his deal. He's on a tender. He could be gone after this year very easily. He'll be I believe, a unrestricted free agent next year. And he could easily be gone. You can certainly do better than him. And then you've got a guy like Trey Brown who had a major injury a year and a half. Actually, it would be, about a year and a half ago. Hasn't come back from it yet. Who knows if he ever will, unfortunately. We might just be living in a scenario where he just never gets back. And then you're kind of getting a little bit thin. It's like Kobe Bryant. Could he play outside corner in the NFL? Maybe. He doesn't have very long arms. He's going to have issues pressing at the line of scrimmage. His fate in the NFL may end up being safety. He may end up being a safety in this league. So you put all of it together, and I think you could easily justify spending at least some capital on a cornerback.
Yeah, I think you put it very well. And on top of that, I would say that there's good players in this draft. And if you're measuring in as well as you just said there with the Trey Brown, the Mike Jackson, the Kobe Bryant consideration there of those three, and you have a guy that you feel like is going to be better and the value's there on the board, let's say in the third round with our 20th pick in the third round, I think that there's some guys here we'll be talking about that have to be in consideration for that, because there's a good argument to be made that they are better, or in absent maybe Trey Brown bouncing back because he looked really good his rookie year, but just you made the point. Is he going to bounce back? He didn't bounce back last year. He didn't look good on the film. The PFF scores weren't good. There's no real way to say last year he was somehow being like kept from starting because the coaches had fallen in love with Mike Jackson. When he went out there and had a chance, he just didn't look like
he
he was
barely
ready to
played.
go.
He played I feel like he played like 12 snaps and then pieced out.
Yeah. exactly. And I feel in that, I think comes back to that injury, and your point on that's right. He had a major, I think it was like ligament surgery, if I'm not mistaken, that was going back on that. So, this is, it is an important position to look at. This is not simply one that we want to just view and say, well, we were fine there, corner. We've got bigger priorities and needs. No. And there's a couple of different things on this level. We're going to talk about the top of this and pairing a guy up with Tariq. We're going to talk about getting value later on. And then again, finding those old Coach Carroll special diamond in the rough fifth rounders that he turns into star football players or sub-star football players in the case of a guy like Byron Maxwell. So let's dive on in today into this list, Brendon. Let's kick it off as we do here and give me who is your number one corner for Brendon Nelson here in the 2023 NFL Draft.
That would have to be, and I know there's a little bit of contention here lately. There's been a little bit of a debate. Yeah, but my guy is Christian Gonzalez of the Oregon Ducks. I got so little to say about this guy because he's just such a clean prospect. As far as cornerbacks go, he's got everything you could want. He's young. He's got good size. He's got decent length. He's got great speed. He tested pretty well. He was very explosive in his testing. He's got ball hawk skills that he showed last year at Oregon. He's big enough to handle pretty much any receiver. He's good in press, good in man, good in zone. He's got great reaction skills and short area quickness. Like there's this one play from last year when he was playing for Oregon. I think it might have been against Oregon State where he gets completely turned around at the line of scrimmage. Like he's facing away from the quarterback, receivers breaking away from him. And the quarterback thinks he just has a free completion because like, oh, Christian's back is turned to me. Of course, he's never going to see this. And somehow he spins around as the ball's in the air and makes up and actually picks it off. And I was like, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Like he just reacted so quickly. He's a great tackler. He hits hard. The only thing I can really say about Christian Gonzalez in the negative is that needs to add some muscle, but you would expect that. He's 21 years old. Mm-hmm. So honestly, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I'm not saying it's my favorite. I'm not saying I would love it, but I would have no problem taking him at 5 if he's there and there's no better option. I think he's that good.
Yeah, I think he's a very safe pick in this draft. Every which way you want to go down the line of whatever value metric you have. I want a long-time starter. I want a guy with some ball skills. I want a guy with all the prerequisite length and size and speed and explosiveness, change of direction. Check, 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 check. He goes right down the boxes in all of those respects of things. I think what puts him and elevates him for me a little bit more as the number one corner on my board, because it does, I am like many of those folks out there torn between him and Devin Witherspoon. I think I like the fact that he's maybe more of a pure scheme fit for what we've tended to like to do on the outside, especially as an off coverage corner. He can do the press stuff, but he's best as off coverage and turning and burning and pressing receivers to the sideline and then just staying on top. And he's a guy that has that Sherman-like skill of if you test him deep on 9 routes, he's just as likely to get the interception as your guy is to maybe catch the football. And that is something you also like in his game. So a very complete player. I think my little detraction is I wasn't as sold on him as a tackler. I found him to be okay in that respect, but to your point as well, it's about adding weight here and getting a little more weight on. He may be a little bit better with that. It's not because of not a lack of want to. It's just a little bit. Sometimes the tackles slide out of his grip. He's just not the most dogged in that respect of things. But my comp for him was Aqib Talib, guy back a few years ago. I feel like he plays very similar to him in his game. And I think he's going to be a very safe player. One thing too, with either of these two guys, we're going to talk about this, and you may not feel about this on the second guy, but in picking at this 5th spot, in my opinion, if you grab a corner this early, your point on that's got to be the one to measure up. We have other options here we talk about. Jalen Carter's character concerns, Anthony Richardson's roughness that you don't know if he's ever going to roughen out, Tyree Wilson's rough edges and lack of testing and the boom bust factor that exists, or any number of the other guys we'd be looking at there that we go, yeah, we like it, but here you have a guy that the only reason that you would not like it is you just go, but it's a corner at 5. And once you get past that, when you get to the player you're getting, you have no problem with the pick. That's one of the reasons these may make sense to go that early. I'm not advocating for it or saying I want to see our Seahawks do it, but it's about understanding if the team takes that tactical approach because there's not that safety. There's not that safety in those other positional groups. Is that fair to say at that pick? Absent maybe Will Anderson being there, I guess.
Yeah. I think that's. I'm not against it. Clearly, I just said I'm open to the possibility of taking a cornerback at 5. Like I think that it's not ideal, but here's the other thing. Here's the other aspect to it. I think that, I mean, we're picking at 5. We're not picking at 1. We need to come up with alternative paths that we as fans would be okay with. We need to come up with possibilities that make sense, because especially as we get closer and closer to this draft, I'm starting to see like a lot of Seahawks fans in my comments, in my Discord, they've got tunnel vision on Jalen Carter. They really do. A lot of Seahawks fans have just complete tunnel vision on Jalen Carter. And I just think that's a mistake to go into the draft with that philosophy. We met with Jalen Carter as a top 30 visit. We may have seen something we really didn't like with him. That's very possible. And it's also possible that he's gone by the time we pick. So I think that as we get closer to the draft, we should be broadening our horizons a little bit and trying to find other possibilities that we're okay with. We're picking 5. We're not picking 1. It's not like we have our pick of every single player and it makes some sense to lock onto one guy and fall in love and be like, I'm disappointed unless we get this guy. I've gotten a lot of comments. Lately that are like, I'm going to be angry if we don't get Carter. Any other thing is not good enough. And I think that's a mistake. There are too many variables going on with that situation. So yeah, Christian Gonzalez, not necessarily the best possible pick at 5. I agree with that, but he's almost a perfect cornerback prospect in my mind.
He is for me too. He's maybe missing the Deion Sanders element of that specialness you'd really like to have if you're top 5, or maybe even if you want to go like to a lesser degree, Ramsey. But he still has some star potential there to him, and the floor is very high on top of that upper end. And the other guys that are there, let's take Carter out of it. I do agree with you, by the way. We've got to not just narrow in on just Carter. I've been as big an advocate for Jalen Carter as there is. I would love to see the team pick him, but I've also said the team passes on him or we don't get the opportunity. It's not the end of the world. There are other good players. The tough predicament for me is the players that we talk about taking a corner here, Brandon, not to belabor, but just that these other players you have that to pick there once, and Carter's including that group because he has the character concerns. So there's this worry here. I'm not sure about this part. I'm not sure about that part. We could bring up any number of guys that potentially are the ones you select there. And I guess absent Bijan Robinson or something, you've really got some worries to their game. They may do a spot like Kalijah Cansey, for instance, that's more of a need. We have the defensive line. We got to address that. But you don't have as much certainty as you do, at least with Christian Gonzalez in that respect of things. And that really is where that could draw you towards that pick because he is that clean of a prospect.
Right.
All right. Who's our number 2 here?
All right. Well, I think this guy's kind of become the consensus number 2. He's not necessarily my personal number 2, but I could be talked into it. It all depends on what we're planning on doing here. Probably Devon Witherspoon of Illinois. He's the other guy who's getting number 1 CB type hype. Illinois, by the way, Illinois had the number 1 defense in the country last year, which I didn't know until I looked this up. And they did it mostly with their secondary. Like they have 2 safeties, and I believe this cornerback right here, Witherspoon, who are going to get drafted. They have a nose tackle that might get drafted, and that's it. Like, there's nobody else in the like. I don't know how they did it totally, but they did it.
I'll tell you, Sidney Brown is maybe one of my top 5 favorite players in this draft. Just as far as enjoying players, just something about their game with it. And he's one of the safeties that was on that defense. But they were fun. Their tape's fun to watch because you go back to watch one player on a game, and you're watching just him. And then you come back to that game again and you're watching another player, but then you're kind of seeing how it all syncs together a little bit between the secondary and the corners in that respective thing. So they're fun defense. Those guys, and they look like they're all about ball. I'll tell you that.
But Witherspoon, just shy of 6 feet tall, 181 pounds, 31 and a quarter inch arms, kind of on the smaller side. But he's in the top 16 of every big board. He's in the top 10 of most of the big boards, currently 8th overall. Had 3 interceptions and 14 passes defense last year, made a ton of plays on the ball. His coverage metrics are off the charts. Like, it's one of those situations where opposing quarterbacks would have had a higher QB rating spiking the ball into the dirt on every play instead of throwing at him.
Yeah.
He's got one of those. Like, Christian Gonzalez doesn't have that, although I do believe that is situational. I do believe that is because it's Oregon, and Oregon's scoring 50 billion points a game, and you have to throw the ball every play to keep up. And also, who else on Oregon's defense is good? It's like Christian Gonzalez, Sewell, and maybe DJ Johnson, and that's it.
And one's playing mainly man, one's playing mainly zone.
Right. But Witherspoon, here's what I have. He hits like a truck. He's going to be awesome in man coverage. He's a physical player, despite the fact that he's smaller. He does overcome that and play physically. Good tackler. He's very aggressive at the point of the catch. He's very disruptive. I mean, he averaged more than a pass deflection a game the last 2 years. He's kind of new to the position, I believe, which means he has upside beyond what you would usually see from a 22-year-old even. He's done fairly well in zone, I think, as well. So there is a little bit of flexibility, and he should also give you some stuff on special teams. I just don't think he's great for zone. And here's the thing that really gives me pause. Because he's small and because his arms are short, he might end up in the slot in the NFL. Like, that has to freeze me up a little bit, because I'm not spending a top 5 pick on a slot corner. As much as important as they're becoming, I'm just not going to do that. If I'm going to spend a top 5 pick on a slot corner, you better be Deion Sanders in the slot, is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if I can do that. I don't know. He just doesn't make as much sense to me, because he looks like he'll be better in man. It looks like he might end up as a slot corner. You put all this together, plus the fact that a big part of his value is the fact that he's a great tackler. The fact that he's so small, I wonder, is that going to translate as well? So, yeah, if he gets to 20, I'm definitely interested. There's value there. He's going to be a really good player in some capacity, but I'm not doing it at 5.
Yeah, I wouldn't love it at 5. But again, if I come in, this kind of comes down to an exercise for me, Brendan, of, okay, let's say Carter out, character concerns, Anderson off the board, Tyree Wilson, I think is going to be a good edge. You mentioned before your worries about him fitting within the scheme. Who's our other guys that we're looking to pick there? Brian Branch, you said you didn't want to do a slot only guy, so he's out at that point. Miles Murphy, that's a little early to select on him. Trent Simpson, no way. Kalijah Cansey's got the same. If we're going to worry about the short arms on Devin Witherspoon, will we not worry about the short arms on Kalijah Cansey? For Brian Breezy, that's a little too early for him at that point. I guess Skoronski, you could say. But then that's my thing with it, is like, who's the other guys there, Brendan, we're talking about, as a prospect not of worthy of being picked at 5 there. And that's the problem we come down to. Not is just my point on this, is that it's really a matter of worthiness. We're in a tier 1 stage where there's not those guys that deserve to be picked at that point, really. So you're having to stretch a little bit in this particular year for that. And I think you're right in that that's not the right value. You normally get this guy in that spot in a normal given year of a normal draft. But in this draft, I think it could be. And when I watched with him too, the one part I'd add up, your scouting report was on point, his that he's a man guy. So if you're bringing him here, the part to get excited about from my aspect on this, Brendan, is that now you get a run man. The team's talked about and flirted with talking about doing more man on the outside. And that's what they did, what they said last year with Tariq a little bit more. And so now if you get 2 guys that can run a little bit more man on the outside, that opens the door now to maybe doing a little bit more blitzing and pressure-based stuff on the front 7 if they want to start to adapt that and bring that into play next year, especially. He's got that old school Seahawks corner mindset to him. I mean, Witherspoon's Gonzalez a good guy. He seems like a real kind of nice guy in the field. This guy's got that chippy, I'm going to bark in your face, I'm going to get up in your grill, I'm going to tell you I'm going to shut you down all game, and then I'm going to shut you down all game. So he's got a little bit of a spirit and will, I think, that's also going to appeal to this team, potentially, that goes outside of just the pure metrics to it. But the tackling things, I wonder about that too. He's willing to do it. He does it. Brian Branch is the same way out of Alabama in this respect, where the guy's 190 pounds, but was the best tackling corner and the best tackling defensive back probably in the whole college sport last year. I don't know what to make of it if it's going to translate. I'm going to think their technique is so good that they'll be able to still be pretty good tacklers. But I think he's going to be able to play on the outside. If you committed to playing man here more, it could make sense to me. If you're going to play zone and bring him in and have him play zone and have that, it makes no sense. But I feel a little more certain about his ability to reach his mark than I do about a lot of the other picks there, Brendan.
I mean, okay, if we draft him, are you going to assume that we're going to man defense, or are you going to assume that Carroll's going to try to force him into a slot role? Zone role, excuse me.
You know how I want to answer this, man. I want to answer this saying, I want to answer you telling you, darn well they're going to go to man concepts, but we are the team that did the Jimmy Graham experience. We are the team that's done the Jamal, let's put him in cover 2 single high situation experience. I have to acknowledge that. So it's a gamble to believe. I'm going to think when they're picking that high, it's not just a merely that they will say, we've got to make our peace with this. We're taking this guy. We're making this move to this. And I would hope that that's what they were thinking that they're going to do at that point. If not, it's a really bad pick. If you're sticking in a zone and we come into training camp and they've got him playing off coverage 10 yards and dropping a deep cover 3, 80, 70% of the time, it's not going to be a good pick. Christian, it would be, Brendon. Like, that's why you like it. That would be a good pick for him because that's what he does. That's a fit to what his skill set. Not the same with this guy, though. And I respect it.
Yeah. I mean, if I knew we were going to man more, if we're going to run a lot of man defense, that would make me like it more. I don't think I would be super into it still, though, because I would still look at it and go, hell, what if he ends up not being able to press at the line of scrimmage because he's so small and has short arms? What if he ends up really having to move into the slot? That's not great. But if that's the case, I wouldn't completely hate it because I know we've met with this guy a few times. We probably had a chance to grill him, and we probably have a pretty good idea of what he can and can't do. So hopefully that would be enough information to actually do something meaningful. So, okay.
Yeah, I get your trepidation, though. It's valid. The concerns are worrisome. There was just something about his tape, especially going back on the second view for him, going back and kind of getting the look view like, okay, there's a little bit of an extra. When I watch the other cornerbacks in this draft, there's a little bit something extra with this kid. Not always easily measured, I suppose. All right, let's move on into our third cornerback here on the board. Actually, let me get to a quick dono shout out here. Barry Soy Toro coming in with a $10 donation. Thank you, Barry. Appreciate you, bro. And good to see you in the chat. He says 5 days, 1 hour. And I'm going to say this was a few minutes ago. So 50 minutes, baby. That's right.
We're almost now 39 minutes, actually. If I'm
39 minutes. Right. Okay, Barry, let me do it for accuracy's sake. 5 days, 1 hour and 39 minutes away from the NFL draft of 2023. Appreciate you, Barry. Thank you so much, man.
It's going to be great. I've already started planning out what I'm going to be eating during the draft.
Oh,
it's got to be, you got to plan all this stuff out carefully. Like it could be one of the most memorable days of my life. I got to do everything right.
That's right. You're right about streaming. You got to figure out what you're doing with your food stuff because like you'll get hungry or whatever. And on these days, these drafts, they may go really long. Things could be going really crazy. So I'm the same way. I got to try to plan ahead and scarf beforehand or just try to, I don't know. I got a place where I get a really good burger like 3 minutes away from me. So I'm just going to lean on that, I think.
Very nice.
Call that a day. All right. Who's our third corner here?
All right. This is the guy who I've actually kind of felt like makes more sense than Witherspoon. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe I'm just looking at things too narrowly through the zone defense lens, but it's Joey Porter Jr. of Penn State. I like this guy a lot. He's got that pedigree, obviously. First of all, let's just get that out of the way. Yes, this is Joey Porter's son, and that helps these guys. It seems like that does good things for these guys to be related to NFL former players. 23 years old, 6'2.5", 193 pounds, 34-inch arms, big ol' arms, 10-inch hands. Ran a 4.46 40, 1.5 10-yard split. Really nice quickness, decent speed. Not super explosive on his jumps, but not terrible. 17 bench press reps. Pretty much all the big boards have him going somewhere in the teens. Aggregate has him 14th overall. Missed a few games last year, but had 11 passes defensed and pretty decent coverage metrics. Year before, he actually had his only career interception, which we'll talk about that in a second here. But this guy, I mean, you look at him and he looks like a Pete Carroll cornerback. He's got the size, he's got the length. He's very physical at the line of scrimmage, somebody who can absolutely just disrupt like crazy at the line of scrimmage. He's a good tackler, solid coming up in run support, should be able to work well in man or zone. I think one thing that happened last year, I think Penn State's first game of the year, he had like 6 passes defensed in one game. And then for the rest of the year, it felt like quarterbacks just kind of stopped throwing at him as much. So that's part of the reason why the ball production wasn't ideal. I mean, another part of it is because he can't catch, but still, yeah, he's a very intelligent player. Now, like we just said, he's got bad hands. He doesn't have great quick twitch movements because he's so big. I think that's a big part of it. He's not very good in off coverage. You definitely want to have him pressing at all times. If he plays off, he can't get up fast enough to make a break on the ball. He just plays too soft. So as long as we understand that, I like it. I don't like it enough to take him at 5. Of course, I wouldn't take him at 5. I'd probably take him at 20. Although I understand that like you're taking a cornerback at 20 who can't catch. I get it, but there's some stuff here that I really like. And if we took him at 20, I'd be like, okay, he's not my favorite pick at 20, but he strikes me as good.
I'm in alignment with you, and honestly, I'm in the same spot with you in the respect of Joey is a better scheme fit along with Christian. He's the number 2 scheme fit cornerback in this, and if you are doing the Witherspoon thing, that is absolutely you got to move to man. He can't. Joey can run the zone stuff. And he does it differently than Christian. You're going to need to commit to doing more of the press stuff, which Seattle's gone a little bit away from the press stuff recently with the corners at times on the outside. They'll align with a press look, but then it's just a guy running with the guy off the release. And with Joey, you need him right up in the guy's face, pressing him. And he will not allow a clean release if you do. That's kind of his skill. This super skill set to me is that he's going to put anybody to a standstill off the line of scrimmage, almost Brandon Browner-ish in his ability to press at that point. I liked how aggressive he was, Brandon. Great tackler. To me, he's like Jalen Ramsey, but without the ball skills. But he can knock the ball down. So like you talked about it, he doesn't have hands. He can knock it down. He can track the ball coming. You know what I mean? Like you can track it, you can get your hands up, but you just can't quite seal the deal. The guy would have had 15 career interceptions if he could catch halfway decently at Penn State. So the hands thing is the big issue there with him, but he's got every other thing you could want from the corner. And you're right. He fits it as far as what you look for from a size standpoint at the position, or what they've tended to look for in that respect of things. But he's just going to fit also that mold of the corner type that Carroll likes, a bigger bully type on the outside that can maul people a little bit. He's going to have to clean up the grabbiness. He definitely leans into that contact and holds that contact throughout the course of the route. But at 20, he is, I think, a legitimate prospect. And even though he can't catch, Brendan, that can't be the only thing that knocks you away when you have so many other things that you do really well. 6'2.5" and comes in with a 1.5, 10-yard split, and he's explosive down the line on top of that with the length. And the tape's great. So I'm with it. I'm with it at 20, man. By the way, let me see. I wanted to ask you on my Devon Witherspoon comp was Darius Slay plus tackling.
Okay. I can dig it.
You with it? Okay. And then we got
that's pretty bold because Slay as he is maybe a top 5 corner in the NFL. So if you're saying Witherspoon's that plus tackling, you're saying he's going to be a top 3 corner. I mean, that's high praise, but I get the comp.
Yeah. It is the hopeful upside. And then this guy's Jalen Ramsey minus the ball skills.
Mm-hmm.
I like Porter.
I like it. All right. So next up, if you're comfortable moving on to the next player.
We got
all right. Next guy here, we're gonna do Deonte Banks of Maryland, the Terrapins. A lot of guys they're sending to the draft this year.
Those boys can work out, can't they?
Yeah,
out there in Maryland, they get on those weights.
So here's the interesting thing. When he was at Maryland, they listed him at like 6'2" and 210 pounds. At the combine, he was 6 feet flat and 197 pounds. So he's not small, but he's smaller than expected, which is a little disappointing. 31 and 3/8 inch arms. Really good testing, though. He was fast, 4.35, 1.49 10-yard split, so quick. And his jumps were off the charts. He's very explosive. So the testing was awesome. Most of the big boards have him in the first. Some have him in the second. The aggregate has him 24th overall. Last year, he gave you 38 tackles in 12 games, 8 passes defense to pick, decent coverage numbers. This one's kind of confusing for me. He's really good in man coverage, shadowing receivers throughout their route. He's got the short area quickness and change of direction that you really like. He's proven to be successful in press coverage and off coverage, so you don't have to leave him in either. Really good at fighting hard to make plays at the catch point. But he did test a little bit smaller than expected. I think he can get a little over eager and aggressive, which is going to hurt him in zone. He's going to bite on like QB fakes. He's going to bite too hard on these some of these moves. He's not going to get to his landmarks in zone the way you would like. I think he's going to struggle in zone a little bit. He's also been injured a couple times in his college career already. Injuries are a concern with him. So even though I look at that testing and I'm immediately intrigued, I don't think I can do it in the first. There are too many red flags here. The injuries are a problem. The fact that I don't think he'll be very good in zone, at least at first, is a problem. So early second, it's worth the squeeze, but I'm not doing it in the first.
Is there a worry too when we look at we got 2 receivers testing pretty well out of Maryland, and we got 2 corners testing pretty well. I mean, I know we're not supposed to make anything of that. It's just a random occurrence here, but Maryland's not exactly a factory for churning out physical powerhouse marvels. Something in that makes me a little hesitant too, just on the surface of that. Not trying to draw any bottom lines from it, but I think you're right about the next level getting nailed on double routes and stuff like that. He trusts his speed, so he always thinks he's going to get his makeup back, and a lot of times he can because he's a guy that effortlessly will stay with the receiver. That speed's not just track speed with him. He will hang there, and he knows he can stay on top and get back on top. But he's not Tariq Woolen quite like where Tariq can play that game. Deontay quite can't. He don't have the length to do it. Don't have quite the speed to do it. At least as far as we're talking about the next level. I like how he pressed. He's got a couple reps to Brendon where he presses a guy onto their butt. Like just it was pretty funny to watch on tape where you're like, geez, this guy's kind of mean with it in the press
like the
game.
reps in Wildcat when the quarterback lines up at receiver and then the defensive back jams him and he's a quarterback. So
or it's like I remember George Pickens last year coming out the receiver. He did it to Kobe Bryant in preseason. That was his custom move that he would do. He hit guys. It's a little bit like that watching him on tape. He's average, I thought, too, as a run defender at best. So there's some good, there's bad here with him. The points you mentioned about the issues are, to me, definitely there. I like his skill set. He'd fit here, I guess, overall. Seattle, I think they're going to be hesitant with the 31 3/8 arms. I think that's going to be, now this didn't hold them back necessarily with a guy like Kobe Bryant, but they still haven't put Kobe Bryant on the outside.
Yeah, Kobe was also a 4th round pick. This is a 1st round pick.
Yeah, 1st round, 2nd round. I've got him as a mid-2nd round guy because he does bring the traits he does bring to the table here. But a guy that I'd be kind of unexcited by taking in the 2nd round as well. I'm giving him that grade as much as I think he just goes to a different team that wants to play press and have him turn and burn all game and then just do that. And I don't think we would do that.
I agree.
That's not how we'd use him. Kind of, he wasn't not a lot of sizzle tape, was it? 2 interceptions in his career,
Yeah, not great.
You wanted more, I think.
Yeah, you can do better. Like with this next guy.
Who we got?
This is a guy that a lot of Seahawks fans have been circling the wagons around for many reasons, not the least of which is that he's apparently from Seattle, from the Washington area. Where was he from? Spokane?
That's right.
Something like that.
No. I think I wanted to say it was Tacoma.
Trice. Oh, okay. That's not terribly far from me. Okay. It's Ringo, another guy we had in for a top 30 visit, by the way. So we're sniffing around. There's around with Keeley.
Definite interest here. Sorry.
Yeah. Georgia Bulldog, one of many great Georgia Bulldog defenders, 21 years old, 6'2", 207 pounds, which is actually bigger than I expected based off what I saw on the tape. So that's nice. Only 31 1/4 inch arms, 8.5 inch hands. So a little bit lacking there maybe, but tested decently. 4.36 40, 1.54 10-yard split is okay. His jumps were not very good, but overall not bad. A lot of the big boards have him in the 1st. Some have him in the 2nd. I think one has him in the 3rd. PFF has him in like the mid-3rd. He's 34th on the aggregate right now, I believe, or at least he was a few days ago. It might have moved. Over the last 2 years, he's played in 29 games because Georgia's always playing in those extra games. He's given you 75 tackles, 4 interceptions, 15 passes defensed, pretty decent coverage grade last year. He's got the elite speed, allows him to stay with receivers. He's somebody who can get beat and then recover to quickly close the gap between him and the receiver. He's got pretty good ball skills. He's scheme versatile, man, zone. He can do both, I think. He's high IQ in reading receiver routes and reacting appropriately. And this is one thing that actually gets me excited about him. He's got the potential to move to safety at some point in his career. That may be actually how we view him, for all I know, eventually. He's got good size. So Ringo, a lot of positives to him. I don't think his change of direction skills are that great, though. I feel like his short area quickness could be better. He doesn't do a great job getting through blockers for whatever that's worth. Like he doesn't shed blockers great when he's coming up in run support. Sometimes his ball tracking skills are a little lackluster. I feel like he can make more plays on the ball if he just found it in the air earlier in the rep. There is a little bit of rawness here because he is 21 years old, but he's a great fit for the cover 3, which Sherman has said he believes we're going to go back to running more this year, I believe.
Mhm.
His stock definitely dropped over the course of this season. Like, there was a point where he was looked at as a top 10 pick. Now I don't think he is. But if he's there at 37, I think that's a pretty solid pick. I would not do it in the first, but 37, sure.
I do have a first round grade on him, but because I trust in my evaluation of him being able to go to safety, and in that he has the skill set that would transition to safety really well. He's a thickly built 207, plays big. He's a good tackler. He's really good with reading the quarterback's eyes, which would really aid him a lot if you transition him over into safety. He's explosive as you would find at the free safety position if you moved him to there. There's not a lot of guys in this league at 6'2", moving 4.36, 1.54 from the free safety position. And I think that he's got, if he wouldn't have the Ed Reed like skill set as far as the built-in probably instincts and all that, but he could have a real plus type impact, a Pro Bowl impact, in my opinion, in going to the free safety position if he washes out at corner. That to me is your fallback. And if that's my fallback, is that I'm getting a Pro Bowl free safety at that point at the back end of the first round, say nothing of a guy who might be able to give me some cornerback reps in the interim before I transition him there. And he's got that youth to where I have a lot of faith in his development to still be continuing forward, like you said, at 21 years old. I'm going to lean back on that a little bit, Brendon, my evaluation. Now, would I do it at 20? Would I rather trade back at 20 to like 29 and then get him? Because I think he's not going to go at 20. So I think you'd be able to move back. That's the late round grade. I wouldn't probably want to do 20. I would probably want to try to move back and pick up picks. But I have him as I think I've got him right now as my 4th corner on my board. I do have him ahead of Cam Smith. He's my guy right behind Porter, but it's that free safety for me evaluation. I see Malcolm Jenkins as my player comp for him, Brendon. And Malcolm had the same thing. He came out of, I think, Ohio State, was a top 5 pick as a cornerback by the Saints. Saints tried him out in corner, and then he eventually transitioned into being a free safety, and he played like 17 years in this league.
Wow, really? Was it 17 years? I didn't know it got that long.
I was overstating it from my point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
It was a
was
lot
around a
though.
while,
Hold
though.
on. Yeah, wait, hold on. Let me see though. I might have been. It was like 14 years at least.
I think he's my number 4 corner as well. I like him more than Banks, so I would say he's probably my number 4. So I'm with you there.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All right, I was
Okay.
right. I should have got my second answer first. So I still played a long time this thing. But yeah, his tape to me was better. And he struggled this year, but he's off coverage playing cover 3 at Georgia a predominant amount of the time. So he'd be very scheme fluent to coming into the system. They asked him to do that a lot. Did struggle a little with it if you do him out there at corner, but have him compete, then maybe move over for Diggs later on.
Okay. All right. So you just mentioned this guy's name, so let's just go ahead and jump on him now. It's Cam Smith of South Carolina, the Gamecocks.
The Gamecocks. Whoa, Nelly.
All right. We got 22 years old, 6'1", 180 pounds, 31 and 5/8 inch arms.
Excuse me. Sorry.
No problem. 4.4 340, so not super fast, but he is quick. 1.49 10-yard split. 38-inch vert, 11 foot 2 inch broad, so he jumped out the building relatively so. The big boards, a lot have him in the first, some have him in the second. It averages out to where he's an early second round pick on the aggregate. Last 2 years, he's given you 11 games, so 22 total of about 70 tackles, 4 interceptions, 16 passes defensed. Had an okay coverage PFF grade last year, not great, honestly. So got pretty decent speed, got good reactionary athleticism. He's good at jamming at the line of scrimmage. He's a fighter to help in run support and an overall pretty good tackler. He's got good ball skills, good disrupting at the point of catch. He's smart. And playing for South Carolina, he's dealing with quite often some of the best receivers in college football. So he's played the best. Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
I do think he's a little bit light, like 6'1", 180 pounds is kind of, plastic man territory. Could be a little bit thicker.
Yeah.
Too many penalties. I think he grabs too much, although I'm going to say that about a lot of these guys. And reality is they need to be coached up.
And they let him get away with it in college. So if they're going to let
Yeah.
you get away with it, why not?
Yeah. And sometimes it feels like he loses technique. Sometimes he gets a little bit sloppy. I do get the sense he'll be better for man coverage. I feel like he'll be better in a man defense. So I could only really take him when the value becomes really powerful.
Mhm.
So like 51, if he's there, I'm like, okay, the value is too much for me to ignore now. But I'm not super into him. He's good, but I'm not super enthusiastic here.
Yeah, another guy, I think I agree with that assessment all the way down the line. Very good cornerback in this draft, a very safe prospect if you're picking him and knowing you're going to get a productive NFL player with some potential. I like that about him. I've got a comp for him of Marshawn Lattimore. You liking that?
Was that a Gamecock as well? Was
Might have been.
Lattimore? I think he was. Okay. I love it when that happens, right? It's like
I do
with
too.
Darren Sproles and Deuce Vaughn.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
totally see
Okay.
it.
I
And
dig it.
maybe it's just I'm getting lazy comp style with that too, where I'm seeing in my head Lattimore out of, South Carolina, and so but I just felt like they played the game similarly. They're very fast, just and naturally fast on the football field, like the pads come on and they're still I wrote down I thought he was going to run more like 4.37-ish. I know he got like low 4.4s, but he runs like he's 4.3. Not great with the technique. Back pedal's definitely clunky, but he's so athletic. With the back pedal, it just doesn't matter. He will stay on a guy kind of just by schoolyard kind of way of doing it, just a little bit away in that respect. Good at catching the ball, 6 career picks, great change of direction, pretty good tackler overall. And I thought that the thing that he had, especially that was something that, I don't know if we could say about Porter or Ringo or in Deontay Banks's case, but we could say it about Gonzalez. And I think we could say it about this guy is that quarterbacks did not test their side of the field. And what's really interesting about that with him in particular is we're going to get to a guy here on this list in a second that's his running mate there at South Carolina. So you had an NFL level prospect that was a second, third round graded prospect there opposite him at South Carolina, and still cornerbacks, who, by the way, takes the ball away. His running mate, Brendon, I think this is telling. His running mate takes the ball away as good as any corner in the sport last year, or getting his hands on balls anywhere else in the sport. And still corners decided we want to go at that guy rather than going at you over here on that side. Because I watched whole games where quarterbacks just didn't even throw at him, which I can't. People would throw at Porter. They knew he's not going to pick it off. He'll knock it away or whatever. But, they didn't throw at this guy.
Yeah, I would say that there's some legitimacy to that. His PFF coverage grade for whatever it's worth last year was not that good.
Yeah.
I mean, that there could be a lot of reasons why that is, but that's something that I did kind of notice. But I don't know. I just wasn't too enthusiastic there. I think he'll be better in man.
I do agree that you don't want to put him in. I'd rather have him in man. So, liked his game though.
Okay, next up, we're going to go with Emmanuel Forbes, who really needs to eat a sandwich. Mississippi State, 22 years old, 6'1", 165 pounds. He needs to eat many sandwiches.
Yeah, a lot, and a couple extra meals on top of that.
32 and a quarter inch arms. Ran a 4.35 40, 1.48 10-yard split, 37 and a half inch vert, 10 foot 11 inch broad. So he's fast and quick. Some big boards have him in the first, some have him in the second. He averages out to be on the early second of the aggregate. Over the last 2 years, he's given you 25 games, a little over 100 tackles, 6 for loss, 9 interceptions, big time ball hawk here,
Ooh,
taking
yeah.
it away, 14 passes defensed. PFF grade in coverage last year was almost 90, absolutely killing it over there in Mississippi State. He's got great hands and excellent ball skills. He's really good in press coverage. He's scheme flexible across man and zone. Even though he's skinny, like, we were just talking about it, he's very, very thin. He's actually a pretty decent tackler. He'll also be a really good returner in the NFL if you choose to use him that way, I believe. His testing was really good. I think better than expected. I don't think he was expected to run a 4.35 40.
No.
But he's got to add some weight. Definitely needs to add on in the strength department. He doesn't have a lot of strength. Sometimes he bites too hard on fakes and double moves. Commits a lot of penalties. He does get beat deep, I think, a lot. I think that his hip flipping, what do they call it? The transitions when you're going from facing the line to turning away from the line.
Mm-hmm.
They call it, flipping the hips is a little bit not great, which leads to him getting beat deep, even though he's fast. He has to improve his discipline overall, I think. But there's definitely an intriguing template to build on here, right? Like you got a guy who's super fast, got great ball skills, great hands, really quick. like there's a template here. So taking him at 37 would be, I think, okay. Taking him at 52 would be better, a lot better. I'm a little more interested there. But there's enough raw talent here for me to take him at 37 and be comfortable with it.
I'm a little more in the 52 range on Forbes than I'm in the 37, though I like him a lot. And I think your point about him being able to do different, both the man and the zone stuff, is something that specializes him away from some of the other guys that we've talked about here. Is he's very fluid in each of those. There is stuff that's theirs to clean up that you talked about, but it's stuff you can clean up that's coachable. Can he gain a little more weight? Yeah, probably. I have a feeling he came into the combine and got him. He did one of those things where I'm going to go as light as I can to run as fast to 40, as opposed to he probably plays at 175 and he's a 4.4 guy, when it really is, truly said and done when it comes down to that. 14 interceptions through 3 years. He takes away the ball like nobody's business. That's a kind of a special trait that he does offer in that respect, which shouldn't be undersold. I do think he didn't, to your point, you think that with the light size, the tackling should be an issue, or that he's getting bodied up at the catch point. But in both of those two aspects of things, he's holding up. He's doing just fine there. So it's a little bit like the Witherspoon thing where you go, well, how's he such a good tackler when he's like this size? And this guy, like, how's he not just getting stampeded at times by some of these bigger receivers that he's going up against? But he held up really well. And I see a guy, especially Brendon, my confirm was Asante Samuel. And Asante Samuel made a living, especially with throughout wherever he went, where he'd be off coverage and he could, with his instincts and read of things, he knew when there was going to be a slant coming in. He knew when there was going to be an in-cutting route. And then he could run the receiver's route for him and be there before the receiver at the ball. And this guy does the same thing where he can play off coverage, stay on top, but if he recognizes the in-cutting route, bam, he can come up there and not only come up there and just lodge the ball, but jump a route, pick six. As you said, though, it's a double-edged sword because then he can hit on double moves and he can be caught, biting a little bit at times with that. But his instincts are so good, you're going to want him to do that type of stuff if you bring him in. Because even like you said, the PFF score still comes out to being fine at the end of the day. It wasn't like he was rawed out on the PFF scores because he was always jumping the routes for the interceptions.
No, not at all.
Very good player, though. Late second round, I'd be with it.
Yeah, I would definitely prefer to get him at 51. But there's a very intriguing level of talent there, I think.
There is. It takes the ball away as good as any player in the draft, and that's a skill I value in my corner safeties. Will always give them a little bit of bump when they've got that.
So next up here, we have another guy that Seahawks fans are really circling the wagons on. A lot of talk about this guy.
Okay.
A lot of interest here. And I get why. It might be a little over-exaggerated, but it makes a lot of sense. It's Julius Brents of the Kansas State Wildcats.
Okay.
So this guy fits a template. This guy looks the part in a Carroll defense for sure. 23 years old, 6'3", 198 pounds, 34-inch arms. So he's got the length, he's got the size, he's got the girth, he's got it all. Tested, kind of slow, which you would expect. Not everybody can be Tariq Woolen out there, 7 feet tall, running a 4-second 40. Yeah. But 4.5 340, 1.5 7/10 split, workable. But here's the thing that stands out: he jumped out the building, 41.5-inch vert, 11 foot 6-inch broad. That might be the longest broad at the combine this whole year. 11.5 feet. 6.63 3-cone. Really good 3-cone time as well, for whatever that's worth. So even though he's not fast, that change of direction stuff, pretty notable. Also ran a 4.05 20-yard shuttle. So tested really well overall. Most of the big boards have him in the second. That's where the aggregate has him, the back end of the second. Over the last 2 years, 27 games, 94 tackles, 6.5 for loss. Had 4 interceptions last year. So became a little bit of a ball hawk, but actually was only credited with 6 total passes defensed over the last 2 seasons combined. So ball skills got a ways to go. Coverage numbers last year were pretty good. Obviously the appeal is obvious, right? This guy fits the mold. This guy fits the Pete Carroll mold, size and length. Really good in run support, closes distance to the ball quickly. Really good in press because he's so long and strong. He played a little bit of safety at Kansas State. I don't know if it's going to translate, but sometimes they had him playing safety on a couple of snaps. He's very explosive as well. Like I said, that testing is very indicative of positive things. But, there are moments where the lack of elite speed does cause him to get beat. He doesn't have good transitions. He's, the flipping of the hips is very awkward, which is why, he probably needs to be a zone corner, which, hey, we got that going pretty good over here most of the time. Should mostly be kept in zone coverage. He gets grabby a little bit, but hey, we're kind of used to that around here. We appreciate getting a little bit grabby sometimes. So
You do.
I don't know. I feel like people are overrating him a little bit because he is such a good fit. They're missing the bigger picture here of he's got a lot of work to do. He's got a long ways to go before he can. I don't like this is what we said about Tariq Woolen, and look what happened with Tariq starting week 1, like no problem. But I don't know. I would hope he's there in the third and probably get him in the third if I could. I don't know if it's going to happen, but second, I'm just not feeling it.
Yeah, I'm in your camp, and then even more extremely so. And I've gone back to this guy's tape quite a bit because people, of course, have gotten so hot to trot on him. He has had as good a post-season pre-draft evaluation process as any cornerback in this draft, from how he's tested to how he played out at the Senior Bowl, and looking really well out there. And so he's opened these eyes up. The problem is, though, is that we get through deep into these evaluation and testing score numbers, the further we get actually from the tape. He's a guy that's really most comfortable up and press coverage, but the problem comes in that he doesn't really land his press with much oomph or any sort of authority. So guys are just sliding off of him off the release, which just reduces down his effectiveness as a press corner. You put him then in off coverage corner like you'd like to do if he was here, and he's not as comfortable in making the reads. He's not going to be like Forbes was, where, he's going to know where the in-cutting route is and know where he's deep. He's just going to try to stay deep. And the dude of the Shaquille Griffin, I'll just give up everything in front of me and keep myself clean in front, but I'm staying, technically speaking, assignment correct. Yes, for those folks that go, this is the Coach Carroll corner. This is the model. This is what we usually use. They're right, Brendon. They're correct. He is that. He is exactly what you guys are saying out there that look at him and say, this is what he is. We get those guys in the 5th round. Byron Maxwell, 5th round. Richard Sherman, 5th round. Tariq Woolen, 5th round. Deshaun Shedd, 5th round. Shaquille Griffin was the end of the 3rd round. That's where you get these project cornerbacks. He's got some tools, but there's so much to round out in his game that he needs to fix and clean up. And technically he's unsound. And yeah, Tariq was in that same kind of place last year, but this is why Tariq falls to the 5th round. This is why, to my opinion, Julius should fall to the 4th round, is because of the fact that when you watch the tape and you turn on, that's what it is. I called up my buddy that's my sort of cornerback guy that I go to, who played in college. And I was like, turn this tape on. Am I missing? He's like, no, you're not missing. Yes, it's bad tape. Tape is not good. So, if you're drafting this kid in the 2nd or 3rd round, you're drafting a player with bad tape and his physical skill set. It's going to be very rare that I do that at any position at all. And you better be tremendously physically skillful then for me to go that route and to stretch that far. And I just wouldn't. I'm not there on Julius in the 2nd or 3rd round because of that. I think he's going to get overdrafted. I think the Tariq Woolen, Richard Sherman effect is going to cascade down on this kid, push him up a round or two. And I don't want to be that team to do that.
Yeah. Do you think his draft stock going up is like an overreaction to what Woolen did last year?
Yes, 100%. Because that was the first thing that people, did you notice how quickly people connected it in the draft process here between him and Tariq? Like, it was like they had the hammer back and they were just like waiting for the, his first testing number go 4.53 Tariq. Wait, hold on. Tariq went 4.27. Like, what do you mean? That's not even close. That's not even close. Hold on. Wait. And you're right about Tariq was good. And the 41.5 first, great, but it's a 5th, you go 5th round. 4th round, 20th overall. It's great value. He's a great potential there in that player. You don't take 2nd round there at that point, especially in this draft that has cornerbacks that are more accomplished and ready to go right now that you could have gotten in the 2nd round instead of him.
Yeah. I would be okay in the 3rd because I do have some good deal of confidence that he would succeed with Carroll in this system. Like, I feel fairly confident about it, but yeah, I feel like he'll be gone by then. I do feel like it's kind of like back in when Carroll first got here, and the NFL really didn't value these bigger defensive backs that much. And then after we won the Super Bowl, teams were like, oh, big cornerbacks. That's the new meta.
Yeah.
And for a little while, I think they were getting a little overdrafted.
Oh, yeah. Especially if you're big at all, you're going at that point second, third round, and that's what this feels like to me too.
Yep. All right. Well, yeah, you're a little more down on him than I am. I do feel like he would be good if he came here, but I either way, I feel like he's going to get reached on a little too much.
Yeah, if he was a little, it's just not enough on me the tape wise, and it's just can't quite get there with it because of the tape. I love the skill set, love him as a Seahawk fit for what we like to do, but you're gonna have to clean up a lot of different spots on this guy to get him right. Real quick, we got a couple donos here. All Kevin right. Mullen, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, bro, and hope you're having a good night out there. He says, making ribs this hot afternoon in San Diego. 3, 2, 1 method. Question: dry rub or soft preference? If any of you say ketchup, I'm unsubscribing.
I love ketchup, but I wouldn't put ketchup on ribs. That's a weird one.
No, I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
Well, you say
my brother's wife puts ketchup on ham, and I thought that was weird. I was like, man, I like ketchup as much as anybody, but like we had the Easter ham, and they came down to have it with the family, and she was putting ketchup on it. I'm like, that's different. I've never seen, not really feeling that one.
Every eyeball in the room just staring at it as he's like gooping it up, and
yeah,
that's not no on that with the ketchup. Definitely not that, Kevin. I'm not a big ribs guy though, so I'll give you an answer, but I don't have a lot of faith at dry. I'll go dry rub because that sounds better.
Yeah, I just put like barbecue sauce on it. I'm pretty happy with just the barbecue sauce.
Can't go wrong with barbecue sauce, man. Can't go wrong with that at all.
I do like ribs. I don't have them that often, but I do like ribs. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I've tried them. I just can't get the sweet tanginess of it. I can't get to there. That's the tangy on the meat doesn't tend to work for me. But thank you, Kevin, for the $5 dono. It's good to hear you're warm there. We're still pretty cool over here on the east side, Brendan. You guys thawing yet there on the west side? Spring temperature?
Yeah, we're getting there.
My goodness, San Diego sounded mighty nice right now, Kevin. It's been we had like wintry weather here a couple days ago. But thanks, Kevin. Appreciate the donation. Cody W, thank you for the $5 dono. Says, guys, are you concerned the Texans may not draft a quarterback? Given the good ones next year, what do we do if that happens? Do we draft a quarterback then? Go Hawks.
Well, I think it's within the realm of possibility because DeMeco Ryans has maximum job security right now.
He does indeed.
Houston's already paying 4 coaches at once. They're not going to want to pay 5. And he could just say, you know what, give me the best defender in this class. And I think that's Will Anderson. I don't care about quarterback right now. I'll win with my defense. We almost won the Super Bowl when I was there in Frisco with Jimmy Garoppolo. I'll win with any quarterback. Watch me. But at the end of the day, especially if Bryce Young is there, because supposedly that's who they've fallen in love with, I don't think they can turn that down. I don't think that's something they can turn their nose up at. So I don't think it happens. I do think it's on the table.
Yeah, Bryce Young's there, Cody. I think there's been enough of a connection between the Texans and Young. He will go there. The talk of Texans trading coincided with the Panthers starting to sound like Young was their front runner to be who they would take. I think Brendan's right. DeMeco's got the built-in time there, Cody. They're not going to come back and fire another coach like this quickly after they've already gone through a couple quickly. They've got to sit and sustain a little bit. That gives him some built-in time. And if you're going to bring the Niner coach in there and you're going to go, we want you to duplicate the success you had with San Francisco. Well, the place that you begin with before anything else is going to be, we need a defensive line to make that happen. And when you look at the Texans defensive line right now, that's the opposite of that. They don't have anything that's close to that. So you've got to begin somewhere. And that would make a lot of sense for them to find a logical path to conclude that, okay, I think it'd be Tyree Wilson, by the way. That's who they seem to be in love with over Anderson. He seems to be the de facto guy that's going to go second. Everything I'm hearing.
I'm not buying it.
You're not buying it. I wouldn't do it. I don't get it either with it, but it's the talk you're hearing from a lot of different sources. And
I just have to ask, what's it based on? What's it based on? If you're actually going to spend like a top 2 pick on a guy who's been, fringe top 10 this whole time, why are you doing it? What are you basing it off of? It's not testing because he didn't test.
Mm-hmm.
If he had tested, here's the thing. Tyree Wilson, last time he ran a 40 time, it was 4.82. And then he broke his foot. What is it now? He's not, he's not going to test well. So what are you basing it off of? I'm not buying it. No.
I'm with you on it. But like we talked about, I think on the last show with this, we had the situation breakdown last year with the Trayvon Walker to Aiden Hutchinson. You watch Aiden Hutchinson's tape and you go, it's not, Aiden wasn't Lucas Van Ness. That's not how he was winning on the outside. He was winning with quickness and bend, and he had a plethora of pass move, but then Trayvon Walker goes ahead of him because of the freakish size skill. And you're right. I remember your point last week was that Trayvon actually tested versus Wilson that didn't. But the NFL is trying to do that math on it. And I think what's drawing them towards it this year is my whole point we were making at the top of the show, Brendan, which is that the top of this draft is hard. It's tough to parse through right now. And as much as you and I love Will Anderson, and I think we're right on that, I think a lot of people out there that are talking about Will Anderson are right on that as far as their evaluation of him and what he's going to be. People are like, 4.6, what do you run? A 1.5-ish, 10-yard split. I mean, and they have the numbers on him. So now it becomes, I can pick him apart. And then it becomes about, I don't even know what I can see with Tyree. Could be anything, he could be like the magical wonder horse out there for us off the edge. I don't even know.
I don't buy it. Maybe I think you get to draft day and you're like, wait, what am I doing? I can't do this.
Now, I would think so at the end of the day, dude, that they would come to their senses with it. And hopefully they don't. Hopefully both them and the Cardinals prove to be pretty dumb at the top of this draft. But I do think, Cody, when it comes down to it, the Texans look at their situation and they go, absent them moving up with like us at the 5th spot, where they move up 12 and they give us a future one, which I can't think they would do, or they give us a future second. Absent them doing that, I think that they just take the quarterback, and that their big talk is at what they're trying to do, what the Cardinals are trying to do, which is just let's drum up some interest in this pick. Let's see if we can get the Bears haul. And neither team's going to seemingly get that at this point.
Yeah.
Thank you though, Cody. Appreciate the donation. Sector 7, thank you for the $10 dono. Says a little drunk before work. That happens. I love these streams. Go Hawks. Let's stay around 500 for the M's. What do you think about them? Well, thank you for the $10 dono, Sector. Hang in there drunk, a little bit of water, a little bit of water, a little bit of coffee. Helps us all out. Right. How you feeling the Mariners so far this year? A little bit up and down, but where you at?
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating. I do think it'll really help when the weather warms up. Some of these 400-foot fly balls are going to turn into 420-foot home runs.
Yeah.
I think we're a home run heavy team, and right now that's hurting us.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a big reason why we struggled so much against Cleveland, I think. Just can't get it out of the park. But as the weather warms up, that's going to help. We're going to get some of these injured guys back, but I don't see how we get away from having a dead spot in the lineup pretty much every night. Yeah. You're always going to be stuck with Tommy LaStella at some point. Like you're always going to be stuck with, Colton Wong will get better. He has to get better. Like there's no way he's going to be this bad the whole year. There's just no way. Like he's the worst player in baseball so far after a whole career of being an above average to good player.
Yeah.
So I think things will get a little bit better. I think the schedule gets easier after in the midpoint of the season. But unfortunately, we didn't do a very good job of making sure we had a well-rounded lineup throughout the year. Like there's always like the 7 and 8 hitters every night are just like automatic outs.
Yeah, it's the same problem you carried over from last year, right, Brendan, where you just had these black hole spots in your lineup. And that's one of the reasons that you ended up struggling with this hitting with runners in scoring position. And that's been something that's kind of continued again for the most part this year, as you get guys on, but then you get to that spot in the lineup where guys can't hit. And there's an out or two, and now you're dead. The inning's over with. And I don't know what it is where we get these guys in and just can't even hit, the Mendoza line. I mean, geez, Vaughn can't even get up to 100. And you're just going, geez, you've fallen off this far. Like it's without the shift, What's going on here? AJ Pollock got a good hit the other night, but same thing. You brought him in for the splits and he's not giving you. The nice thing is Jared Kelnick's rolling, dude. And I think you're right about the patience aspect. To me, baseball's about developing the team through the year and getting him to that. It's great when you can have the magical 2001 year where you win 116 games and it's start to finish, you're just rolling. But usually it's a matter of getting hot at the right time and kind of growing as a team. So your point about them getting hot and starting to hit better when it gets warmer, I think will be on spot. Getting Robbie Ray back into the rotation will settle some things down, I think.
Yeah.
And they'll make a trade. How's that? Even if we can't get Wong or get Tommy, I call him Tommy Patella. If we can't get Tommy Patella going, then, we'll make some trade around midseason and try to make it go, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's some guys in Tacoma, by the way, that might get called up soon. We got some guys like Cade Marlowe who are playing really well who could end up being the solution here.
It's great to hear. We're going to need it. It sounds like, because I'm not with Colton looking like he is, man. I mean, he just looks like not even a semblance of himself. It hasn't always been bad at bats. Just the end result to get to this point. You can't just be at 98 going, well, I'm hitting him hard. It's just right at him. I'm hitting hard. No, if you're hitting him hard, you'll at least run a $150, at least 200, even if you're having the bad luck city.
Yeah.
And
Evan White always had that, right? He would always hit it like 120
Yeah.
miles an hour right to somebody.
Exactly. And that you feel okay with, because you're like, well, they'll fall in somewhere at some point. But with him, it's like, I'm just not seeing a lot of great swings. It's always weird too. I've always had this thing, Brendan, with National League hitters coming to the American League. I've got this weird thing where it's like, man, I always feel like they always take, especially their average, always like,
Oh yeah,
take 25 points off their average, just right off the top.
That's very much a thing. That's 100% a thing. That happened to Winker last year. And if we had kept Winker, I think he would have probably taken big steps forward this year and been a lot better. But it wasn't. There were other reasons why that couldn't sustain.
Yeah, he wasn't. Didn't sound like he was the greatest of clubhouse guys, according to reports, reportedly. But thank you, Spectre 7, hanging in there during work, man, and appreciate you. Appreciate the love. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Brock Heward wants to trade number 5 and 20 for Anderson, and Brock is in on Will Anderson. Brendan, he is in. What are your thoughts?
I don't think there's anyone in this draft worth trading up from 5-4. No.
I love Kevin to hear that he's excited for him. And me and Brendan are as big a proponents of Will Anderson, I think, as you'll find out there, but not worthy of trading up the 20th pick for. No, I would not say that. I have maintained for a while, Will Anderson is not a generational prospect. Will Anderson is a very good prospect. And I think that's got to be where you cut that line down a little bit down the part a little bit. He's a guy who's going to be a 12, 13 sack a year guy, maybe at his top end. And then he's going to be really good in the run game as an edge defender in that respect too. But he's not ever going to be a TJ Watt level star, Myles Garrett level star. He'll never get to that spot. If I'm making a trade of 20 and 5 to move up in the draft, I better be getting that in return.
Yeah. Like, I really like Will Anderson, but he's not Von Miller or Myles Garrett. I really like CJ Stroud, but he's not Joe Burrow or Andrew Luck. Yeah. I really like, I would say Jalen Carter, but I don't think that he's, I don't know, what's a good comp here? Steve Entman. I'll go way back into the way back machine.
That's good. I love it. That's awesome. Great reference. That's perfect.
Yeah.
He ain't no Big Daddy Wilkerson.
Yeah. I don't think these guys are worth trading up for. Like, different draft class. Like, sure. Maybe I'd trade up for a guy like Namkadung Suh. Like, that was a defensive tackle prospect who might be worth trading up for, but not these guys. I don't see it.
And maybe, and I might have been, if Jalen Carter was 100% clean on the character stuff, that might change my view with being willing to do it there. But that's in play, even if it's into a small or decent sized degree. So there's just nobody out there worth it. To Brendan's point on it, it's the bottom line we've had to deal with on this. There is quality in this draft. There is depth in this draft, but it is a weaker draft, and especially at the top. The top is where I think that's really taken as much hits as the tier 1 group just is not, I think, as strong as it traditionally is. Certainly not as strong as it was last year, where you could have made the argument that there was, what would you say, Brendan, a good 12 guys in tier 1. I mean, even the safety balled out for Baltimore last year, right?
Right. Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you though, Kevin, for the double donos, man. And I love the Brock's in on it. If they did that, I would be very shocked though. I think Seattle's going to just trust their board and let land what lands at 5.
Come what may.
Come what may. Come with me. From some musical or something. Appreciate you, Kevin, though. Awesome. Thank you for all the donations, folks. You guys are very kind as always. And do please hit that like button if you haven't already. All right, who's our next guy?
We've got Tyreek Stevenson of Miami, the Hurricanes. 23 years old, 6 feet tall, 198 pounds, 32 and 3/8 inch arms. Tested decently, 4.45 40, 1.5 110 yard split, 38.5 inch vert, 10 foot 5 inch broad. Most of the big boards have him in the second, some have him in the third. The aggregate has him at the very back end of the second round. Played 22 games over the last 2 years, giving you about 70 tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 3 interceptions, 11 passes defensed, good coverage numbers. So what I can say about him is that I think he'll be really good in press coverage because he's kind of big and he's got decently long arms. His ball skills took a level up in 2022. I think he showed better ball skills. He's physical, got pretty good acceleration, has developed some pretty impressive cornerback instincts over his career at Miami. He's a pretty good tackler against receivers. And I think he'll do good things on special teams. I don't think his transitions are that good, and I think he'll get beat by top-end speedy receivers because of that. Like, he doesn't flip the hips as well as you would like. Struggles to tackle running back types, so he's a good tackler, but not a great tackler. He'll probably be best in the NFL if you allow him to play press man. So I personally am not really seeing the appeal here. He's raw. There are question marks. He'll probably be better in press man. Some appealing traits for sure, but I'm sitting it out until round 4.
Yeah, another guy that may not be a fit to where we're what we do exactly. I think round 4 is about the right spot for him. Maybe late third, but I'd probably go. I bet I'd be happier with the 4th round point on him. He's a real stout corner. He's a little top heavy for me, Brendon. I thought he was at his best, like you said. He's at his best running press, and then I thought his kind of skill, the thing that you saw in tape over and over again, is riding the receiver up the sideline and always being on the line between penalty or not. He's not pure grabby. He just kind of has a way of leaning his body on the receiver and making the receiver feel like he's carrying an extra 15 pounds of weight on his back in how he does what he does. He can hit a little bit. I like that part of it. But he's not real fast, not super athletic. He's competitive. He's physical. But I do think he's going to be in a better scheme that's not ours. I thought when they put him in cover 3 in particular, Brendon, I saw him get toasted a couple times in cover 3 off coverage. And that's going to, I feel like the second Carroll starts to see that on the tape, that's something that for him is going to negate him a little bit when it comes to corners. If he's seen you get beat like that in that specific kind of coverage, maybe he looks at it and says like, we can clean it up. We'll correct it. But okay, then it's 4th round that I'm going to be looking at having to correct that,
Yeah.
So yeah, I would dip him down as well.
Mm-hmm. All right. Then we have Jalen Jones of the Texas A&M Aggies. Kind of an interesting one here. 25 years old when the season starts. So now we're getting to the older prospects, guys with less of a ceiling maybe beyond what they currently are. 6'2", 200 pounds, 30 3/4 inch arms, short arms. Tested really slow, 4.57, but really quick acceleration, 1.48 10-yard split, which is weird. You usually don't see that.
Oh.
It's like one of the slowest corners in the class, but also one of the quickest. 38-inch vert, 10-foot 2-inch broad, 6.88 3-cone is nice. 4.3 20-yard shuttles, not so nice. So really mixed bag in the testing. A lot of the big boards have him in the 3rd or 4th, except for the Draft Network has him going undrafted, so they really don't like him.
Mm-hmm.
The aggregate actually has him going in the very back end of the 3rd. Over the last 2 years, he's given you 20 games, 70 tackles, 2 interceptions, decent coverage metrics, like 6 passes defensed, not a ton of ball skills. So he's got good size. This was a guy who was a 5-star recruit out of high school, by the way, so he was very highly touted at one point. He's got good reaction times. Despite the fact that he's slow, he's actually pretty good about hanging with vertical routes. He's able to find ways to overcome that. Short area quickness allows him to shadow routes, transitions well. Good in press, has proven more than capable in zone defense as well, and he's pretty good in run support. But, he's got those short arms. We don't really care for that around here.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have top-end speed, commits a lot of penalties to make up for not having top-end speed, and there's not some technique to his game that is really lacking, which is disappointing when he's already 25 years old. So I'm not feeling this one. I said round 5. I'm not feeling it until round 5. Too many little things going on here that I don't like.
Yeah, I really was unimpressed by his tape, to be honest with you, Brendon. He is fairly quick, fairly athletic. He initially off the snap's going to be able to run with anybody, so I like that. He does stay clean over the top as long as he's not just being purely outran, which with his 40 time happens at times where he just can't stay with guys. It's just pure and simple ain't a technique thing. It's just that you're just not fast enough to go. So you're a little bouncy inside. I don't think that he's a guy you could transition into a slot either with his 1.48 10-yard split. I just don't think he does that, the quickness in his awareness and reaction to what's going on in there. You've got to be like a step ahead in that inside, and he doesn't do it. I also thought there was a lot of lollygagging on his tape. I thought there was a lot of times where I saw a 5-star guy that sort of had everything kind of, I don't want to now you say it's like that starts to add up to me a little bit of the tape. Cause I was like, there's times like, where's the effort? Where's the fire? Where's the will here? And I think that it's not going to appeal to the Seahawks looking at him. I thought it was very uninspiring, his tape. And I think that he is a 6th to 7th round guy, in my opinion, because of it.
So the Draft Network has the pulse of this guy, you think?
I do. I just think you can look at the pedigree with it, but there's some guys with pedigree, at least they flash a little bit more. I just didn't think that he showed a lot of, no, he's the antithesis of the Seahawks cornerback spirit. that spirit forged 10 years ago is not alive in him. You know what I mean? He's not carrying that torch through. So, yeah, I don't see it. In 6th, 7th round, sure. Then it's a little interesting for me. But in the 5th round, we're going to talk about a bunch of other guys. I think that I'd be way much higher on at that point in the 5th round. They'll be in that range, because this kind of guy I think will drop. Another draft where there wasn't 32 cornerbacks that are draftable worthy. This is maybe a guy that goes in that 5th roundish range. But I think in this one, he pushes.
Well, the aggregate has him in the 3rd, which I don't see happening at all at this point.
Yeah, I can't either. That seems insane to me. You know what I mean? That seems just mind-boggling to me.
All right. This next guy, a little more fun, a little more interesting to me. It's Eli Ricks. Of 2 teams in his career, he was originally an LSU Tiger, and then he transferred to Alabama the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. He's only 21, 6'2", 188 pounds, 32 3/8 inch arms. Big boards all over the place. Some have him as high as the 2nd. A couple have him going undrafted. The aggregate actually has him in the late 3rd round. Part of the problem being he really hasn't played that much over the last 2 years. He's given you 15 total games. He didn't test, by the way, so we're going off limited information here with Eli Ricks. 24 tackles combined over the last 2 years, so the production is just not there. He's got 5 pass defenses in the last 2 years combined. Pretty decent coverage numbers, but coverage metrics, but not a lot to go on here. But from what I was able to gather, he's got really good zoned coverage instincts, very intelligent pre-snap in aligning himself properly and seeing where things are going. I do think he has good ball skills, although he mostly showed them at LSU. Didn't really show them a lot at Alabama. He's very good in off coverage and press man coverage. Plays physically with receivers, and he can handle all different kinds of routes really well. But he's a little bit on the slower side for a cornerback. Hasn't really played as much as you would like over the last couple of years since transferring from LSU. Like, he is still, to a certain extent, living off his LSU tape. One of these guys.
Oh, yeah.
And his short area quickness is not really there. So I like him, but there's some real problems here, aren't there? And in a draft class like this, you just don't need to take that risk. So the aggregate has him in the 3rd. I'm more like 4th or 5th on him. I like him, but he's done nothing for 2 years, it feels like.
Yeah, I think you've got to go 5th round on this one as well, because it turns into more of a project status. Like you said, the bottom line on the kid is he hasn't played. He looks like Jalen Ramsey. I mean, he's got the same build, wide shoulders, the same ease of movement. He looks the part. He looks exactly like what it looks like, a top 10 corner in build, and how he is, just the cut of the profile on the field and the way he moves. But you got him not playing. And like you said, the best year I had 3 years ago. That's not a good sign for me for a prospect. The fact he can't stay on the field means we got some injury problems here. And I feel like he wasn't even on the field at times. And I looked into it, Brendon, wasn't it just like he just wasn't on the field? It wasn't all just injury based, right? Like, he just wasn't he wasn't good enough to get on the field. And LSU is a good program.
The fact that he, like I said, over the last 15 games he's played, he has 24 tackles. That tells me he's active. He's playing in the game, but he's not playing that much.
That's what I was. Yeah, there we go. That's what I was taking away from the same thing with it. So I'm like, okay, so you can't get on the field, but it's a little wonder there. We go, okay, and we don't have you didn't bring the testing score numbers. I didn't see the testing numbers either for him. I kept looking. Maybe he ran it at the pro day.
Yeah, I think he's injured. I think he can't test. I'm pretty sure.
So yeah, he's going to be, to me, he's back end guy. I get a 5th rounder just because I like. Oh, he did. We got a 4.6, 35-inch vert, 127 broad, and a 7.44 3-cone.
7. Wow. What is he going to move to offensive line? At that point, why test at all? Just be like, no.
Yeah. Just lean in the test. He's going back in, man. That's a 6th round grade with those numbers.
Boy, yeah, I think I have to agree here. I said 4th or 5th round originally, but that testing, Like, you can do better. This draft class is too deep with corners. You don't need to mess
Too
around.
deep with corners. You don't need to mess around, man. That's not good for him. Jeez, he needed to go out there and be a manimal in those workouts. Well, we'll see. He'll be an interesting guy on draft day. I don't see him going though now and inside the
Yeah.
5 rounds. That's just
I mean, it seems like every year there's a guy who's expected to go day 2 or higher. Sometime, well, okay, day 2 or early day 3, I should say. And then they don't even get drafted. Like a couple years ago, there was that one Alabama linebacker who was like 40th in the aggregate, but he had this devastating leg injury. I can't remember who it was. And then he ended up being like the top UDFA to Jacksonville, if I recall correctly. And yeah, I can't remember his name, but there was Carson Strong last year who everyone had as a 3rd round pick. And he doesn't even get picked up as a UDFA for more than like 2 minutes because his leg was so messed up. So this guy isn't messed up like that, but maybe he ends up being the guy who just free falls.
Very well could happen here because you don't have the tape to go off of, and you'd hope with the physical. You're watching the tape thinking with the way he looks and moves, you're like, okay, I'm going to get me a 4.45 guy. He's going to run like a 1.54 10-yard split. You know, he'll jump 40 inches and he's 6'2" with the 33.5 inch arms, but you're not getting that now. That cuts it down a bit.
Okay. All right, this one's depressing, so let's just move on to the next one because this one's going to be fun.
Quick, we got Ski Nation.
Oh.
Thank you for the $2 donation, man. Appreciate you, man. He says, hi. What's up, Ski Nation? It's good to see you in the house, man. Hope you're doing well out there.
Thank you, Ski Nation.
Appreciate the dono.
Okay. We've already mentioned this guy once today, but it's Darius Rush.
Oh, I like me Darius Rush.
Darius Rush of the South Carolina, again, the Gamecocks. So they've got 2 corners in this draft. And 23 years old, 6'2", 198 pounds, 33 and 7/8 inch arms. So basically 34 inches, 9.5 inch hands, 4'3", 640, 151 10-yard split, 35 inch vert, 10 foot 1 inch broad. Most of the big boards have him in the 3rd or 4th. Sports Illustrated hates him. They have him in the 7th. So that one's kind of a weird outlier, but the aggregate says like mid to late 3rd. Last 2 years, 23 games, giving you 64 tackles, 5 for loss, 3 interceptions, 15 passes defensed, good coverage grade last year from PFF, 80.3. This is a guy who was a receiver originally, and he converted over. So you see that in his ball skills, and I like it when receivers become cornerbacks. I always like that. He's got good size, good length. He's going to be excellent as a zone corner, I think. Uses his long arms well to consistently make plays on the ball. He's somebody who will make plays on the ball that other people can't make because his arms are so long. He plays with good physicality, and he should be a plus on special teams. Now, doesn't have great, like, quick twitch reactions. Not going to be great there. Not going to be great in man, especially initially. He's going to have some work to do. Not a great tackler, and he's not super explosive athletically. But if you're trying to put a cornerback into a cover 3 scheme, I think that this is the kind of guy you want to do it with. I think he's going to be really good in this Carroll cover 3. I would be totally willing to spend our 3rd round pick on him. I like him quite a bit.
I love the kid. There's the plus side, the downside with him a little bit, I think. And you captured pretty well, I think, the bottom line with him. I late 2nd round grade is what I have on Darius. So if we talk him at 50, I would be okay with that. I think he's a lot like Richard Sherman without the cerebral mindset of things when he was coming into the league. If you're looking for really people want to make Julius Brents the comp, now Darius Ray's more closer to the comp to Richard Sherman if you're trying to find something like that in this draft. But faster, obviously, at 4.36, where Sherman didn't run that speed, didn't 1.51 split. That's part of why I'm so hyped on him and have that late 2nd round grade, is because with the length that you're bringing to play here, it's like, ooh, the physical stuff's there, the length's there. You mentioned the wide receiver convert. The important point here, Brendan, is Richard Sherman, wide receiver convert. Well, the tape's rough. Yeah, I'm watching the tape rough at college and Stanford, but understanding that's a receiver that's converted to cornerback, there's room to grow there. There's room to feel like we can help him grow. Oh, Tariq Woolen had some rough tape coming out of college last year. Yeah, but he's only played the position for 2 years. He's a wide receiver convert. Room to grow, room to build on that. Same thing here with Darius Rush. And the thing that stood out to me when I first looked at Darius Rush, Brendan, the thing that I loved about him, the thing that was just like, whoa, a quarter of the footballs thrown his way last year, 1/4, 25%, were either knocked away or intercepted. absolute ball skills better than probably just about anybody in this class. So he had that going on. He goes to the Senior Bowl. Goes to the Senior Bowl, Brendon, 3 interceptions during the week of practice on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
So having a very good evaluation process. This is a guy who to me is going to be a starter in this league, and he's going to intercept the football at a very high rate. Maybe it'll only be 5 picks a year. Maybe it'll be more. But I think he's going to get you those kind of interceptions because when the ball is up in the air, it's his ball. He's got that just like Sherman did. It's his ball. Sometimes he's going to run the routes better than the receiver is going to run the routes. Now, he can't tackle for his life. And he ain't going to get off a block for his life. And I've got to acknowledge that I love so much his cover skill and so much him in his zone and so much of him and his upside to develop. And I'm going to trust in the fact that, look, Sherman didn't look like a great tackler in college. Woolen didn't look like a great tackler. They looked like wide receiver converts, and that same friend I told you about, I asked you about cornerbacks with, he likes to laugh at the receivers who try to transition a corner because he's like, they're missing sometimes that physicality edge thing, but you can develop it. You saw it with Sherman developed, Trice developed it. It's not a finished product. So I love this kid's upside, Brendon. I love his upside. And I think he's got something potentially special with him and his ability to take away the football.
Yeah. I mean, if you've got him and Tariq on the outsides, and you've also got, Diggs back there. He's still, I would call him a ball hawk. Mm-hmm. You're going to get pretty close to averaging an interception a game between those 3 guys.
Agreed. You start this kid out even as a rookie, he's coming away with, to me, 3 interceptions on the year minimum, even as a rookie, I would say. And I just trust in that ability. So, okay, the tackling will be missed here and there, but he'll make up for it to me in the other respects of things. And I think it'll develop.
Mm-hmm. All right. Next up, we have Garrett Williams out of Syracuse. I think this is the last guy who's currently projected to be a day 2 pick, and he's like the last pick in day 2 projected right now. Syracuse, orange, 22 years old, 5'10", 192 pounds, 31-inch arms. Like I said, the aggregate currently has him going 103rd. A few have him in the 3rd, few have him in the 4th. Only played 17 games combined the last 2 years, but he has been pretty productive, about 80 tackles, including 5 for loss in 2021, 12 passes defensed combined over the last 2 seasons, 2 picks, decent coverage metrics. He's an aggressive player. He's got fast reactions when the ball's in the air. He's got those quick twitch reactions you like. Should be a good tackler as well. He rallies quickly to the ball. He's fast. He didn't test, but he is fast. Should be good in zone, should be good in press man. Plays a little out of control sometimes. His ball skills are good, but they haven't translated to interceptions yet. Gets beat deep too much. He's also coming off a torn ACL, and I think that's probably the big headline here. Coming off a pretty major injury. I kind of like him, but I can't like him that much because he's coming off the torn ACL. So I'd say probably 4th round, maybe 5th would be fair.
Another guy was really down on this tape, like Jalen Jones, a little bit where the aggregate's going to have them higher up, and they're going to be viewed by that a little bit better than I'm viewing them. I just found the tape to be pretty uninspiring. A corner with not a lot to offer. His tape's limited. His instincts aren't great. When he plays off coverage, he ends up in Nova Scotia. That's a Syracuse joke. His angles to ball carriers is really funky too. In addition, he's a miserable run defender. I just felt like he was just kind of a true negative in so many different aspects of things. And I go again in this draft with so many good players. Maybe in other drafts with the cornerback class was weaker, I'd be giving a little bit more consideration. But when I turn on one of these guys and I just go through the few first parts of the film, and I'm just like, yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if he did maybe test. He didn't run at the combine. He's a guy you worry about with his speed, if I'm not mistaken. Did you have his combine numbers on there? Sorry, I didn't hear if you.
I don't think he did nothing at the combine. He didn't test.
And so on tape, you're worrying about
he tore his ACL. He's still recovering from
that.
There
we go. All right, good point. Yeah. So on tape, you're worried about that already a little bit, and then you got the 31-inch arms on top. And I saw a lot of times where he had contested catch situations where he's losing that war with those 31-inch arms. So it's not merely being small. It's not merely being undersized, not merely being lack of length. It's that shows up on tape with him down the football field. And unlike a lot of other corners in this draft, I don't think he can transition inside to the slot.
Yeah. So yeah, not a big fan there. I would have been okay with him if he hadn't just torn his ACL, but not a big fan as it stands. Next up, we have another guy that I wasn't too keen on here. Q Blue Kelly of the Stanford Cardinal. Yeah, KBK. 22 years old, 6 feet tall, 191 pounds, 32-inch arms, 4'5", 240, 149, 10-yard split, 36-inch vert, 11-foot broad. A couple big boards have him at the very tail end of day 2, but they mostly have him near the start of day 3. Played in 21 games over the last 2 years, giving you about 95 tackles, 2 interceptions, 17 passes defense, though, so you got to give him credit for some decent ball skills. Coverage metrics overall weren't great. PFF gave him like a 65. He played a lot in college. He has a ton of experience starting at Stanford. He's good in man coverage. He's good jamming. He's good in press at the line. Good at shadowing receivers throughout the route. Really good protecting against vertical routes. Good ball skills at the catch point. He's got good acceleration. He ran a 149 a 10-yard split, like I said. Sticks his nose in run support. He does have a few good zone reps, but there's very limited evidence that he'll be good in zone, and he's really not good in off coverage. Quick twitch movements can occasionally be slow and awkward. He falls for double moves a lot, Trayvon Diggs style, and his tackling overall is not great. So I feel like he'll be best in a press man system. Not really good here. I think he'll be good for the right scheme, but I don't really have a lot of interest personally. I would take him in the 6th round if he's there just for the value, but I don't see the use case being that great here. Not a big fan.
I think on this one, I liked him just a tiny bit better. Still don't like him a ton. But I did like him a little bit better for having as long a track record of playing as he does. I thought he was a little bit more comfortable, I think, than you did in the off coverage and in that respect. And I did like him at the catch point. I said his patented moves were fan blades at the catch point. You know, he's just coming in like a windmill. They're just trying to knock the ball loose. It's not really has ball skills with it, but that he does get the ball knocked away. He just gets it done, bottom line on that. You're right, doesn't get off the blocks. I did like the quicks. I did like the willingness to go at it. Tight hips, you're right there. Doesn't have the ability to really move through that. Just felt like he stayed fairly clean and solid overall. Probably talking late 5th round, not with our first 5th round pick, by the way. So it's almost a sub 6th round pick by that point. We're talking 5th with the 20th selection. But I liked him enough in there, the little ahead of some of these other guys, just from the tape standpoint. And he hit the marks if you're taking that in the 5th round, as far as he's got the size, got the length, got the quickness, right? He doesn't have some of those detriments of those other guys running a 4.7 240 or something like that.
All right. So we're in the roughly same area, but you like him a little more than I do. Okay. I don't dislike him. I just don't know if he's going to be a good fit for zone.
He's even my final notes on it, Brendon. It's backup special teams guy. You know, that's where about those my final kind of notes. So it's likely to be where, unless you can develop him a little bit, but did like just the build explosive stuff that he's bringing. It's nice.
Okay, next up we've got Cameron Mitchell of Northwestern, the Wildcats. 21 years old, 5'11", 191 pounds, 31 and 3/8 inch arms, 4.47 40, 148 10-yard split, 35-inch vert. A few big boards actually have him going undrafted, like major big boards, but the aggregate has him in the late 4th, early 5th. Played in 22 games over the last 2 years, about 100 tackles, one interception, and 14 passes defensed. 66.7 PFF coverage grade last year. So he's got great acceleration. He accelerates quickly. He's got good ball tracking skills, good at finding the ball in the air. Short area quickness is good when he's in zone coverage. He's effective in press. Was often not targeted by opposing quarterbacks because he blanketed receivers. He's one of these guys who's kind of a little bit of a shutdown corner, and he's a smart player. He does struggle against the vertical routes a little bit because of the transitions, I think, and he doesn't have great top end speed. He gets grabby. He can bite hard on receiver fakes. And I do think he needs to trust his instincts a little bit more when he's in zone. Sometimes he's a little bit slow to like trigger downhill. But I like him. I'd say the aggregate has it right. He's like a late 4th, early 5th guy. I like him well enough. Nothing too over the top here, but 4th or 5th is okay.
You see him as an inside-outside guy at the next level.
I mostly looked at him as an outside guy. I didn't really think about him inside, but, well, maybe. I mean, 148 10-yard split. That is quick. We do like that. He's going to be good as like a short area quickness in zone. He needs to get more instinctual with his zone coverage, I think, but maybe I don't mind that.
It's my worry with him, especially with the 31 and 3/8 inch arms on the 5'11" build. I just have concerns at that size that he's going to be having to move inside. And I do think he can do pretty well if you do move him inside. I do like him there from that standpoint. If you do, he's well built, wide bodied, plays low to the ground, gets around the field with a lot of zip. I felt like, where he's really able to kind of be doing that side sachet thing where those guys have to do at times, staying at kind of where they're not running, and he can still kind of bounce around the field really well with that, and stay in that kind of athletic, position, so to speak, and be ready to kind of strike and do what he needs to do. Loved him at the point of a catch, 18 passes defense that you mentioned. So he is competitive there. I like that part of his game. Just didn't think he had the size on the outside, length to hold up at the NFL level. I do think he is going to bump into the inside, and he could become, I think, maybe like a league average slot on the inside at that point. So I put a 5th round grade on him because of that, because I see that as his outlook and not being able to play on the outside.
Yeah.
But league average slot in the 5th round would not be the worst kind of value to go out there and get.
Yeah. So I said 4th or 5th. That's pretty close, I'd say. Didn't really think about him as an inside guy, though. That's interesting. I don't know if it makes me reconsider my overall position that much, though. Like, I don't see a great slot.
If he was 5'11" with 32 plus inch arms, like, okay, maybe I could see him overcome it. But I did feel like some of those coverage hits that he has in there, where he has sort of that, he'll give as good as he gets, where he'll win a lot of those moment of truth balls where the length stuff comes into play. But there's also the times where he loses, where it has nothing to do with competitiveness. He's just not long enough, just not big enough, especially when he gets to the outside, the NFL level, where you're dealing with guys 6'2", 6'3" on the outside. And now, can you get to the balls that they're getting to? I don't think you'll be able to. 35-inch vert, he's not going to jump through the gym to get to him. So I worry on those points with him.
All right, next up we have a guy who I ended up liking quite a bit. This is somebody who I think is a little underrated, maybe a little bit of a sleeper. It's Torrence Smith of the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Like him. 23 years old, 6 feet and a half inch, 204 pounds, 33-inch arms, or actually 32 and 7/8. 4'4", 140, 1.5, 10-yard split, 34-inch vert, 10-foot broad, 7.02 3-cone, 4.3 20-yard shuttle. So decent testing, not great, but good. Big boards, quite a few big boards have him going undrafted, but some have him going in the 4th. The aggregate says early 5th. Last year, he played a full season, 13 games, 38 tackles, 2 interceptions, 2 sacks, 4.5 tackles for loss, 5 passes defensed, 79 PFF grade in coverage. He's got a nice combination of size and speed and quickness. Like, for a guy who's over 6 feet tall, he's pretty fast and quick. His arm length is really good. He's got good footwork out there. Lots of good tape on him in man defense. Plays aggressively in run support, and he's a good tackler. He has some experience in zone as well, so I think he's scheme versatile. He can do man and zone. He's going to be good in press because of his strength and his length. And he defends well against vertical routes. He doesn't get beaten over the top very much. You would like to see more plays on the ball. He's got all of 7 passes defensed over the last 20 games he's played in. Flipping of the hips can be a little lackluster. His transitions are awkward. He doesn't break on inside routes as hard as you would like. He needs to learn how to trigger downhill a little bit better. Sometimes he bites too hard on double moves and fakes. Sometimes he gets tricked a little bit. But I liked him quite a bit. Scheme versatile, good size, good speed, good testing numbers, good measurables. I ended up saying, he's a 5th round pick on the aggregate. I would take him in the 4th.
We are of like mind on this one. I like Torrence Smith a lot as well. I found him to be a solid overall prospect. I liked he's got a kind of a nice little thing that he does that throws off both the receiver and the quarterback, where his back pedal, he'll change his pace on his back pedal and every play. And you've got receivers sitting there, you watch him run the routes as they're setting up the route, kind of looking at him, trying to read what he's doing, because sometimes there'll be a fast back pedal. Sometimes their first 5 steps will be fast, and then he'll kind of lighten it off a little bit and get a little bit ahead of the receiver. So, he trusts what he's doing and seeing on the play prior to the play. Seems very smart, instinctual, great awareness out there in that respect. Does keep his eyes on the quarterback so he can read things in zone as well and still be kind of moving in space. I like that. Strong run defender. Good overall game to what he brings. There's no real wow component to him, but I just like that his feet were always moving. He was always able to, not the greatest necessarily change the direction. It does take him a beat, but because he keeps his feet moving and he sort of fundamentally right in where he is in his movements, he can kind of always correct and fix himself, even if stuff goes wrong. And then the 4-4 with the 1-5, 10-yard split, that explosiveness that he's bringing to bear as well on top of it, really liked that part of what he comes in with the testing, because it does show up. That's that bounding thing that he's able to kind of do there where he does change the pace. So I like the athletic profile of this kid. Hips are a little tight. And as you said, he's got no ball skills. He's not taking away the ball. He's going to have the Joey Porter Jr. of there's no interceptions coming from this guy at all. But like Joey, brings a lot of other, pretty much almost everything else he brings to play that you would want from the position.
Yeah. So that's one of my, I guess you could call him a little bit of a sleeper here. Next up, we've got a USC Trojan in the house. Mekhi Blackmon of USC, 24 years old, 5'11", 178 pounds, 31-inch arms. 4.47 40, 1.54 10-yard split, 36-inch vert, 10 foot 5-inch broad. Big boards, aggregate has him in the 5th. Had 66 tackles in 14 games last year, 3 picks, 12 passes defense. So ball skills, his coverage numbers were kind of off the charts. 91 grade from PFF. That's the best that you'll find for pretty much any cornerback in this class. So he's a very smart player, very heady, plays the position with great IQ. Scheme diverse across zone and man, understands how to read routes. He's good in press. He's a hard hitter, got good footwork, great ball skills. He's got good hips when he's flipping around to transition. He is small, and unfortunately, he's not quick enough, I don't think, to be like an inside corner. So he is going to have to work through those size concerns. He will struggle with the more physical receivers, I think, because of that. He does get flagged. He will get flagged quite a bit early in his career. Sometimes effort isn't enough when trying to tackle. I mean, sometimes, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak.
Yeah.
Lots of injuries over his college career as well. Like, he only played 8 games in 2021 because he got hurt. He got hurt a couple times before then as well. So he's interesting. Is it interesting enough to overlook how undersized he is and the injuries? I don't know. I think the aggregate has it right. 5th round pick is fine. Like, if he's there in the 5th round, I got no real issue with it. But I'm not seeing a ton of upside here.
I'm not either. He has pretty good tape overall, and the PFF score does match that well, though the PFF score is not going to take into account how grabby he is. He is certainly one of the corners that took advantage as much of those rules at the college level last year as any that I've watched on tape so far. He is sticky in coverage, though, too, on top of that. So that's probably why he gets away with it, is the officials just feel like, well, you're always sticky anyway. You're probably just being sticky here, not grabby. But no, you're being grabby. He uses kind of that hawk tackling technique, I thought, of going for the going for the near leg, going for the thigh, grabbing, wrapping, rolling. I liked how he did that element of things. And he was very rarely tested in the tape that I watched. Quarterbacks did not want to go his direction, which in itself does tell me a lot when I see corners able to kind of scare away those quarterbacks at that point. I just think that the speed thing, even though he went 4.47 and 1.54, I don't think he trusted his speed. And I think that there's a reason he didn't, because I just don't think he's fast enough. I don't think he's game fast. And I think he's going to have some issues with that at the next level of trying to stay foot step for step with guys on the outside. Say nothing of the 31-inch long arms, which is going to hurt him then with being able to not have the speed on top of it. Guys are going to get separation, and you don't have the length to kind of recover with that. Good instincts, knows how to play the position, smooth back pedal, good hips. There's things he does really well. I do wonder if you might probably just end up bumping him inside, maybe at the next level, and that maybe his pathway is defining
that 10-yard split makes me feel like that's going to be tough, though.
It could. You're trying to kind of salvage it a little bit with him on that, but I do wonder how it's going to work at the next level with that size on the outside. Yeah, maybe 15 years ago, yes. Now, I don't know.
So where are you? 5th round?
Yep.
6th? Okay.
I'm a 5th on him too.
All right. Okay, Mekhi Gardner. Mekhi Gardner of the LSU Tigers, 23 years old here. 6'2", 212 pounds. Nice size. Nice and big. 32.25-inch arms. 10 and an 1/8-inch hands. Very slow at the combine, though, for a corner. 4.55 40, 1.54 10-yard split. 38-inch vert. 10 foot 8-inch broad. Big boards. Quite a few of the major big boards actually have him in like the 6th or 7th. The aggregate currently has him in the 5th. Last 25 games he's played, he's given you about 75 tackles, 4 for loss. 0 interceptions, but 17 passes defensed. So he's making plays on the ball, just not the ones you would prefer that he makes sometimes.
Mhm.
So he's big, and his height and his size makes him hard to deal with for a lot of receivers. He's great in zone coverage. He's found a good balance between taking away the big play and still being able to make a play on underneath routes. So he doesn't like give up anything too much in one area. I feel like he's pretty good at that. He breaks on passes quickly and violently. He's a good tackler. But with that speed, you know he's not going to be able to hang that well in man coverage and even in zone. Like he's just not that quick. 4.55 40 is going to hurt you at some point. No interceptions since transferring to LSU, which I mean, even Joey Porter Jr. has an interception, right?
Yes,
Like
he does.
even that guy managed to come up with the ball once. I think he's a pretty good fit for Carroll's defense. The size, the instincts, the zone coverage ability, it makes sense. I'm not super high on him. I think 5th round is fine. You punch the ticket in the 5th round and it's okay, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think that's about the same place I'm at with him, late 5th round grade. I did think about dropping him to the 6th round just because I felt like he was so darn handsy every time I watched him. He's like a cowboy getting on a bucking bronco every play sometimes. It's just like, dude, do you both hands? Both on
Mhm.
his back, on the back of his jersey. Okay, every time. Okay. He is at his best, I felt like, in press coverage, turn and burning. But the grabbiness always shows up. Change of direction could be a little stifled. In cutting routes really give him problems on the tape that I watched. Um, he is athletic. I'll give him that. I mean, the back pedal is as smooth as you get back there in the draft and the way that looks. But I just don't think, especially with his lack of ball skills, he's going to be a chance really starting at the next level. I see him as a special teams player, late 5th round, early 6th round grade. Maybe there's some hope there for him on that, but because he does, like you said, fit to at least the size.
Right.
He hits most of those marks you're looking for from a build standpoint. But I can't go much for. I don't have a lot of faith in him upside wise in the 5th.
Yeah. All right. This next one is going to disappoint some people because it's an Oregon State cornerback, but it's not the Oregon State cornerback that everyone really likes. We're going to get to him later, though. We are, I promise. But we're going to start with the other guy, the guy who people aren't talking about as much. It's Alex Austin, 22 years old, 6'1", 195 pounds, 31 and 7/8 inch arms, 4.55 40, another kind of a slower cornerback, 1.54 10-yard split, 33-inch vert, 10-foot 2-inch broad. So didn't test very well at all. A lot of the big boards have him going undrafted, but the draft network loves him. And I think they single-handedly boosted his stock up to like the mid to late 5th.
Yeah.
He's currently 166th. Over the last 2 years, he's given you a full slate of games, 25 in all, over 100 tackles, 4 interceptions, 17 passes defensed, 72 PFF grade. So what I can say about him from my research, he's a plus character guy, really good in man. His size is above average. He's got good footwork. He, despite his slow speed, holds up deep better than you would expect against vertical routes. He's a really good technician at the position. That's kind of how I feel about him. Like he's smart, but he just has physical limitations. Really strong understanding of zone concepts, and he's good in run support. Kind of disappointing with the jamming at the line of scrimmage. Kind of disappointing with the press. Gets too physical at times. Probably needs to improve more as a tackler to really become a big plus there. Tested poorly. So put it all together. I said like 7th round. I don't see it. There's too many things going on here that I don't like.
Yeah, there's some you do like the zone corner with the instincts, the awareness, right? He's got some quickness there, but yeah, the speed ain't there. Um, the run game doesn't really come off the blocks on that. Not a lot of just sizzle to his tape.
Yeah.
I did say I watched the USC game with him, and Caleb Williams didn't go to his side once the whole game. I kept waiting. I was like, Caleb didn't even look over there one time. So he did have some spots on the tape I did like with him a lot, but it just kept coming back to I think he's just going to be NFL physically limited, and that just drops you down that 6th, 7th round range of things to me.
Yeah. Wasn't a big fan. This next guy, however, it became one of my favorite sleepers in this draft. This guy grew on me fast.
Ooh, okay.
It's Jacorian Bennett of Maryland, another Terrapin. I know. There's something suspicious. They're taking a lot of steroids over there, I guess, because they all test really well. But I really like Jacorian Bennett of Maryland, 23 years old, 5'11", 188 pounds, 31 and 7/8 inch arms, ran a 4.3 40 148 10-yard split, 40.5-inch vert, 11-foot 1-inch broad. So freakishly good testing. Big boards, CBS loves him. They have him in the second. Sports Illustrated has him in the third. The aggregate, however, has him at the very back end of the fourth. So 23 games the last 2 years. He's given you about 65 tackles, 3.5 for loss, 5 interceptions, 22 passes defense. This guy is making plays on the ball constantly. Always gets his hands on the ball. A lot of versatility. He played outside. He played inside as a slot and as a safety. And that's the thing that made me really like him. This guy's going to, you draft him, not only are you taking care of cornerback stuff, you're also helping with your safety situation. You're helping with your slot situation. He's got phenomenal zone defense instincts, great ball skills, ton of production there, pretty good in run support. He also seems like a smart player. His athletic profile is off the charts. I do think his hip transitions aren't very good, which leads to him getting beat over the top despite him being fast. Is grabby. I think that he'll become an even better ball hawk if he learns how to locate the ball in the air quicker. But he's a great fit for this zone defense. Versatility, playmaker. I wouldn't even hate picking him in the third. I said, I would love to get him in the fourth. But if you get him in the third, I feel like you're going to get some really good value out of Jacorian Bennett.
I even like him more than you do. I got a late second round grade on him. So I think that he's an upside guy. I think that there's definitely his best days are still ahead of him a little bit. He plays bigger than his size, so I'm not as worried about the 5'11" because he plays like he's 6'1". He does get more panicky in coverage than he should for a guy as fast as he is, but he's really quick. I thought the change of direction is nice. I did feel like he was pretty fluid, athletically speaking. You mentioned the versatility and moving, playing him all over the place. You can. And he looked comfortable. For instance, some of the slot snaps I saw of him. I thought he looked pretty well in that respect, Brendon. I think he's going to take a little bit of time to develop out the edges of his game. So you bring him in the late second round. I'm not shocked if he doesn't start the first year because I think you're going to need him to develop, just clean up some of the things, the grabbiness in his game and whatnot. But he's got just something about him with how he plays the position to me that I see enough on the upside. It's the flashes you're looking for in these prospects, right? It's the stuff where, wait, I see him doing this and this, and that stands out to me. And if we can just get him to tap into that more often, wow, what a player he could be with on that. So I do feel like that. I might have him a little bit high in the late second round, and I probably should dip him into more of a third place is just kind of the common comfort spot to be with him. But I definitely did like his tape quite a bit as well.
Yeah, I really like this guy. This guy has become one of my favorite. He's not really a sleeper because he's expected to go fairly early day 3, but I like him a lot.
Fun player to watch on tape, and both him and Deontay, they both show you stuff. It's not just workout warriors. I probably feel more about that about the receivers than I do with the corners on this. These guys are a little bit more, legitimate, in who they are and what they are and how they're doing it.
All right. Now we have Riley Moss of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Been a while since we talked about an Iowa player, it feels like. 23 years old, 6'1", 193 pounds, only 30-inch arms, though. So right away, we've got a problem. We got a big problem. 4.45 40, 148 10-yard split, 39-inch vert, 10-foot 7-inch broad. So the testing was decent. Big boards, some have him in the third, some have him in the fourth. Aggregate puts him in the early fourth right now. 24 games over the last 2 years. He's given you about 86 tackles, 4 for loss, 5 interceptions, 16 passes defense. So a lot of plays on the ball, a lot of takeaways. Really good coverage grade last year from PFF. I think this guy has like 50 career college starts. Like he's played in a ton of games at Iowa. A lot of ball production. He's got great zone defense instincts. He comes up hard in run support and tackling, good in press. Should provide a lot of special teams value. But I feel like the combination of short arms and lack of short area quickness is kind of killer here because the short arms means it's going to be hard to play him outside. And the lack of short area quickness means it's going to be hard to put him in the slot. He's also not a great tackler, misses a lot of tackles, probably because of the short arms. That doesn't help. Physically, he seems a little limited to me. It's one of those things where I would feel very differently about him if his arms were just 2 inches longer. But it seems to me that he's like a player that gives a lot of effort, but he just doesn't quite have the oomph to really have the big impact. So I ended up landing on like a 5th or 6th round pick on him, unfortunately, because I liked so much about him.
You don't think you'll be able to round out in the slot?
His short area quickness didn't impress me that much is the problem.
I mean, he ran a 1.48 10-yard split.
Yeah. I mean, that's the acceleration, but I'm talking about more like the change of direction stuff. I wasn't crazy about it. That's probably his best bet, right? That's probably his best bet, but man, I just feel like you can do a little bit better.
I mean, I don't have a super higher grade on him. I think he's going to round into being an average slot guy in this league. I don't think there's any chance he plays on the outside, obviously at 30 inches. But I do think on the inside in the slot that he can be a good guy. I liked how he tackled in there. He can chop guys down. He uses the hawk tackling technique, near leg, grab it, roll, does all that stuff. I thought were good. He's got a little bit of a one-handed stab press move he can do in press. He wasn't able to stay clean over the top on the outside, but I think what you put him on the inside now, you don't have to have him thinking about that stuff as much. Now he can just kind of react to what's in front of him and go a little bit. But I do feel like he's kind of a natural football player in many ways. And my comp for him was Troy Hill, a longtime Ram slot corner for them. And I just think that he's got kind of just enough going on upstairs to go with enough physical ability that he can be a pretty decent slot corner. Not a star, not a guy that's going to light the world on fire from the slot, but just be league average guy. And so for me, I put a late fourth round grade on him because of that.
Okay. I think we're just a little bit of a difference there. I feel like it's another guy where the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak.
Understandable.
Mm-hmm. Or the flesh needs arms that are 2 inches longer. Something.
The arm extensions.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We're moving along here to Corey Trice of the Purdue Boilermakers. 23 years old, bigger guy, 6'3", 206 pounds, 32 and 3/8 inch arms.
Do me a favor, do a quick, just keep talking on this. I gotta use the bathroom real quick.
Okay, second. No problem. So he ran a 4.47 40, 156 10-yard split, 35.5 inch vert, 11 foot broad, so pretty explosive, decent speed here, 17 bench press reps. A couple of big boards actually have him in round 3. We've got some that have him in round 4. He averages out to late round 4 because Sports Illustrated, I think, dragged him down all the way because they have him in the 7th. But last year, he gave you 13 games, 34 tackles, 2 interceptions, 10 passes defensed, and a 74 PFF grade. So the stuff to like about Corey Trice to me is that he's flexible because he played some safety previously. He was actually a safety originally, I think. He's really big. He's one of the biggest corners in this draft. Very hard to deal with his physicality. He's very physical with these receivers. He's got pretty good ball skills, some zone flexibility. He can hang with receivers in man. Solid tackler. He's explosive. So there is some stuff to like here. But I feel like he's not very fluid with his movements. His change of direction skills are a little lackluster. Seems like he's a little slow to understand what's going on in zone defense. Mediocre top speed. And he got hurt a lot at Purdue due to injuries. So I kind of felt like he would be better in man coverage than zone coverage, although I do think he has some flexibility there. I'd take a shot on him in the 5th round, though. I like him. I like his size. I like his physicality. There's enough to like here for me to where I would take him in the 5th. I think he'll be better in a man defense, though.
Yeah, I do think press man corner. So if you're going to go for Trice, I think you've got to be willing to kind of buy into that with him a little bit. There's a little bit of that Devon Witherspoon thing of picking this guy. Like, okay, well, you stay in with zone because I don't know if that's going to be where he needs to be. It seemed like he was, especially really would get kind of pressy and sort of panicky when he gets into zone at times. But I did like the efficiency of his ability to recover. I know only 4.47, but he got there pretty good for the most part with the catch-up speed stuff. Loved how he tackled. I think I was kind of I'm actually even low. Another guy might be just a shade higher on this one with you on. I've got him as a late 4th round grade for me on this guy as well. But I liked his tape. I liked that he played with a good amount of competitiveness. I liked he was could be a vicious run defender at times. He had some legit hits on his tape. He comes up and he really will lay a whack on ball carriers in a way that I thought was different from some of the other corners in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, I do like his physicality. I do like him. I just wasn't. I just feel like he'll be better in man than zone. So I had to ease off it just a little bit.
Agreed. If you're taking him in 4th round and you're going to try to move him into a zone base, I would be worried by that. That's for sure.
Mhm. Okay, now we have Cameron Brown of Ohio State, Buckeye, 23 years old, 6 feet tall, 200 pounds, 31-inch arms. The big board that likes him the most is ESPN. They have him in the 4th, but the aggregate has actually recently bumped him all the way down to like the 7th round, early 7th. He's only played in 17 games the last 2 years, missed a lot due to injuries, has 1 interception, 12 passes defense, so he's making plays on the ball at least, 40 tackles. He's good in press, got good short area quickness, throws himself around with physicality and run support, should be good in a zone-heavy defense, and he's got decent size. He's already suffered 2 major injuries in his college career, though, and I mean like big injuries, like, you can't play for several months type injuries. Doesn't have remarkable length or size or anything like that. He doesn't have good hip transitions, bad footwork, generally inconsistent, only the 1 interception over the last 2 years. So, I mean, the injuries alone are kind of a killer for me. UDFA for me. I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously 7th round is like whatever, but I'm a UDFA on Cameron Brown. Too many injuries.
He might be the back end corner on your board, right? Like of
Pretty
all our guys
much.
we're talking about, he might be the our worst guy here if we're going to talk about the we're draftable guys. Just a supremely clunky looking cornerback. He's willing to tackle, but he's super unsmooth out of his back pedal. I mean, just completely it looks like he's fighting his feet. He does miss a lot of tackles, even though he will still come up. Stop and start, change direction is a big no. He has some coverage skills, but he feels, the best way I could put it is uncomfortable at the position. He just looks uncomfortable. And I don't see what's really there to be draftable with the 31-inch long arms. The testing numbers weren't great either at the pro day. On that fast Ohio State track, he ran a 4.57, 35.5-inch vert, 115-inch broad. Only did 10 reps even on the bench. If you're going to do that, at least drop 20 reps on the bench.
Yeah.
4.59 shuttle.
So there's like nothing going on, I guess.
There's nothing going on here.
Well, okay, I don't want to say that, but there's nothing that I'm interested
anything
in.
going on here.
All right. Okay. How about Starling Thomas the Fifth? A long line of Starlings in the Thomas family, I guess. The 5th. Hard to get there. He's a UAB Blazer. Could not find his age. He's 5'10", 194 pounds, 30 and 3/8-inch arms. 4.3 40 though, so very fast. I believe that might have been at his pro day though, so take it for what it is. 37.5-inch vert, 10-foot 5-inch broad, 7.213 cone, 4.36 20-yard shuttle. The only big board I found him on that's, a major big board was PFF, and they really like him. They have him in the 4th. The aggregate drags him down a little bit to the 5th. The one season he had at UAB, he gave you 13 games and 15 passes defensed. So a lot of plays on the ball, but no interceptions. So might be another Joey Porter Jr. in the house here. Good coverage grade from PFF, 79. He's really fast. He's got good ball skills, really good at sitting back in zone and recognizing the play design and then breaking on the play. He's an aggressive and solid tackler, got great play strength. He can dictate matchups with his physicality. He's got good recovery speed. He can get beat and then recover, Tariq Woolen style. The short area quickness and change of direction, however, are not good. He's fast in a straight line. He's got straight line speed, but not much change of direction and short area quickness. Probably not going to be good in a man defense because of that. He's small and he's got short arms and he's grabby. So there's a lot I like about him, but he's so small. His arms are so short, and the short area quickness being so bad means I don't think he'll be good in the slot either. So 6th round pick just because of the speed and upside in zone, but not enough here for me to be really intrigued.
Yeah, and hard to find a lot of tape with UAB for me. So I wasn't able to see a lot of stuff on him and get maybe as much of an expanded look as I would like. He wasn't also tested very much on the tape that I watched, and he's dropping into cover 3 bail a lot of the time. So he's dropping off the tape where you're not even seeing what he's doing really. It doesn't seem to be all that dogged in getting off blocks. I didn't see anything super special on the tape I watched to stand out, but again, he wasn't tested a whole lot. He did run a really fast pro day 40, 4.38, 37.5-inch vert, 125 broad, 14 reps on the bench, 4.36 shuttle. But I think I still put him in the 6th round range, just not having enough real tape to feel like I'd want to go up in the 5th with some of the guys that I like in the 5th. There's just some other guys that I think I feel a little bit better about. I'd have him probably in the 6th over 7th. I'd have him at, hey, I take top of the 6th round. Even I'd be jumping on him if that's where you wanted to, because there is some physical stuff there, measurable wise, that you like. But overall, nah.
Carrington Valentine of the Kentucky Wildcats, 6 feet tall, 193 pounds, 32 and a quarter inch arms, 9 and a quarter inch hands, jumped pretty well, 39-inch vert, 10 foot 8 inch broad, only 9 bench press reps though. So at that point, just don't show up to the event. Some big boards have him going undrafted, but you have like CBS. They like him a lot. They have him in the mid 4th. The aggregate has him barely getting drafted, like a mid 7th round, late 7th round guy. He's given 25 games and about 100 tackles over the last 2 years, 3 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, 1 interception, 15 passes defensed, 70 PFF grade in coverage. This is another guy who converted from wide receiver like 3 years ago. Plays very physically. He's great in press, has a lot to offer on special teams. Change of direction skills are pretty good, very explosive, and he hangs well in man coverage. I don't know how well the physical style of play is going to translate because he is kind of small. He's not small, but he's got mediocre size. Technique issues with his press occasionally crop up. Sometimes he's somebody who has a lot of blown coverages. Like he's one of those guys where he just completely vacates his zone, and then the guy's open by 30 yards for a touchdown. He does that a little more than you would like. Gets overly aggressive at times. So I'd say the aggregate has him in the 7th. I would take him in the 6th because I like the way his ball skills improved so much in 2022. But I'm definitely not going any further than that. Like the explosion is nice, but I do think he'll be a better fit in man defense.
Yeah, I probably got to fit him to something that I as well share your reticence to believe that his ability to play as physical as he does play at the college level is going to translate. Both for the reason of the size you mentioned, but also because he's another one of those corners really taking advantage of the college rules and that allow the corners to get as handsy as they do. There's times where he's draping, where he's not always just handsy with it, but where he's just naturally has a good drape to him as far as his coverage goes. I like that of him. That's a little bit like you say, where you go to having him play man, that just kind of fits in line with what he does. He is physical at the line and throughout the catch point, I thought. So the physicality shows up there all the way through the whole course of the play. He tackles better than some of these other receiver converts, but I also thought that he catches the ball less good than a Woolen or a Darius Rush or he doesn't have that kind of, he's bringing receiver catch skills to the position with the transition that he comes with. I also thought his effort was really poor in the run game. Not a thing that's surprising as far as being a receiver convert. If you get a route runner that can run some real crisp moves and multiple moves on him, you're going to lose him. In cutting routes gave him problems as he was asked to protect deep often, so he couldn't do anything about those. I go 7th round on him. There's too many little things to me, even though I do like some stuff, that the negatives to me, I just don't think are going to get cleaned up with him. I don't trust as much him rounding into shape.
Yeah. I'm inclined to agree. I said 6th round though, because I do like his upgrade. I do like how he's improving with his ball skills, but same difference, more or less.
Yeah, and I'm not crying at a guy 6th, 7th round at that point. These are such flyer points as far as the potential guy you're bringing in, that it's absent there being some guy who's really slid in the draft. You're looking at some guy that's amazing, at a running back position or something. You're going for Valentine. That's where. But I think there's a good chance a lot of these guys are talking about that they're UDFAs, and you don't have to do a pick on them.
Okay, we got 4 more cornerbacks. Well, we got 4 more outside cornerbacks, and then I've got a few more likely slot corners that I want to talk about before we're done today. But we got 4 more of these outside guys.
Let's hit it.
And we're actually doing pretty good on time. I think we might be able to get through the safeties today.
We're being efficient. I like it.
Yeah. So we have Daryl Luter Jr. of South Alabama, small school guy. But I'll tell you, I liked him. Daryl Luter Jr. 23 years old, 6 feet tall, 190 pounds, 32 and 3/8 inch arms. Ran a 4.46 40, 157 10-yard split. So not great speed, but he's explosive. 40.5-inch vert, 10 foot 3 inch broad, 6.93 cone, 4.43 20-yard shuttle. So testing overall was mixed. Some of the big boards have him going as high as the 5th, but the aggregate has him just barely getting drafted. Like late 7th round, I think they had on him, mid to late 7th. Over the last 2 years, he's given you 22 games, 63 tackles, 2.5 for loss, 5 interceptions, 17 passes defense. So he's making plays on the ball all day. Even though he played at South Alabama, small school, he does have a reasonable size and length for NFL play. Like, I don't think that being 6 feet tall and 190 pounds is going to be a huge problem. He's explosive and he's got good change of direction skills. He's excellent in zone coverage overall. He's really good at reading routes and breaking on them. Finds ways to disrupt the receiver at the point of the catch constantly. And I think he has a little bit of man flexibility. Not over the top with it, but a little bit. He isn't a great overall athlete. I think he reacts a little bit slow at times. He doesn't have the speed to keep up with the speedy receivers. And the level of competition he faced in college was low. Like, he's at South Alabama. There's only so much you can do.
Yeah.
But I think he's a great fit for the zone cover 3. I think he's a great fit to work with Carroll. I wouldn't even mind taking him in the 5th round if I felt like I needed to. Like, I like him.
I share the same way. I've got a guy that has the physical profile that fits the markers we want. First off, you're right though. Outside of the how good the testing numbers look, the change of direction and sometimes the explosiveness doesn't always look clean on tape with it. But he's a good tackling corner, rallies to the ball with a purpose. He's just got a good feel also for playing the position. I like corners that have a smart headiness to the way that they go about what they're doing, and they don't just look like they're lost or desperate or panicking, or they've got almost kind of a plan every play of what they're trying and intending to do, and then they're able to execute it. He's got a good frame on that 6-foot build. He's a solid, rock solid 190. He's got some ball skills, so there's some upside to him being a guy that can get you some interceptions at the next level, where he's not just turning around and never getting anything in that respect. Speed and quickness are a little lacking on the field, but you could protect that a little bit with off coverage and zone. So, like you said, I think 5th round is an appropriate place for him in that respect of things. I like him there in the 5th round. Hard a little bit too, though. South Alabama. There's not a ton of tape to look at there with me from my standpoint. I had just a very little bit, but like what I saw.
All right. Anthony Johnson, who I think shares the name with a longtime backup point guard in the NBA. I remember him on the Orlando Magic. Anthony Johnson of Virginia, 24 years old, 6'2", 205 pounds, 32 and 5/8 inch arms, 8 and 5/8 inch hands. Tested badly. He did. 4'6", 340, 159, 10-yard split, 30.5-inch vert, 9'8" broad, putting up those offensive line numbers. But he's getting drafted in the late part of the draft on most of the major big boards. The aggregate has him in the 7th, but they do have him getting drafted. Giving you 21 games over the last 2 years, 95 tackles, 5 for loss, 5 interceptions, 17 passes defense. So making a lot of plays on the ball, really good coverage metrics last year. So he's got good size, he's got good length, lots of ball production over the last couple of years. Should be really good in zone with that, zone protects you from your speed not being so great, right? When you're in zone defense, you can survive being slow a little bit better. He's good at finding the ball in the air and going to make a play on it. He's good jamming. He's good in press. He's got the long arms to do it. Strong instincts in reading plays and routes. So he's a smart player, somebody who fits well in his own defense, but he'll never be good in man. His testing numbers are pretty good evidence of that. Bad transitions when chasing on vertical routes. You don't want to have him flipping the hips a lot. Awkward transitions. And he picks up a lot of holding penalties. And in the NFL, it's only going to get worse. So he's a pure zone fit with, I would say he's got kind of a high floor, but a low ceiling as a, passable NFL caliber zone corner. Second half of day 3, I'm pretty on board with him. I think he's playable as long as you put him in the right system for his skills. So I said 6th round. I wouldn't completely hate the 5th either. I didn't mind him, but I would say 6th preferably.
Yeah, I think high floor, low ceiling is a good way to put it. Really low ceiling, like low ceiling. But I thought he was quicker for a guy being is kind of a little bit taller, a little bit lacking the speed. I thought the quickness was at least reasonable with him on tape. So I like that part of it. Checking my notes here. Sorry.
No problem.
Deal here. Yeah, I just thought he's not the most natural of athletes. The speed thing's not going away anytime soon. He's not short area burst stuff isn't really there for the most part side to side. It's more straightforward and backwards a little bit when he's backpedaling or driving on a ball. But he's got a good understanding of how to play the position. It feels like he's played a lot of football in his life, where he's comfortable with what he's doing out there. He can recover pretty well, even though he doesn't have the speed. That's going to be the thing where he's not recovering at times. But if he can read something and read on the fly, he can come back and recover on it and change or get back to that spot of things. So I just liked an overall feel for it. I'd go probably 6th round with him. I can't go 5th round just because I think that the physical limitations are too much there. But I do think in the 6th round, you're at least getting a special teams guy at that point.
Yeah. I said 6th round too. I think I like him a tiny bit more than you do, but we're both right in the same area. So that all sounds good to me. 2 more guys, just 2 more people. And this first one people are going to like because people buzz about this guy.
We got a dono here real quick.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay.
Let's get it real quick. Kevin Mullen, thank you for another donation, man. I do appreciate it. Says Starling is my favorite late round cornerback. Short arms. He's 23, by the way. Question. Have you guys covered Sherman's revelation about PC going back to the 4-3 cover 3 yet? We have not as of yet. I think we were kind of waiting, figuring something. Somebody was going to ask us in the chat on that when we were figuring Kevin. So you got to be that guy on it. And Starling is definitely an interesting cat, man. He's definitely an interesting cat. I'll tell you, there's a lot of these late round guys who could be something, and they're going to slip and fall. And you might be guys, even a guy like Starling, get an undrafted free agent who ends up becoming a starter in this league. Because there is so many of these guys getting pushed down the boards of that respective things, Kevin. What did you make, Brendon, of Richard Sherman's little revelation the other day talking with Geno Smith of the Seahawks? First of what did you make of it? What were they saying from your standpoint of it?
I don't think he was talking about 4-3. I think he was talking about cover 3. I think he was talking about coverages, not the front. So I don't, and let's think about this for a second here. Think about the Seahawks this offseason. They brought in Draymond Jones, who has played his whole career in a 3-4.
Mm-hmm.
They brought in Devin Bush, who has played his whole career in a 3-4. They brought in Jaron Reed, who has played in both, but last year played in a 3-4. They brought in Bobby Wagner, who has played most of his career in a 4-3, but last year played in a 3-4. Look at the guys who are on the team from last year. Boye Mafe, clearly better in a 3-4. Uchenna Nwosu has played his whole career in a 3-4. Like Jamal Adams, clearly going to be better in a 3-4. So I don't know why you would spend the whole offseason gathering up these guys, these clear 3-4 guys, and then say, we're going to go back to the 4-3. Hope you guys can handle it. Many guys who have never done it before. Many guys, like I think Jaron Reed's probably better in a 3-4 at this point in his career than a 4-3, if I had to guess.
Me too.
So even though he's done it before, I think he's better here. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me from a personnel standpoint. Like, if you were going to switch to a 4-3, I think this offseason goes very differently. Remember, we were in on Zach Allen, too, and we almost signed him, according to them. That's another 3-4 guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not buying it. If that's what Sherman is trying to say, I don't believe him. But I think what he was trying to say was we were going to go back to running more pure cover 3 instead of some of the stuff we tried to do, like man under. What's it called? Man under.
Man match.
Man match. So I don't think this means what a lot of people are saying they think it means.
And I'm unsure, Kevin. I would like Brendon would share his reticence to believe that this means you're going back to a 4-3 necessarily. I don't, because all the reasons he supplied. You don't have necessarily the personnel you brought in, what you have. You've been making the change over. It kind of doesn't make sense in that respect. So I would tend to agree with him that I think it would be that they're talking about the coverage, but then I'm not sure. It's some kind of change from what Sherman seemingly has gleaned from somebody within close to the organization, is that they're going back to something in the way they had done it, to something different than the way they had done it last year. Mm-hmm. He wasn't clear in that soundbite, Kevin, because he did it at the very end of an interview, and it's a little 15-second clip. I think it is an indication that something is changing. I think it's an indication that something they did last year, they're not doing next year. Hopefully, Brendon, it's the 2-man fronts. Can we just let's be beyond coverages, beyond forward. Let's just pray to God that it's the doing away with the 2-man fronts. Just let it go. I'm watching college tape, Brendon, and some of these colleges are running those fronts too. All of them are getting murdered in the run game. All of them are getting absolutely just slayed in the run game. And I just sit there going, why? Why are you guys doing this? The
You can do
benefits
it
of
on
whatever.
third down. I got no problem with it on third down.
They ain't doing it that way. They're doing like we did.
Yeah.
It's like first down, running plays, and it's just these huge gaps opened up in the run game, and you're going, what? Why? Who decided this was a smart approach? It's not. It's just not. So I'm not sure, Kevin, of what he meant exactly, but I think something's going back transitionally back to the way it was. And we'll see if we get a little bit more of a elaboration on that, maybe from Richard past that little soundbite.
If we are going back to the 4-3, I actually think that's bad because of the stuff I just said. I look at our personnel. This is clearly a personnel group that is better suited for a 3-4. What I think you could see a hybrid. I think you could see some 3-4, some 4-3, like what the Dolphins used to run with who was the head coach they fired? And then he sued Flores. Yeah. You could see a hybrid running both. I think that would work. I think that would be cool. But I don't think you're going to get a bunch of 3-4 guys and then just not run the 4-3. That's weird.
Yeah, I would not think so as well. And if they were going to that transition, Kevin, I would have thought they would have worked to stock a little bit more, let's just say defensive ends. You want guys with hand in the dirt now. So don't you want a few more maybe ends this free agent period rather than I don't know. It's hard to say. I think it's a little too early to make it, but it's good to hear that they're trying to adjust from what was last year, because last year you got to make some adjustments. It didn't work. The defense wasn't good. So just running it back going, we'll be better in year 2, Will you? They also lost Desai, Brendan. So this could be as well. With losing Desai, they don't feel as comfortable going with the multitudes of different coverages on the back end because they don't have the guys that can teach it.
Yeah. And also remember, we kept Clint Hurt, a Fangio guy. Like, why wouldn't you fire Clint Hurt and go get Ken Norton back if you're going to go back to the old 4-3?
Yeah. Agreed. I would think that would start to make a little more sense in some way.
Yeah.
Kevin with another $2 donations. He says, no offense, Brendan, but that was a weird yawn. You get all kinds of yawns when you stream like we do for as long as we do, man.
Yeah, can't be helped.
Appreciate you, Kevin. Thanks, brother, for all the donos. All right, who's our next guy up here?
It's Rajon Wright, and this is a guy who Seahawks fans are talking about for some of the same reasons they're talking about Julius Brents a lot. Somewhat similar things here. It's not quite as extreme, but it's there. Oregon State, 22 years old, 6'2", 193 pounds, 32.5-inch arms. Big boards are all over the place on him. ESPN loves him, have him in the mid-third. A couple other big boards have him in the 4th, and a couple have him going undrafted. The aggregate currently has him going at the very back end of the 7th. Last 2 years, very productive, 25 games, 100 tackles, 4 interceptions, 17 passes defensed. So he's making plays on the ball. He's getting his nose in there against the run, doing pretty good. He's got the size to handle pretty much any size of receiver. He breaks hard on passes when sitting in zone. He's got a real good trigger downhill, as they like to say. He's really good in press because he's got the nice long arms. He's going to be somewhat scheme flexible, I think. He's probably much better than what we've seen so far in college. He's probably got upside beyond what we've seen from him so far. Now, his transitions are not good. He doesn't flip his hips smoothly. He is going to commit a lot of penalties if you leave him in man. You don't want to be doing that too much. He doesn't attack the ball carriers very aggressively, and he is a little on the slower side. He's a bad tackler. So he's kind of just what you want to see in this draft as far as late round Carroll cornerbacks, right? This is like just what the doctor ordered. He's not Tariq, but he's got stuff in common with Maxwell. He's got stuff in common with Sherman a little bit. So I think he'll be great in the Carroll cover 3. He does need to become better as a tackler, but you got to give him the opportunity to do that. So I'd say he's a great pick to make in the 5th round. I wouldn't be completely against it in the 4th either.
I am 4th round grade on him. So we share kind of in the same sort of spot there, I think, a little bit with him. I just thought the tape was really solid. I like the 17 passes, the 4 interceptions over the last 2 years. Ideal sized guy, moves well, got the length that you look for. You mentioned that don't put him in man, but cover 3, he's fine in cover 3. He's comfortable, stays on top, doesn't get beat. He can occasionally jump on a route and read things underneath when it's there to be read. I think his ball skills are going to develop into the NFL and work really well. He's got this 1 interception. He was at the Last Chance U. Shout out to guys donating a bunch to our channel. Mark Sanchez out there for putting me onto this play, but he's got this 1 interception. He's running up the field on a 9 route, and he jumps and does this spinning one-armed interception thing, like he just jumps up, grabs it, and then spins and comes back down. And you do see that on the tape with him, even when he doesn't get the pick, that the ball skills are there and jump out to me. And I think they're going to maybe translate a little bit to the next level with him. So I think I go late 4th round grade on him. I think there's some upside there that I like just a little bit more than going that having to wait to the 5th round, because I think a team's going to jump on that with this guy. And I liked how he tackled in addition to that. I liked him as the kind of complete skill set he brought to play.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I don't want to spend a 2nd round pick on Julius Brents, because I can spend maybe even like a 7th round pick on this guy.
Yeah, agreed. Somebody's going to drop. With there being 30 corners, you're not going to see 25 guys taken in the first 4 rounds. Somebody's going to drop. Yeah. I mean, this happened a little bit to a lesser degree last year. Well, to an even greater degree last year with Woolen. Why does Woolen fall all the way to the 5th round? Yeah, the tape's rough, but he also, with the way he tested, should have gone higher, but he didn't, because how many corners did we have last year? I mean, at the top of the draft alone, you had Ahmad, you had Stingley at the top. I mean, and there were corners throughout all the way through the plane, 2nd, 3rd, 4th round.
The 2 Husky guys, McDuffie.
2 Husky guys.
Yeah. There was, who was the other Husky guy? I'm forgetting his name. McDuffie, and this is bad. I can't believe I'm doing this.
I'm spacing. It's I'm spacing it.
Yeah. Well.
They melded together after a while. It all melts together, these corners after all. But there was a lot. There was a lot of talented guys last year. So that's what's going to happen this year too. And wait on the value. And that may be the spot to go with here on a Rajon Wright. It's a good point there.
Right. Okay, we got one more corner, and this guy, he's another, I'll just go ahead and spoil it. He's another kind of UDFA candidate. I'll just say it. Oh, Kyler Gordon. Somebody in chat just said it. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you, guys. Wavy, you're awesome.
Yeah, it's Miles Brooks of Louisiana Tech. Another small school, 22 years old, 6'1", 201 pounds. So legitimate size, 30 3/4 inch arms. CBS has kind of single-handedly boosted him up into the 7th round because they have him in the early 4th. Everyone else has him going undrafted or in the 7th. Last year had 3 interceptions in 12 games, 29 tackles, 8 passes defensed. Not bad numbers. So he's got NFL size, good amount of ball production. He's a good jumper as well. He's good in man coverage. He knows how to get physical without committing a penalty, and he's good at tracking the ball in the air. But technically, he's really rough, bites hard on double moves and fakes. His speed is not really there. His arms are a little short. He's not going to be good in zone, and he's not going to be good tackling. He's not a good tackler. So not really much here. I said UDFA, not feeling much here.
I liked him a little bit better in the 6th, 7th round. I do think that he's going to be better in a man-based scheme than he would be in a zone-based scheme. He has a big corner with ball skills and leaping ability. I think that was the big thing that I liked about him. And I liked his back pedal. I thought was really good. Another guy with really good pace with the receivers on the back pedal, really under control. But he excels. Line him up in press and then let him run man. You don't want to run him in off coverage zone. He's not going to be comfortable in that. So while I do like him, I think a little bit in that more 6th round range, I don't think I'd see him as a fit for a Hawks. 6th, maybe even 5th round. If I'm a man-based corner team, I might pick him in there. But for our Hawks, I just don't think he's a fit for what he does.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that. Okay. So those are all the outside cornerback prospects that I looked at. I think we did a pretty good job of looking at all the really interesting ones. I'm pretty happy with all that.
Yeah.
So I want to take just a little bit here to take a look at the guys who are probably going to be stuck in the slot in the NFL. Like they probably don't have what it takes to play on the outside, and we all know it. Like there's nothing much to find out there. We already have a pretty good idea. There's a little bit of debate, but not a ton.
Yeah, I agree.
So they're just 4 guys. So it's not very much. This isn't going to take long. They're all 4 guys that have a chance to go pretty early in the draft, though, like in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round.
Mm-hmm.
So there are a couple other guys, but I wanted to keep it to people who are going to be clearly better at it than Kobe Bryant. I don't need another mediocre or sub-mediocre slot corner. We have those. Like I can put Julian Love in the slot. I can put Kobe Bryant in the slot. And I can get the same level of play that I get from some 6th round slot corner. I kept it to guys who are actually like interesting,
Yeah, makes sense.
So let's start with the top guy here. This is pretty much generally considered to be the universal best slot corner in this draft. It is Clark Phillips III out of Utah, the Utes. 21 years old, 5'9", 184 pounds, 29 1/8 inch hands. So right away we quickly figure out here why he's married to the slot. 4.51 40, 1.51 10-yard split, 33-inch vert, 4.32 20-yard shuttle, and 18 bench press reps. Pretty much all the big boards have him going in the second or third. The aggregate currently has him going at the very back end of the second round. Over the last 2 years, he's been great for Utah. He's 26 games, had a lot of tackles in 2021, and then had very few in 2022, I think because he got a lot better in coverage. His coverage metrics were great, and he had 6 interceptions. So it seems like he got a lot better in coverage in 2022, 6 interceptions 2 the year before, had 13 pass deflections in 14 games in 2021. Coverage grade was 86.3, really good. So he's got phenomenal ball skills, great hands. He's a dog too. He's got competitiveness and toughness. He played on the outside a decent amount at Utah because you can get away playing outside when you're small in college a little bit more. And, he was one of the mental leaders, one of the physical tough guys on that defense. He's got explosive short area quickness, fast reaction times, always challenging at the point of catch. He's a ready and willing tackler, and I think he'll be good in zone and man. Now, I don't think he'll be a great tackler in the NFL because he's so small. That's going to be tough. I think he'll be about as good as he can be, though. Mm-hmm. He mostly played outside in college, so we don't have a ton of evidence that he'll be good in the slot in the NFL. I think we have some, enough. And his top speed was a little disappointing. 4.51, people thought he was going to run a little bit faster than that. So he's, I would say, the safest and most all-around appealing pure slot corner in this draft. In the modern NFL, slot corners are important. I don't know if it's important enough for me to spend a second-round pick on him. I think he's fair value in the second, though. I would personally hope he's there in the third and then be more inclined to jump on it.
I'd go third and be pretty hard on the third. I feel like I'm pushing him up to the heights of third. There's even a draw for me to go to the fourth a little bit because of the uncertainty you mentioned. I do think he's going to be able to do it, but he's been on the outside. You don't know if he's going to do it. You worry about the tackling. I think those are fair. You don't worry about as much, I think, the speed with the inside because he does have the good 10-yard split. He does have the quickness. Watching him on tape, the suddenness to his game that will fit, I think, to the slot. But I think that the ball skills he brings will show up again in the slot. He'll get his share of interceptions. He's a ferocious little player to me. He always seems to read things really cleanly, and he's always seemingly kind of a step ahead, it felt like, on the tape. And I thought there were some shades in his game to Tyrann Mathieu a little bit, like the Honey Badger a little bit, in the way that he kind of goes about where those guys have that little extra gear at times they can click in, and it's like it's an immediate gear that just where they're a little faster than everybody else for a few couple steps, which has them get to the play faster than everybody else and make those plays, make the interception, not just be there, knock the ball away, but pick it. I think he's got top 3 slot potential in the NFL. And for that, I'll go third round. That's what drove me to the third round because I was initially in the fourth round going, well, he's not going to the outside. I got some questions, but then I go, well, I think he's got that potential. And if I think that's his potential, then I think I've got to look at the late third round on that as far as the grade goes.
Yeah. All right. So that's probably the safest and most reliable slot corner in this draft. This next guy's a gamble, but the reward, if you hit, is pretty tremendous. It's DJ Turner of the Michigan Wolverines. 22 years old, 5'11", 178 pounds, 30 3/4 inch arms, 9 5/8 inch hands. Ran a 4.26 40, one of the fastest 40 times in this class. 1.47 10-yard split, incredibly quick, explosive as well, by the way, 38.5 inch vert, 10 foot 11 inch broad. So this guy made waves at the combine, did himself a lot of favors. He's in the top 100 of every major big board, and the aggregate currently has him at the back end of the second round. Over the last 2 years for the elite Michigan Wolverines defense, he's given you 27 games, 70 tackles, 2 for loss, 3 interceptions, and 17 passes defensed with an above average PFF coverage score last year of 76. So he's an excellent athlete. You're not going to get behind him easily because of his top end speed. His transitions with his hips are great. He's always fighting at the point of catch. Highly scheme versatile. I think he'll be good in zone and man, no problem. Very intelligent. He's got a quick break on the ball. He's a good and willing tackler in the run game. So a lot to like with DJ Turner. The problem is I don't think he ever played slot at Michigan, did he? He was an outside corner at Michigan. So we're just guessing here. His size does become a problem. He is 5'11", 180 pounds, not even. I think he's 178 at the combine. He's not a hard hitter as well. He doesn't have a, what do they call it? The impact. He doesn't have like he's not a bad tackler or anything. He just doesn't hit with enough impact. Sometimes guys fall forward on him. Sometimes he just doesn't hit hard enough to actually dislodge a guy. He gets pushed out of the play by blockers, doesn't make a lot of interceptions. So I look at him and I go, okay, he's small and he's got short arms, so I don't think he'll be very good outside, but he's never played inside. I don't know if he can do it. It makes sense that he could be able to do it because he's really quick and explosive and fast, but you're taking a gamble here. I feel the same way about him that I do about Clark Phillips III, just for completely different reasons. Like, I think that there's some squeeze here. The juice is a little bit better than it is with Clark Phillips III, but you're going to have to squeeze harder to get it. So fair value in the second. I would definitely jump on in the third, though.
I do have him neck and neck as well with Clark. And as I think about it more and more, I think I might eventually give Clark the nose, like the horses coming down at the end of the race and they win by a nose, because I think he'll have the ball skills Turner won't bring. Turner just isn't going to take away the ball at the next level at all, slot or wherever he plays. I do think he's got to go into the slot for sure, where he did play only on the outside at Michigan. He's always step for step with his man. And it is sad, Brendon, a little bit that he's got to kick inside, because there's a lot of outside skill as a corner that he does bring, but the lack of size, the lack of length, he just, you can't get away from that. I mean, for instance, he's really great about pitting the receivers to the sideline on those go routes. Like, that goes away in the slot now. I just think with the suddenness, it'll work with his nose and his ability, and he's a good football player. I think the transition inside will work for him and he'll be able to play in there. I love his feet. I love that he'll stick his nose in the ball and try to make the tackle, even though, like you said, he's just light. So, like, guys fall forward. He's 180 pounds. Guys 215 hitting him. He's 180. They're going to fall forward. They're going to gain a couple extra pounds, and occasionally he's going to, not be able to tackle those guys. It's a size issue. But that's the way it is for slot guys. It works a little better for him in the slot. That's where he might be better, Brendon, in the slot, where he's not out there and kind of put out on display like that against those big receivers on the outside. He's also a little grabby on the outside, so maybe that helps him out on the inside a little bit. But I do like the suddenness. I do like him as a football player. Late third round, right there with Phillips, step for step. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So you would say you have a third round grade on him, same as Clark?
I do. Yeah. Probably right behind Clark in the third round.
Yeah, I think he's fair value in the second, but I don't think I would take him until the third if there's a little bit of a drop. It's just
I wish I had some hope. If I took him in the second, I wish there's some hope involved there that he can play on the outside, right? Like, that I'm not just getting just the slot guy at that point, that I am getting somebody out there that, can maybe slide out to the outside for some snaps from time to time.
Right. Next up, we have Travius Hodges Tomlinson. And yes, he is related to the great LaDainian Tomlinson. Yeah. So he's got football in the blood. We like that.
Oh, yeah.
TCU, same college, by the way, of course. 22 years old, 5'8", 178 pounds, 29-inch arms. So, yeah, I think we know what's going on here with this guy. 8 and 5/8-inch hands. 4'4", 140, so he's fast. 1.5, 10-yard split, quick, explosive. 39-inch vert, 11-foot broad, 12 bench press reps. So good combine. Most of the big boards have him in the third. A couple actually have him in like the fifth. The aggregate has him at the very tail end of the third. So he's either going to be early day 3 or very late day 2, looks like. Over the last 2 seasons, he's been pretty productive. He's given you 27 games, 91 tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 5 interceptions. Became a really nice ball hawk last year. 15 passes defensed in 15 games. Good coverage grade from PFF. So, excuse me. Impressive athlete, good speed. He can stick with receivers in man coverage. Great ball skills, aggressive at the point of catch. He's got good hip transitions. He's somebody who can get beat and then recover because he's fast enough. And he plays with a good amount of physicality. Little susceptible to losing focus in zone, I thought. He needs to become a better tackler. Size is going to come back and bite him. I mean, 5'8", that's pretty on the low side here. So probably going to be better in a man-based scheme. But I do think he's a really appealing slot corner due to his ball skills and natural ability. But I think I can afford to wait until round 4 just because I don't know if he's going to be very good in zone.
I do have a 4th-round grade on him as well. Feisty, twitchy corner. Well, he's got that right. I think he has the right type of mentality to work in the slot too. You got to have a little bit of that edge to you, almost like a linebacker's edge to you a little bit when you play in there, and he does.
Yeah.
So I like his change in there. I thought I was impressed, Brendan. Didn't you notice on the tape too, where the big receivers tried to really take advantage of him, and he held up. You didn't see him getting mossed. You didn't see him with the short arms necessarily being, he was there. He found a way to overcome despite being a little bit undersized. So he really does play bigger, I thought, than that 5'8" size, because he got tested. Receivers were going to try to take advantage of it, and they just couldn't do it. Couple stats. You mentioned a little bit of the passes defensed. 41 passes defensed in 4 seasons.
Mhm.
I thought that stood out. 34% completion rate when he was targeted last year. Let me say it again. 34% completion rate when targeted last season. Now, there is the negative. PFF had him penalized 14 times in 2022. And he does try in the run game, but there is only so much he can do at 5'8".
Yeah.
He gives you as much effort and will as you could want, but it only takes
Spirit is willing, flesh is weak.
very, very weak in that point. But I think his stop and start change of direction skills are very close to being elite, which is why I would put him up in that 4th round, despite a little of that undersized stuff. But I think I think Hodges, Clark, and Turner are 3 guys I think are going to play in this league in the slot. At the very minimum, all of them are going to be starters across the board.
I agree. Yeah. So we both are in round 4 on him. I wish I felt better about him in zone. I think he'll be better in man.
That's fair. Definitely fair.
All right. One last slot guy. It's Keitrell Clark of Louisville. And this is the one guy who isn't getting a ton of attention as a pure slot. 22 years old, 5'10", 181 pounds, 29 and 5/8 inch arms. 4'4", 240, 149 10-yard split. So pretty good testing. Only 34.5 inch vert and 10 foot 2 inch broad though. 4'2", 120-yard shuttle. We have a few big boards that have him in the 4th. Some have him in the 5th. The Draft Network loves this guy. They have a mid-2nd round grade on him. So they love him. But the aggregate says late 4th. And I think that's a pretty reasonable expectation. Last year, he played in 12 games and had 4 passes defensed and a lackluster coverage grade from PFF. Year before, actually only played in 8 games and had 9 passes defense. So it seems like his ball skills almost stepped back. He tore his ACL in 2021. So I think it's reasonable to say in 2022 he was working his way back. Like he tore his ACL. It's going to take a while to come back. He was somebody who played in the slot in college, though. So he proved himself able to play in the slot in college. Some of these guys are just like we're assuming. We don't have to assume with this guy. Pretty decent ball production in 2021. Nose for the football. He's a good tackler for his size. Did play a little outside corner at Louisville as well. Solid press corner. Great acceleration. Scheme versatile. Just needs to iron out some technique. Sometimes he bites too hard on fakes and double moves. And like I said, tore his ACL. Probably needed a year to come back from it. So I like him. He's a way to like cheaply address the position and free up the rest of the secondary. Like if you get Keitrell Clark, he might be your day 1 slot starter. And then Julian Love can kind of be freed up to just go wherever he needs to go from play to play. He's not going to be married to the slot. Maybe you have Kobe Bryant moving around. It just kind of frees everything up a little bit to get a pure slot corner. So I wouldn't be against it in the 4th. I'm okay with that.
I'm definitely down. Then it sounds like a lot of folks are, not just yourself, but some of the boards there on that and where they look at him. He has played a lot of football there, and I didn't take into account in my evaluation Brendon the torn ACL, so maybe I needed to give him a little bit more room in that respect of things. I just didn't like how, for as much football as he's played there at Louisville, how uncomfortable he sometimes looks snap in and snap out. I thought his twitch and his speed should have accommodated him well to the slot, but when I looked at those snaps where he was in there, he looked ill-suited to the position. He gets turned around on routes a lot. He's just not reading things very clearly. I thought he takes bad angles in the running game, and he doesn't look always that interested as a run defender to me. He's got the physical skill to be pro ready in the slot, but I feel like the light bulb's got to kind of turn on for this kid, and I'm not sure that it will. I put a later round grade on him because of that.
Okay. You're like 5th round, maybe?
I dropped him. I put a 6th round grade on him at this point. I just don't. I thought you've got, unlike these other guys, you got snaps of him in the slot, and he's just there's that natural, I need to see a natural football player at times in there, and I see an unnatural football player. I think he's going to have to be you're going to have to teach him up groundwork through everything that for some guys just comes naturally, which will make that transition easier. With him, that means that I think it's going to be longer to take that transition. I think there's the less potential for success within that too because of that.
Okay, so that's really it for the slot corners, just 4 of them, just real quick. And the way I see it, I think we have enough time to do the safeties as well. So you want to crank it out?
Sure.
All right. So I believe there are like 16 or 17 safeties that I evaluated in this draft. It's not a bad class for safeties, although it falls off very quickly after the first guy. I will say that. There's one clear number 1 safety in this class. So I propose we just lead off with him.
All right.
It's the great Brian Branch. And I got to tell you guys, I got to warn you guys, this next hour plus, I'm going to sound like an Alabama fan because Alabama is bringing a few safeties to bear in this class, and I really like all of them. I do.
Oh, yeah.
But Brian Branch is clearly the best safety in this class, I believe. 21 years old, 6 feet tall, 190 pounds, 30 and 3/4 inch arms. Did not test super well, but don't be fooled by that man behind the curtain. Pay no attention to him. 4, 5'8", 40, 156, 10-yard split, 34.5-inch vert, 10'5" broad. Every big board except for ESPN has him in the first. The aggregate has him at 24. Last year, 90 tackles in 13 games, 14 for loss. So as a safety, he is averaging more than 1 tackle for loss a game, 2 interceptions, 7 passes defensed, 86.4 PFF coverage score. So this is a guy, you get him, you're getting a guy who can play free safety, strong safety, slot corner, and linebacker, and edge a little bit. He's going to do the Jamal Adams stuff where you can put him anywhere, maybe even more flexible than Jamal, because I don't know about Jamal in the slot right now, but this guy, I think he can do a little bit of it all. He's extremely smart, fantastic coming up in run support. He's going to be awesome as a guy who comes up as a safety and comes up as a linebacker. High motor, got a great nose for the football. He's a great tackler, violent hitter. He's going to be awesome jumping routes in zone coverage. Now, the only area where I feel like his poor speed is a problem is when he's left in man coverage from the slot. You try to put him in man, that's not going to go well. He's going to get beat by quicker receivers. That's the only area where I feel like the speed really hurts him. And he didn't take the ball away that much at Alabama. He's got 2 interceptions over the last 2 years. But this is clearly the best safety in the class. I don't think man coverage is going to be a big problem if he's a Seahawk. Like, we're not going to have him playing a lot of man coverage as a slot corner anyway, so I don't even really care about that. So even though I know a lot of Seahawks fans would revolt if we did it, if he's there at 20, I'm good with it. I'm good with taking him at 20. I think he will provide enough value at 20 to do it. You will immediately put him at slot corner. You're going to play him as like a third safety sometimes. You're going to play him at linebacker. He's going to do all these things. He's going to find a way to be valuable, even though we're paying all this money to 2 safeties already.
Agreed. You're getting 3 positions for 1, essentially, and truly in this case, not in the way of the guy can play the positions, not play them well. He can, I think, be an extra, a plus player for you at all 3 of those positions wherever you line him up. And he was, in my opinion, and this has been pretty well documented, probably the best tackling defensive back in all of college football. Strong safety, free safety, cornerback. He was probably your best one, even at 190 pounds. He is a football player. He is a guy that I would put in the same realm of guys like Will Anderson or Jalen Carter in this draft, where I don't need to see their testing numbers to know who they are as football players. I say that there's like 10 guys usually in every draft for me, Brendon, who I don't need that. I don't need to see the 3 cone and this and that. I can just turn the tape on and it's startling enough. It speaks enough to what they are as a player that I can walk away from that and trust in who they're going to be in that respect. So I think he'll be a great slot in this league for the way you got it. He'll eventually be a great safety when you got to put him in to be there. I think he's best attacking and coming downhill rather than really reacting for whatever that's worth with it. But I don't think that there's a lot of holes to his game. And he reminds me of the last year, remember the kid from Baylor, Jalen Petrie. I think he reminds me of a lot of Jalen, who had a really, really great rookie year for the Texans last year.
Yeah, if we traded down with the Commanders and got 16, would you be okay taking Brian Branch at 16?
Yeah.
If we traded back with the Titans and picked up number 11, would you be okay taking Brian Branch at 11?
I would, because I think he's probably one of the top 10 best players in this draft, right? Carter Anderson, Bijan Robinson, CJ Stroud, maybe Anthony Richardson, Tyree Wilson, Christian Gonzalez,
Levis.
maybe Levis. This kid's maybe more certain, but okay, let's go Levis. That's 8.
Skoronski.
Go Skronsky. I'll give you Skronsky. And maybe you put Paris Johnson as 10.
Yeah.
Maybe you put Paris Johnson as 10. But as far as
Mhm.
Paris isn't in play for us at all in any respect. So it's like, yeah, in my top 10 for us in our view of it, I think he is just right there, even the 10th best player in this draft. As far as how I see him, at least,
I'm
looking.
You would put him over Witherspoon?
Ooh, I wouldn't put him over. Hold on. I might put him over Witherspoon. That's gonna be neck and neck. I don't think I'd put him over Cansey. So I gotta take that back. Maybe I'd have him as a top 11.
Yeah, but the hypothetical was the 11th overall pick.
Yeah.
If you take the 13th best player at 11, you're not going to be that upset about it. That's fine.
No, we're still close enough value wise in the board that it makes a lot of sense. I'd be with it. I really like his tape. He's got outstanding tape. I trust he's going to be a really good pro. Whether he becomes a star or not, I'm not sure, but he'll be a really good pro. The high floor is there on this guy in that respect.
Okay, so now we're going to jump off the cliff here because I don't think there's another safety worthy of a first-round pick. We have Brian Branch, and then we're dropping off very quickly here. And we're actually going to go to a guy here that I'm not a big fan of, but he is consensus number 2 safety on most big boards. It's Antonio Johnson of the Texas A&M Aggies. So 21 years old, nice size, 6'2", 198 pounds, 32 and 1/8 inch arms, 4'5", 240, 157, 10-yard split. So the testing isn't great. He's not explosive, 31 inch vert, 9 foot 10 inch broad, 8 BP. So very, very weak. But pretty much every big board has him in the late second, and he's currently projected to be a late second round pick. Last year, he got hurt and didn't play the full season, but he gave you 71 tackles in 9 games, 3 forced fumbles, 5 tackles for loss. The year before, he played the full season, 8.5 tackles for loss, 79 tackles. Only 1 pick, though, so he has 1 interception in 2 years, 5 passes defense. So his ball skills leave a lot to be desired. He has 6 passes defensed in his last 21 games.
Right. It's bad, not good.
So this is another guy who's flexible. He played slot corner, safety, and linebacker for the Aggies. He's a hard hitter, smart and sharp in his decision-making. He's got good fundamentals, really good tackler. He's going to be great in his zone coverage, and he's disruptive at the point of catch. But the ball production is really, really bad, really, really low. Sometimes he doesn't have good ball tracking skills. It feels like struggles to find the ball in the air, which is part of the reason why he has 6 pass deflections in his last 21 games. Didn't test very well. Not a very fluid mover, I feel like. I don't know how much of the stuff he did in college that he's going to be able to do in the NFL. Like, is he going to be able to be a slot corner in the NFL? I don't think so. Is he going to be able to do free safety stuff? I don't think so. So he's a weird player. I don't know. Like one thing I was reading the Draft Network. No, wait, it wasn't the Draft Network. It was, somebody's evaluation. And they said, like, what's his position in the NFL? What is he actually going to do in the NFL? And they were like, I don't really know. I don't know what his position is. I said round 4. I'm not really feeling this one. Unless he surprisingly falls to day 3, I'm not interested.
Yeah, I as well. I've dropped him. He was for a while here in the 3rd round for me, but I've at this point bumped him back as a strong safety. He's probably like my 5th or 6th strong safety on my board, to be honest with you. He is a fluid athlete, tremendous burst. He can chop ball carriers down like nothing else. You mentioned he's a tackling machine, no doubt about that. I think as a pro, what he's going to be is your traditional, typical box safety. You have to keep him inside the box, and if you don't, he's going to get burned. I mean, and that's problematic in the modern era. You're talking about drafting this guy the 2nd or 3rd round, as people are saying that they're going to look at having done. Like, how do you have that value for a guy like that that's coming in with those deficiencies? Because they're not just small, they're mightily big. He's not going to locate the ball, and he's going to struggle to me in coverage for the most part overall. There'll be some flashes there with him, but it's just coverage is not his forte. It's not what he's going to do. He needs to be coming downhill. So you're going to have to kind of put him in the right position for him to succeed. I also didn't like the read and react skills, Brendan. I don't like it when players take an extra beat to figure out what the hell is going on the football field. And it's like the snap happens and he's kind of flat-footed, kind of watching things and like, okay, now I'll go there. It's the problem with some of these guys that test fast and test pretty quick. It's all good and well if you test fast and quick, but if you take an extra beat to get there, you've just totally now removed your quickness and speed from the equation a little bit. And that's the case with him, and part of the reason why I have dinged him down to the 4th round. I'm not excited by this guy as a prospect. Just not.
Yeah, couldn't really get into this one. This next guy, though, pretty nice, pretty intriguing. Sidney Brown of Illinois. I think we mentioned him earlier today.
Yes,
Another
sir.
Illinois DB. They loaded up with him this year, and they rode those DBs to the #1 defense in the country. Less than 13 points allowed per game.
Hard to do in the college football. That is damn near impossible.
And, Illinois, like, they're not an SEC team, but they are playing some pretty decent teams out there.
Yeah. No, you're not getting the weak sauce, so it's fairly legitimate.
You're not playing Troy. You're not playing teams like that. You're not playing Tennessee, Chattanooga.
Right. No, South Dakota State.
All right. So 23 years old, 5'10", 211 pounds. So he's kind of short, but he's got some girth to him. 31.5-inch arms, 4'4", 740, 1'5", 110-yard split, 40.5-inch vert, 10-foot, 10-inch broad, 23 bench press reps. So he's strong. He's explosive. He's pretty fast. Tested quite well. Pretty much all the big boards have him in the 3rd. A few have him in the 2nd. The aggregate has him in the mid-3rd. 24 games the last 2 years, 140 tackles, very productive, 5 for loss, 2 sacks. 6 interceptions last year. Big time ball hawk. 7 passes defense. So when he was making a play on the ball, there was a very good chance he was going to end up with possession of it. Almost 90 PFF grade in coverage for Sidney Brown. Awesome short area quickness, great change of direction skills, awesome instincts. He should be able to play in the slot as well. Should be a good slot corner in the NFL. Great ball hawk skills. Maybe a little bit of linebacker stuff, although he is a little bit on the short side for that. But he could come up and play linebacker on some downs, I think. Upper level athlete. He's a hard hitter. He's really smart. He reacts quickly. He's got versatility. I think he'll be able to do strong safety and free safety stuff. The only real issue with him, as I see it, is that he's kind of small, which means he's not a very good tackler as well. Like, the length is not really there. We talk about how when you have longer arms, you can wrap around a little bit better. This guy doesn't have very long arms. So I like everything here, except I don't think he's going to be a great tackler. So it just depends on your level of tolerance for a guy who's not going to be a very good tackler in the NFL. I think 3rd round's fair. I would take him in the 3rd round. I like everything else enough to where I think that's good value.
One of my favorite players in this draft, one of the guys that I'm definitely going to have higher than pretty much any other board out there, is going to have it. I don't worry about as much about the tackling, because I think that he brings what I would call a Troy Polamalu level of violence to the game. And Polamalu didn't have long arms either, but he was a great tackler. And he did so by playing with that reckless abandonment of spirit, to where he was going to throw his body around and make sure the tackle was made. And he's running so fast and he's going so quick, the ball carrier at time can't react to them. Like, they get up on the ball carrier quicker than the ball carrier thinks they're going to arrive. Objects appear closer in the mirror, as they would say. But when I watch him, he plays with that kind of spirit that I don't see any real safeties. Brents does this too, but there's not a lot of safeties, cornerbacks, linebackers, defensive players, period, that play with this kind of aggressive spirit and mind and mentality and the willingness to just get after it. And he gets after it. And then on top of that, he tandems that with ball skills, with an ability to want to go then take away the ball on top of it. In addition, much like with Branch, he provides you the flexibility of playing multiple positions over. He looked outstanding in the slot when he was asked to play it and do things in coverage or come up and tackle. I believe that the kid has star potential. I believe the kid's a 1st-round talent, and I'm going to stick on this grade. I'm planting this one in the flag, and I think I'm going to feel really good about this one a couple of years ago when this kid starts balling out of control, because there's something a little bit different to the way Sidney Brown plays the sport than some of the other safeties. And I acknowledge Branch is higher on my board, but that's maybe my own failing on this one, where if I should have maybe even the guts to really trust my instincts on this and to put him even higher. I think he's got shades of a guy named Mike Brown, another Brown who used to play for the Chicago Bears back in the day. I remember
Mike Brown, yeah.
Great player, and this kid reminds me a lot of him as a player. He stands out to me in a real big way. So I love this kid. He gets me excited watching his tape.
Yeah. I like him, but I don't like him quite as much as you do. But nobody likes Sidney Brown more than you do.
I know.
I'm
a big Sidney guy. I'm big, huge.
All right. So you think he's a 1st rounder?
I do. Late
Okay.
first rounder, but I've got a late first round grade on him.
Okay. I mean, so at least we have one other. At least it's not just Brian Branch and friends.
There we go. Yeah, got
All
two. Snuck
right.
two in there.
All right. Here we go with Chris Smith of the Georgia Bulldogs. Christopher Smith, 23 years old, 5'11", 192 pounds, 31 and an eighth inch arms, 4'6", 240, 156, 10-yard split, 33-inch vert, 9 foot 8 inch broad. So testing was left something to be desired.
Yeah.
Quite a few big boards have him in like the fifth round range.
Jeez.
There's a little bit of him in the second, little bit of him in the fourth. The aggregate currently has him in the very back end of the third. He's 99, so right at the back end of the third. Over the last 2 years, 27 games, 95 tackles, productive, 6 for loss, 6 interceptions. So he takes the ball away a decent amount, 9 passes defense. So not a ton of plays on the ball, but a few. 70.6 PFF coverage score. He was a team captain for the Bulldogs. It seems like him and Nolan Smith were kind of the leaders of that defense.
Mm-hmm.
He's somebody who can play both safety spots and slot corner. He's an aggressive and hard hitter when tackling. Got great defensive instincts, quality ball skills. He's got great fundamentals, great technically. And if you have him in man coverage as a slot corner, he's going to flip the hips really well. I know that's not a big deal for us necessarily, but he does have that. Feels like sometimes he doesn't use his arms to tackle. Sometimes he just tries to, tackle with his shoulders. He's not a good wrap up tackler. Sometimes it seems like short arms create issues when engaging with blockers. Gets boxed out by bigger receivers at times because he is a little on the smaller side. So he's a really good all-around safety prospect, but I don't see much upside. I think he'll be good, but I don't think he'll ever be like a great safety because his physical profile is kind of underwhelming. I said round 4 because of the lack of upside, but I like him.
Yeah, I'm another guy in this draft that's like with Sidney Brown. I've just got kind of a special place in my heart for. I also think that when it comes to the safeties and the testing score numbers for safeties, there's quite a long track record recently of safeties coming out that don't test well, that don't run well, that aren't super explosive. Hamilton last year with the Ravens was that way, right? Tested out horribly, still was a top 12 pick because the tape was just so good. And I think with safeties, that's a little bit of a differentiation I make with them that I might not make with cornerbacks. But when the tape is just so good, if they're running into that 4.5, 4.6-ish range, for instance, not as much of a ding. Would you like to have the Earl Thomas 4.37 40? Yeah, you'd like to have that. But this kid's a strong safety. So that's where you're going to put him at the next level. And you can deal with the 4.6s on the strong safety like you could deal with it on Cam back in the day a little bit. Though this kid's got more fluidity to play a variety of other different things than Cam could do. You don't have to box safety him. He can do that stuff, but he can do anything you want a modern safety to do. He's hyper athletic, cover 2. You want some single high stuff at times to flip that around a little bit of your coverages. He can do that stuff. I like his turning of his hips, like you said, his instincts. The routes he takes to the ball carrier from the safety position are really efficient and are always right on the mark. I found him to be a pretty sure tackler. I've got a late second round grade on this guy. I think he's going to go in the second round as well. Some team's going to, I think, look past the testing numbers and go, no, he's a football player, a leader on that defense, and jump on that point. But him and Brown are kind of they're my little special guys on that for the safety position. I like how they played, especially.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't love him. And also, do you think there's anything to like the fact that he's playing with 9 future NFL starters on that Georgia defense?
I mean, there is, but not all 9 starters pop. Not all 9 starters show up. And when you turn on the tape with this kid, you're seeing him show up. You're feeling his presence all over the football field where he's flying around. And that's the part that I think differentiates him from others in that respect of things. It's just, you want your safety everywhere, right? You want him always in and around the action. You don't want him out there 30 yards away from the field because he's caught wrong or he's read things wrong. This guy reads it right. And so he's always to the right place he needs to be. And he's always there rallying and helping out and thusly making their defense better because of it. And that's going to, I think, appeal to a guy. I don't think he's a guy we're going to pick in this late second round, but I think a team is going to take this guy in the second round because they're going to look at him as a very clean prospect in what he's going to bring to them. He should be a starter day 1 for you as a strong safety in this league and do everything from a coverage standpoint that you need those guys to do.
Right. All right. So next up, this is the guy that I liked more than the average. I think this is the safety that jumped on me. It's Jordan Battle of Alabama. I told you I was going to really like the Alabama safeties.
You did.
22 years old, 6'1", 209 pounds, 32-inch arms, 8.5-inch hands, 4.55 40, 1.56 10-yard split, 17 BP. All the big boards kind of have him going in the third, except for the Draft Network has him going in the second. So the aggregate has him as like an early-ish third-round pick. Last year, 13 games, 71 tackles, 1 pick, 2 passes defensed. Really good coverage grade. The year before, 15 games, 85 tackles, 3 picks, 3 passes defensed. He has a lot of starts under his belt from the previous couple years as well. Massive amount of college experience. He can play free safety, deep safety, strong safety, box safety. He can play nickel. He's by the way, notice how many safeties I'm mentioning offer this flexibility. That's one of the reasons why it's not the end of the world to get a cornerback that can play in the slot, because all these safeties have slot flexibility. Very few of them don't, honestly.
Yeah.
He's got a strong combination of size and athletic ability. Like he's bigger than a lot of the safeties we've looked at, but he's also tested pretty well. Very smart and heady player. He's a sideline to sideline defender, great tackler, fast and fluid in coverage, big hitter, excellent at reading route combinations in zone and jumping the route. Great at that kind of stuff. So the main issue is that if you try to man him up against a quicker receiver, kind of like Brian Branch, he's going to have problems. But I don't think we're going to really have to do that much, so I'm not worried about it. And I think his angles when he comes up in run support need some work, but that's something that can be addressed as time goes by. So I like pretty much everything about him. I really like him. There's very little that I don't like. I think he's my second favorite safety in this class. And I think he's worth a second-round pick to me. I would spend a mid-second-round pick on him if you feel like the need is real. And I don't know if it is. But if you feel like the need is there for a safety, I think he's worth a second-round pick.
Yeah, I wasn't quite as high on you. I did like him as a player, but not quite into that same range you are with him. My player comp for him, and I felt pretty purely on this player comp, was Bradley McDougald. I thought he's kind of about the same kind of player in that respect of things. He's not the most gung-ho safety to me, but the instincts are good. A lot like I was talking about Christopher Smith. He's going to go in the right direction. He's going to be in the right place. You're not going to fool him a lot, or play action is going to get him to bite in the wrong direction. He's going to be where he needs to be. And maybe some of that's from how much he just has played, because he's got so much seasonedness to him. So I really like the smart instincts that he does bring. I think that he can play the cover 2 stuff, though he is at his best in the box. I think for the most part, you want to keep him down near there for the most part. I didn't find him as good a tackler in one-on-one situations out in the open field. I thought there were some times that you could kind of shake him in that respect of things, and that it wasn't always clean with that from my standpoint of it. But I did like it, liked how he hits. He can lay the hit, can lay the wood every once in a while too. So he's got a little bit of that to him. So he gives you a little bit of a multi-skilled player with the coverage and playing the run, especially from the strong safety position. I don't know if I'd trust him to do much slot stuff in the NFL, though he's done that in college a little bit. I think you're going to want to keep him strong safety role, though he can do the cover 2 stuff. So he does the hyper athletic. If we are going to stick to the Vicky Fangio style cover 2 shell, he could do that type of stuff for sure.
Mm-hmm. All right. So what round did you put on him?
I'm a 4th round guy with him.
All right. Okay. So we're a little bit different on the safeties here, but that makes sense. We kind of agreed on every cornerback. So got to have a little bit of contentiousness.
Yeah. Gotta mix it up a little bit.
Let's see here. So next up, we have a guy I believe has been in for a top 30 visit. Jamie. It might be Jamie. I don't know. But it's spelled Jamie Robinson. Florida State Seminoles. Is he the only Seminole that's going to get drafted this year, by the way? Kind of felt weird. I don't remember Florida State coming up very much in my evaluations.
Nope, that's right. I can't think of anybody else.
Yeah. 22 years old, 5'11", 191 pounds, 29 and 5/8 inch arms. Ran a 4.59 40, 1.58 10-yard split, 33.5-inch vert, 9 foot 8 inch broad. 23 bench press reps, though, so he could crank that out, but otherwise not great testing. Big boards, some have him in the 3rd, some have him in the 4th, one has him in the 5th. Aggregate has him in the mid to late 3rd round. Mm-hmm. Last year had almost 100 tackles in 13 games. 5 tackles for loss, 1 interception, 5 passes defense, 78 PFF grade. Year before, 84 tackles in 12 games, 7 tackles for loss, 4 interceptions. So he actually did have good ball hawk abilities in 2021, but only 8 total passes defensed in his last 25 games. Little bit lacking in that area, maybe. But look, he was versatile in college. He was a good strong safety, free safety, linebacker, and nickel cornerback. Got good short area quickness. He's got a nose for the football, which is why he's got so many tackles. High effort, considered one of the team leaders for the Florida State defense. And I've read something. I think they've like switched defensive coordinators every year that Robinson's been there. I think so. Not easy.
No.
Comes up hard in run support. Flexible to be good in zone and man. But I do think he'll be much better as a box safety in the NFL. His limited ball production over the last couple of years in his testing makes me wonder if he'll be able to translate those free safety, deep safety cover abilities to the NFL. I don't know if I see it. So I'm not entirely convinced on this guy, but I do think he'll be a good box safety at the very least. I think he'll be good coming up as like that fourth linebacker, maybe even plain linebacker on third down. So I'd say open season as soon as day 3 kicks off, but I'm not really seeing third round here personally.
You're saying you're going 4th round grade on him?
I think so. Early 4th, but
Okay.
I'm not feeling it in the 3rd. Just didn't quite get the flexibility that I wanted.
Yeah, when it comes to Jamie Robinson, Sidney Brown, and Brian Branch, I have these guys, I think, a little bit more closer aligned than others would. I don't think that there's necessarily as huge a distinction between these 3 players, in my opinion. And I think all 3 of them offer something specialized that's separate from any of the other safeties in this draft class, in my opinion, in that they can play purely 3 positions at the NFL level, and they can play them, not just play them, like be good at them. He's an absolute blur on the football field. Yes, the testing numbers at 4.59 are not great, but this is again where track speed when you got the pads on. Track speed when you got the pads on. When you put the pads on Jamie Robinson, he's one of the fastest guys on the football field, and it shows up over and over. He's the guy going at a different speed than everybody else when you turn the tape on. He delivers a hit like he's got the Madden stick button that he can call upon for his size. It doesn't make sense at 190 pounds, but he lays it. I thought he was a dynamic blitzer coming off the edge, and he was getting home a lot in that. Sticky in coverage. I thought his read and reaction skills are elite. I thought he picks up stuff and gets there and figures stuff out really quickly in the play. Another one of those things, just like with Christopher Smith, where, okay, they're a little bit slower maybe on the testing, but their instincts and their awareness and their ability to get from point A to point B is so efficient and quick. They make themselves faster as a player because of that. But the fact that you can get any of these 3 guys, because I have in the first 2 rounds, all 3 of these guys, it's because I trust you can play all 3 positions. I trust that they could be an upper level slot if that's what you only want them to be immediately, and that they're providing that immediate return and long-term return and flexibility and depth. It has me elevate these guys. I think I really like this guy's game, and I do have him as a late 2nd round pick because of that.
All right. Okay, so that's Jamie Robinson. Do you want to get that donation real quick, by the way?
I do indeed. Kevin Mullen coming in with another $20 donation. Kevin, thank you for the 4th dono from you tonight, man. Thank you so much. Salute you, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. He says, after this year's effort of draft prospects, give us both your top 5 picks for the Hawks at current draft positions, round 1 through 3. Appreciate both your efforts and content. Would you guys do a BNB draft night, at least 1st round? Let's get the last questions first. So we'll be doing a BNB show after the draft on the 1st round. I think we'll be doing all 3 nights probably, or figuring something around that.
I think what we're going to do is do what we did last time, which is after show for round 1, after show for day 2. So basically there's an after show those 2 days after the actual draft is done and we're done streaming our individual shows. And then probably on Saturday, we're going to be streaming all day because the draft is going to take all day. So I think we'll probably do the day 3 evaluation after show the next day, which will also allow the dust to settle on UDFA anyway. So that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. That's where we'll probably go with it, but we'll have some reaction definitely on that.
The question mark is, do we do a show on Tuesday, like one final pre-draft show? I don't know if we're going to need it because we're going to be done with our evaluations in, the next half hour or so.
Yeah,
which we'll discuss that in a little bit here, I think.
Yeah, we'll figure with that. What's your top 5 picks for the Hawks at the current draft positions, round 1 through 3?
Well, let me see here. The top 5 guys on my big board are Will Anderson, Jalen Carter, CJ Stroud, Will Levis, and Christian Gonzalez. I would probably take Levis off because even though I like him, I don't think it makes sense for us right now. and I would probably promote somebody like Cansey.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be my top 5 at 5.
Round 1, you mean?
Yeah.
And then round 2?
Oh, okay. Let's see. Round 2 here. I mean, you can still hope that Darnell's there at 37, right? That's still a reasonable hope, I think. Yeah. I would say, yeah, Darnell Washington. I would say, let me see here. Trenton Simpson. I would still put him up there if he's there at 37, and I think he has a good chance of it.
Okay.
Keely Ringo, Mozzie Smith, and I'll say Drew Sanders.
All right. And then give me third round.
Third round. I'm going to go with Jatarvius Martin, the safety we spoke about, Jatarvius Martin. I'm going to go with Marvin Mims, Joe Tippmann, Emil Ekiyor Jr., and let's go with, let me see here. Zach Charbonnet. I don't know.
That works. I'll do mine real quick here. For my first round, it would be Carter Anderson, BJ Robinson, CJ Stroud, and I'll just go freaking in Anthony Richardson to call it on that one. That sounds about good as anything on that. Round 2 for me would be, I think if you can get Darnell Washington, that would certainly be at the top for me. If Mozzie Smith, if you get in the second round, Nolan Smith, if you could get him in the second round, I think he's going in the first.
Yeah.
So, if not him, then I would probably look at, I think Jamie Robinson would be there for me. And then Deion Henley, I guess, just kind of give it a little different on that. Third round, I'd go, let's go with, just look at my list here real quick on my third round here. Yeah. So I would have put Schmidt ahead of Robinson, by the way, on my list. I left him off offensively. So that's on third round. Real quick here. It's a good question here, man. Jeez. I think I'll take Olawatami from Michigan. We'll go with look at my second round grades here. Third round grades. We'll go Zach Pickens, Mike Morris, Jordan Howden, Jair Brown, third round.
You think Jordan Howden might go that high?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we'll talk about him in a little bit here.
But that'd be about off the top of my head, Kevin. That'd be about where I'd go with it. But thank you for all the donos, brother. You're awesome for that. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Are you ready to hurt some feelings?
Let's hurt some feelings.
Maybe. I don't know. With
Break
what Sherman
hearts.
said recently, maybe not, but we're going to talk about JL Skinner now. And
Mr.
this one might hurt some feelings.
He's loved out there. He is loved and treasured.
All right. Boise State Bronco, 22 years old, 6'4", 209 pounds, 32-inch arms, has gone on record saying his favorite player is Cam Chancellor, and you can see why. Some big boards really like him. CBS actually has him close to the first round. But mostly he's around the third. The aggregate currently has him in the third, 81st overall. 24 games, 160 or so tackles over the last 2 years. He's had 7 tackles for loss in 2021, 6 interceptions, 8 passes defensed, 83.3 PFF grade and coverage. So JL Skinner, he's got good speed for his size. Like, I'm not going to say he's fast overall, but he is fast for his size. Has the ability to work through blocks and make a play. Does well in zone coverage. Size helps him in coverage against tight ends. He's a big hitter, and he's really good at tracking the play and then triggering downhill when he needs to go break on the play. So there's a lot of stuff to like with JL Skinner for sure, but not a very smooth mover in short areas. Won't be able to handle man assignments against receivers because his agility just won't be able to keep up. He's obviously going to be much better as a box safety, and he's coming off a non-trivial injury that means he couldn't test. So we have no testing numbers for him, I think. I don't think he did anything in his pro day either. So very clear why Seahawks fans like Skinner. But to me, this one really depends. Like, first of all, okay, objectively speaking, he's coming off an injury, the pec. It's the pec, right?
It is the torn pec.
Yeah, so that's not good. That's got to ding him at least a little bit. And look, if we're running the Fangio defense, there's no way this guy's going to be good. Like, we're going to hate him in the Fangio defense because he's constantly going to be put in situations that make him look bad. He's going to get scapegoated the way we scapegoated Trey Flowers. Like Trey Flowers plays 8 yards off the receiver and gives up a bunch of short completions, and we all hate Trey Flowers. He's going to be put in those situations in the Fangio defense. But if we go back to the Carroll cover 3, where you have a safety always kind of coming up and run support in the box, always playing in the box, kind of a narrow use case like we used to with Cam and Earl, then it can work. I still hesitate in round 3 because of the injury, robbing him of that rookie year. Then I get it a little bit more. But if we're running Fangio cover schemes where you need versatile safeties, I don't even know if I would take Skinner in the 4th. He's just an awful fit.
Mm-hmm. It's a fair point. I can't add a whole lot more than that. Look, he's a vicious hitter. He can play downhill. If he knows where he's going pre-snap and he's got a plan to where he wants to go, he can be very quick and instinctual to get there. If he's got to react a little bit, he's a little slower. He gets caught looking a little bit in zone at times where he's a little flat-footed. You want to get him close to the line of scrimmage. He gets uncomfortable the further away you get him. So you're right. You just can't fit him into our scheme if they're going to do that. He will not fit the scheme. You'd have to change back to what you used to do. But if you did do that, then he'd be great in that role. But that's the prerequisite. You can't have him playing cover 2. Certainly don't want him playing single high. He's going to get smoked if you do that. But he is, nobody hits like him in this class from the safety position. That is to be sure.
Right. So, I mean, it's not that I dislike him. It's that I don't see how it works unless we really are going back to the cover 3 stuff.
You think we can move him to middle linebacker?
I mean, at the combine, he weighed in at 209 pounds, so he's got some work to do.
He's gotten light. Okay, that's even far off. Cam was probably good 235 he played at, so he don't got that Cam thickness. That's for sure.
Okay, here's the guy that I do really like, though, Jartarvius Martin, Illinois. So another Illinois defender. I'm liking these Illinois defenders quite a bit. So you've got Jartarvius Martin, you've got Witherspoon, you've got Sidney Brown. And I think there might be one other guy who's I'm spacing on, but they had a really nice secondary this year.
I think there is another guy, and I'm spacing on him too.
Yeah. 23 years old, 5'11", 194 pounds, 31 and 1/8 inch arms, 9 and 5/8 inch hands, 4.4, 640, 147, 10-yard split. So really nice testing. 44-inch vert. He is leaping over buildings.
Michael Jordan numbers right there.
Yeah, 11 foot 1 inch broad as well, 15 bench press reps. All the big boards have him in the 3rd or 2nd, except for the Draft Network. They don't like him. They have him in the 5th. The aggregate says 3rd, mid to late 3rd. Over the last 2 years, 25 games, 110 tackles, 6.5 tackles for loss, 4 interceptions, 17 passes defensed, 66 PFF coverage score last year, mediocre. He's a guy who should be able to play linebacker on passing down, so there's a little bit of versatility here. He's a great tackler, can also do some stuff in the slot, probably. Physical and coverage, going to be great on special teams, had really nice ball production in 2022, 13 games, 11 passes defensed, and the testing's obviously off the charts. Very explosive, very fast, especially in this safety class. His hip transitions are not smooth, awkward flip of the hips. Should not be left in coverage on wide receivers. Not going to be able to keep up. Short area quickness in general was not ideal. That's the one area he didn't test in, and there's a reason why. He wouldn't have looked very good, I don't think. So I think you need to utilize him the right way in order for him to be effective, but I like him quite a bit. I would say 3rd round grade on him. He's one of my favorite safeties.
Like him a lot too. Easy change of direction from what I saw with him for the most part. Explosive, rugged tackler. Played a lot of college in 5 years, so he's got a lot of just know-how and what he's bringing to the position. There's not a lot of flash with him necessarily. He's played everywhere, so he gives you a lot of. I mean, he even played outside corner for them at times. He's played nickel. He's played everywhere for them in that defense. So he's got a lot of fluidity that he brings to their defense, where maybe you can move him around a little bit. I think he's going to settle in at the free safety. That'll be his best position. I mean, if he'd been played there since day one, he might be just hung there. He might even be more advanced along than he kind of is. But I think he's a guy that can start in this league. He's going to have maybe a low ceiling, a little bit maybe of a higher floor, and I think he gets to that floor a little bit faster. So I'll put a 3rd round grade on him because I think he's going to get to that spot of things. But just a lot of solid down the line with him without anything really being special or elite.
Mm-hmm. All right. So did you say 3rd round as well on Martin?
I did.
You? Okay.
Yeah.
So we're in alignment here. We have one more guy that is currently projected to be a top 100 pick. One more safety. And I'll tell you, I'm not a big fan of this guy, but there is some undeniable production here. It's Jair Brown of Penn State, the Nittany Lions.
Mhm.
23, 5'11", 203 pounds, 31 and a quarter inch arms, 10 and an eighth inch hands. Did not test great. 4'6", 540, 156, 10-yard split, 32 and a half inch vert, 9 foot, 11 inch broad, 18 bench press reps. Quite a few of the big boards still have him in round 3. The Draft Network has him all the way down in round 7,
Jeez.
but it was not enough to drag him down past the top 100. He is projected to be a late third-round pick. And over the last 26 games, 2 years, he's given you about 150 tackles, including 8 for loss. Had 4.5 sacks last year as a safety, so he's doing damage as a blitzer. 10 interceptions. This is one of the most prolific ball hawks in college football the last several years.
Mhm.
So absurd amounts of college production. He's also a plus in run support, held up in man coverage, got a decent amount of strength, and it seems like he's a smart and cerebral player, high football IQ. But you look at the way he tested at the combine, I think he's going to draw a lot of holding flags because he's slow. He sometimes plays a little passively and doesn't trigger fast enough. And he can get away with that in college, but he's not going to be able to get away with it in the pros. When you're playing at Penn State and you're playing a bunch of these noodle-armed quarterbacks, it's different. In the NFL, you're going to be playing against Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes, even a guy like a Jalen Hurts. You're not going to be able to just recover and overcome the fact that you were late to trigger against them the way you were in college. Needs to be more decisive in general, I think. So this is really hard to evaluate, I think, because it doesn't seem like it's going to translate fully to the NFL, but the production is pretty off the charts. So I kind of view this as a risk, and I don't think the Seahawks would need to be the team that takes that risk. So I said 5th round. I didn't like him that much.
Definitely, I'm a bit higher on him than you are. I saw a lot of shades of Earl Thomas to his game, but the thing that is he's a 4.65 guy. Earl Thomas is 4.37, and if this guy had ran a 4.40, I think that he'd be a top 15 pick. So now we come back to that old thing that we're having in our discussion here of where do we reach the point where we're over-dinging somebody too much for a 40 time? Where do we get to the point where we're starting to put too much prevalence upon the testing numbers and not enough onus on what they did on the football field? And I just didn't feel like I saw the same tentativeness in his level of play with what I saw him doing. He's playing free safety. So a lot of time free safety is to appear tentative in the way that you have to stay clean over the top, and you have to make sure you're first clean over the top before you can drive and react on the ball in front of you. 76 tackles last year, 4.5 sacks. He looked pretty decisive to me on that stuff. Along with the fact he brings the ball skills into play on top of it. He's flying all over the football field. He can have the 4.65, but then what do I make of it, Brendon, when I'm watching him flying over the football field, covering tremendous amounts of ground, being that center field free safety that's getting full lengths of the field as far as his coverage goes. I felt like he was baiting quarterbacks on some of those interceptions and then making the pick and showing that there's a lot of that. He's so smart. He can set that kind of stuff up. I just trust him as a football player. And like I said, I feel like I came away with it, Brendon, looking at going like, I see so many shades of Earl Thomas to this guy's game from his instincts and how he gets and how he reads the play and knows where to go post snap. And I'm going to take that guy who's 4.65 and go, okay, you're Earl Thomas. You're just missing this, 2/100ths of in your 40 times. So now I'm gonna make you a 5th or 6th round pick. I went 3rd round on it. I do trust that on the board with it, but I feel real strong. Another one, some of these are strong safeties on it. The Brents, Sidney Brown, Jair Brown, and Jamie Robinson. I feel as certain on my evaluation of them as any of the prospects in this draft of where I look at those guys and feel about them as pro players. I really do. I'm not as hard on a lot of these guys, but these guys, I really do like them and feel like they're all going to be very good pros.
Okay. So that's it for the top safeties. Now we're kind of down to the day 3 guys trying to find that diamond in the rough here. I think we got like 8 guys left, unless you want to count Jarek Reed II, as much as you were able to find anything on him.
Nothing.
The New Mexico Lobos.
Yeah.
So what I can say, though, we've got Rashad Torrence II from Florida, 21 years old, 6 feet tall, 193 pounds, 32-inch arms, 4.7, 240, very slow, 1.59, 10-yard split, very slow to accelerate, 33.5-inch vert, 9 foot 11-inch broad, 20 bench press reps. A lot of big boards have him going undrafted, but a couple have him going high enough to have him in the 6th round in the aggregate. Only has 1 year production at Florida. 84 tackles, 1 pass defensed in 12 games. So not a lot of ball skills here for Rashad Torrence II, 76 PFF grade in coverage, though. Did have a little bit of versatility in college in terms of playing like different roles on that defense. Good at diagnosing plays from deep zone and acting on his read. So he's a deep safety, a free safety. Good tackler despite a weight disadvantage. Has good range. Skilled ball tracker once it's in the air. I don't think he's big enough to handle box work in the NFL. Little small. Not by that much. He could put on a little weight and maybe get away with it. Didn't test well. Not good short area quickness or change of direction skills. Not going to hold up in coverage because of it. Gets beat vertically because he has bad hip transitions, and he's been injured quite a bit. So kind of a mixed bag here. 6th round, I said. It's just the speed. I mean, here it has to be too much, right? 4.72. Like, I can't take him any higher than that.
He doesn't have the instinct. He's got okay instincts, but it ain't that Brown instincts. He's a guesser, and he often guesses wrong. So where Brown can guess and guess right, and he's on it, this guy's just not as on it with those finer details. He hits, he plays with some fire, but I too have a 7th round grade. He does get burnt on, like with him again, unlike a guy like Brown with the slowness or maybe Jamie Robinson. You see him getting burned. You see him getting cooked over the top. You know, it is on there on the tape with him. So I'm very much fringe guy. I'm almost a UDFA guy with him with the tape I watched. I liked how he hit. I like the fire. He looks like he'd be a special teams guy, but that's my top side for him.
All right. I can dig it. Let's see here. We've got Brandon Joseph of the Fighting Irish. Although he had his best years elsewhere. I'll get to that in a second here. 6 feet tall, 202 pounds, 31-inch arms, 4'6", 240, 156 10-yard split, 30.5-inch vert, 9 foot 10-inch broad, 708 3-cone, 423 20-yard shuttle, 17 BP. CBS and the Draft Network actually have him in the 3rd round, but the other big boards have him in the 4th or 5th. The aggregate currently has him in the 5th. Missed some games last year to injury. 2021 was the one full year he played at Notre Dame, had 80 tackles, 3 interceptions, a sack, 4 passes defense. Last year in 10 games, he had 30 tackles and 1 interception. Pretty decent coverage numbers, though. Should be really a good deep safety with his ball hawk skills. I think he'll be a good, Quandary Diggs type. Great instincts to read where the play is going and then act on his read. Also showed upside to come up closer to the line of scrimmage. Some slot potential. He's got good hips when he's flipping in transitions. Violent tackler. He understands route combinations well. But I don't think he'll be a great box safety. I think there are going to be some limitations there. He doesn't take very good angles and run support. And also, it's kind of weird, right? Because this guy was way better the 2 years before going to Notre Dame. When he was at Northwestern, he was a much more of a ball hawk. He was one of the best ball hawks in the country, I think. And then he went to Notre Dame and it just all kind of disappeared on him. So I like him, but I don't think he'll work that well in the Fangio defense. And I have to be suspicious of a guy who had better seasons back in 2020 and 2019, I think. Mm-hmm. So I can't really justify it until round 5.
Yeah, he's a nice as far as being the modern safety, the type that you're looking for, where he can be both sort of free safety and strong safety and what he brings. And then he adds into it with a little bit of the ball skills on top of it. But another guy like we're talking about with Torrence, where the speed and the quickness lack of show up on tape, and you do feel it and see it with them, where it's just, he's not the smoothest athlete on top of that. So not quick, not fast, and not the most smoothest of athlete. It does cut you down for me just a little bit. I did like the ball skills and his instincts in coverage for the most part, especially if you're talking about having as a strong safety. He kind of gives you a plus from that standpoint. But I'm with you. 5th round grade is really where you end up kind of landing at with him on that. Kind of a man in between, sort of a tweener between two positions, but not being of either.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now we have an Ohio State Buckeye in Ronnie Hickman. This guy's 21, just over 6 feet tall, 203 pounds, 33-inch arms, nice long arms. I couldn't find any big boards that had him day 2, but there were some that were very close. In the aggregate, though, he's like bottom of the 5th, top of the 6th. Played 26 games over the last 2 years, 150 tackles, 2.5 for loss. 3 interceptions, 7 passes defense last year. Had an excellent PFF coverage score of 89 almost. So really good coverage metrics from PFF. Always finds himself around the football. He had almost 100 tackles in 2021. Good covering tight ends. Excellent in the box. He's going to be a good tackler. He's got great short area quickness. Should be good in man coverage, I think. But his ball skills leave something to be desired. He's got 7 passes defensed in his last 26 played games. Already been hurt a couple times in his career. Probably best suited to be a box safety at the NFL level. And I do think that while he's a good tackler, he's not yet a great tackler and needs to get better if he's going to be a real box safety. So nothing over the top here. Seems like he'll be decently well-rounded. His man coverage skills are notable for a safety. 5th round selection seems okay to me.
I did like a little bit of the extra stuff he provided, just a tiny bit that maybe you had, but not by a lot. When his instincts are off, I'll tell you, he's really off. Like when he misses, it's a huge miss. I did like that you could put him all over the place and he's comfortable moving around that. Like you said too, he's got kind of a nose for being around always the ball and being always around where he needs to be to help make the play rally and help his guys out. I felt like he was just an exciting player with some flaws. I think that I would go 4th round because I think there's some starter potential that you're grabbing in the 4th round at that point in him. Not star potential for sure, but he's got stuff he's got to clean up in his game. Awareness and coverage needs to get a little bit better, but he can do some things. He can hit, he can tackle. He's strong safety, free safety, little slot stuff. I almost feel like you can almost bring him down like a sub linebacker at times, even 200 pounds, and he'd feel comfortable doing that stuff too. So he's met with the Hawks. Let's also acknowledge that this is one of the guys that they have. Yeah.
I didn't see that. Okay. That's interesting.
So one of the guys that they did meet with us. So,
Okay. So we've got like maybe 2 or 3 top 30 visits left. I think we know like 27 of them now.
Yeah, we got more than we've had in prior years. I really like about him too when he plays free safety, how well he comes downhill as a free safety. When they line him up like that, he really, most of those free safeties, they come down. Earl would be like this too, where it's like you come down, like, Quadrine's like this. I'm going to try, but if the guy's really big, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make this. I might need some help. He's just coming down flying.
Yep. Let's see here. We've got Trey Dean of Florida here, another Florida safety. The other one, Trey Dean III, 23 years old, 6'2", 200 pounds, 31 3/4 inch arms, 9 1/4 inch hands, 4.75 40, 1.6 10-yard split. Those are, Will Anderson's faster than this guy. So we're not off to a great start here.
4.75.
Yeah. 36.5-inch vert, 10'4" broad's okay. 25 bench press reps. So he's definitely bulking over there. We love that.
He was just bulking up. That's why we're in a slow time.
Yeah. Most big boards have him in like the 6th or 7th. The aggregate has him in the early 7th. 25 games over the last 2 years, 170 tackles, 8.5 for loss, only 1 interception, though 12 passes defensed. 63.7 coverage grade in PFF last year, not great. He actually played some outside corner at Florida.
Yeah, I saw
a little bit of flexibility. Could also do a little linebacker stuff. Maybe he's big, strong, pretty explosive, strong in run support. He hits hard. He's got good transitions with his hips and coverage. Mirrors receivers fairly well, which you wouldn't expect given how slow he is. Sometimes he loses technique and discipline. Testing indicated that some of those things that he did at the college level are not going to translate well. He's very slow, has bad acceleration. I'd like him more in the old Carroll defense than this one. I do like how fluidly he moves, even though he moves slow. But I don't know. I'm somewhere in between the 5th and 6th round on this guy.
Yeah, there's a lot to like on his tape. But you do come back to worrying about the athletic profile and does he got enough get up and go to make it happen at the pro level? And you just don't. I keep coming back. I'm not sure he does. He has played all over, like you said, outside corner, slot, free safety, strong safety, hell, linebacker snaps. Another guy like that, you can kind of bounce around. Look like Hickman like that, where he really does bounce around. He's just a good football player, but he is limited, and there's not a lot of flash. He'll do things assignment correct, but he's not going to do things outstanding or really separate himself on the tape to make you go, oh wait, there's some wow factor here to him that makes me allow him to overcome some of the athletic limitations that do exist. So I thought he was steady. You didn't see a lot of major errors on his tape. When he gives up a catch, he's there to make the tackle. If he's just a little off in the run game or he can't make the full tackle, he'll hold on at least till the guys get there. There is like stuff to like, but I go 5th round because I just think I might be just drafting really a special teams guy here at the end of the day.
Yeah. Let's see here. I think we got 4 more safeties we're going to look at here. So we're almost at the end, guys. Just about at the end. Jay Ward of LSU. And this is a guy who I ended up appreciating a little bit.
Oh, okay.
23, 6'1", 188 pounds, 32.5-inch arms, 4.55 40, 1.53 10-yard split, 34.5-inch vert, 11-foot broad. So that's an impressive broad score, actually. I like
Very
that.
impressive.
16 bench press reps. Some of the big boards actually have him at the tail end of day 2. Aggregate has him in round 5, though. Over the last 2 years, 24 games, 130 tackles, 3.5 for loss, 4 interceptions. I'm sorry, 3 interceptions, 8 passes defensed. Did not have a good PFF coverage score last year. 53.6. I will say that. But he was a team leader for an LSU defense that was in disarray for most of his time there. Like, they were another team that kept changing defensive coordinators. I think every year he was there. Hot running motor. Former cornerback, by the way. A little bit of flexibility potentially there. Strong break on the ball when it's in the air. He's excellent in zone. Highly capable as a deep safety, providing the last line of defense. So he can do the Quandre Diggs stuff a little bit. He comes up strongly in run support. And because his arms are long, he can come up and block shed to make a play. He can work through blockers. Now, I do think he needs to improve a little bit as a tackler. He is a little bit small, might not be able to hold up doing some of the things that he does if he tries to do it at the NFL level. Might need to change his game a little bit to handle the NFL load. But I like him. He's well-rounded, versatile. He's going to be a good fit for a Fangio defense. The main fear that I have with him is he going to get hurt playing the way that he does in the NFL? But there's a lot to like here. I actually put a 4th-round grade on him. I like him.
I liked him too. And especially you think about those guys doing the transitions to the new position from corner to safety, and you go, okay, wait, he's not maybe a finished product because he is still kind of learning here on the fly. I thought that he did a really good job. You captured a little bit there with the, the ball in the air and zone. He does a good job of transitioning the corner skills of being able to read the quarterback's eyes and react to what he's seeing from the quarterback's eyes to get into the right spot to make the interception. He gets the pure jumping the route type interceptions where he's read the play. It isn't an overthrow or a tip. He's reading it, he's jumping it, and then making the play. Part of what maybe gives me some hope for him on his upside at the pro level. And though he is slight, I found him at least to be a willing tackler. It's just sometimes an all or nothing kind of thing with him. But he does seem to be instinctually at least in the right place for the most part. I thought there was good awareness to him. Maybe PFF, I think, was probably dinging him last year for the 7 flags they had him drawn last year on their books. I think that's probably some of that, which is weird because you're like, well, you're to safety now, so aren't you more out of positions to make the flags happen? And if you find yourself in coverage situations, aren't you getting tight ends and running backs as opposed to having to carry the receivers? That was a little bit of an oddity there. I'm going to chalk it up to maybe still just trying to kind of learn the position. I do have a 5th-round grade on him, but I could understand the 4th round completely because you could see the upside there and that isn't the finished product. And he has just made the change to the position as he has.
Mm-hmm. All right. So next up, Daniel Scott of the California Golden Bears. I think they're only representative that's going to be in the drafted this year.
Program's
Another one.
Dipping a little bit, isn't it?
24 years old, older prospect, 6'1", 208 pounds, 30.25-inch arms, though, so his arm length does not match his height and size.
No.
Tested very well. 4.55 40, 1.55 10-yard split, 39.5-inch vert, 10-foot 8-inch broad, 6 and 6.75 3-cone, 4.17 20-yard shuttle, 22 bench press reps. So nice little combine, I will say that. Some big boards actually have him going in the 3rd. But the aggregate pulls him down to about the 5th. Over the last 2 years, he's been productive. He's been productive like crazy. 24 games, 170 tackles, 7 for loss, 6 interceptions. Only 6 passes defense, though, so not a ton of plays made on the ball overall, but took it away a lot. 70 PFF grade in coverage last year, 69.4. So he's got the skill set of a deep safety. He's got great range covering the, deep parts of the field. Moves very fluidly. Should be able to handle man coverage because he's fast and quick and explosive. And I think he can do a little bit of stuff from slot corner. So there's definitely appealing stuff here, but I think he's one of the worst tacklers in college football. I saw a stat with Daniel Scott that he missed like 36 tackles over the last 2 years, something like that, like a tackle and a half per game. He's on the older side. I think he's got a low ceiling. He's going to be a terrible box safety if you try to put him in that role. And for an older prospect who's been around for a while, his technique is actually really bad, I think. So he's like a pure deep safety with no real ability to provide much of anything else. Maybe special teams, but even then, like, he's a bad tackler. So I don't even know about that. Like, he's fast. That's about it.
Yeah.
So 6th round, I guess. I can't get over how bad a tackler he is, man.
Oh, and boy, it's not just the bad tackles. That is a big part of it. It's also the angles he takes. I wrote down in my notes, his pursuit angles he takes him through the Glen and the Meadows. I mean, he just, it's this, like, one of these things, where it's like, take the straight route. And he finds a way to, like, oh, I got to get around this guy over here. And he doesn't want to be a part of the run game. That part's pretty obvious to watching him. As a single high safety, though, and doing the things you want a single high safety to mainly do, he does accomplish those things, and you got to give credit. And he's got some ball skills. So they're, the two things you really would like to have your free safety be able to bring to play. He does bring those to play, but the tackling is not overstated on your part. It's completely fair. He's just not going to come up and do anything in that respect of things. I'll give him a late 5th round grade, just because I think he could find the right defense that just doesn't ask him to tackle. You can kind of protect your free safety in the tackling game a little bit, but it's a concern. It's a worry, and I can understand knocking him down to the 6 because of it.
Okay. All right. So that's Daniel Scott. And now we have another Alabama safety. And I like this guy too. I wasn't expecting to. I was like, how can there be 3 safeties from one school in 1 year that I like? But
it's not possible.
DeMarco Hellams of the Crimson Tide, 23 years old, 6'1", 203 pounds, 31-inch arms, 4.57 40, 157 10-yard split, 31-inch vert, 10-foot 1-inch broad. Not great testing, but for this part of the draft, I don't think it's anything that's really troublesome. I mean, that's why he's not a day 2 pick.
Yeah.
The big boards, a little all over the place, but he ends up in the 5th round in the aggregate. Over the last 2 years, he's given you 27 games, 200 tackles. I think he led Alabama's defense in tackles last year, 108. 5.5 tackles for loss, 4 interceptions, only 10 passes defensed over that period of time, though not great, but took the ball away a decent amount. Decent PFF coverage score last year, 66. The thing that I like about Hellams is that I think he'll be versatile. He'll be able to play deep as a free safety and in the box as a strong safety. Mm-hmm. He's excellent at breaking on routes in zone coverage. He sits in zone, sees the play develop, and then breaks on the ball. Very rangy. He hits hard. I think he's going to be great coming up in run support. The issues with him: doesn't flip the hips very well, can get beat deep because of it, can struggle a little bit in man coverage because of the speed, can't really hang with some receivers because he's not fast enough. But I like the fit because of his versatility. I think he's a plus player, or could be a plus player, in coverage and against the run. Most of his flaws revolve around holding up in man coverage, and I feel like I can live with that. So 4th round, I'm not against it.
Do you think the best spot for him to potentially do is to move, if you're moving to Seattle here and we have more of a delineation between free safety and strong safety again, would it be better to move him to strong safety at that point, in your opinion?
Probably, yes. I would probably.
I got in my notes, he's a free safety that plays like a strong safety, was my kind of description of him. He's an absolute hammer as a tackler, man. Really good instincts in the running game, takes great routes. You go from Daniel Scott to this guy in the run game, man. You talk about 2 guys on the opposite ends of the scale. And he's a good tackler. He can hit and be a good tackler. It isn't an all or nothing type of thing. I did think that he's probably better to transition to strong safety at the next level. I think in single high situations, he just didn't always seem to be as comfortable. He wants to be close to the line of scrimmage. He wants to come downhill. I liked him when he was flipping his hips and changing his direction, Brendon. And I saw him as a 5th round guy, I think, who can probably do some of the athletic cover 2. He could probably, you want him to do a single high, a couple of snaps to throw off the quarterback, to kind of throw your cover. You could work a little of that in with him a little bit. So I did like him with some potential there as maybe a 5th round starter. You get late 5th round grade, but a 5th round grade nonetheless.
Okay. One last guy.
Hold on
at the very end here.
Let's get a couple quick donuts. Jonathan, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate it. He says the Hawks seem to always take a cornerback in the draft.
And there's a reason why.
Yeah,
it's their wheelhouse.
It's their wheelhouse. They do well with them, Jonathan. So if you did well at a certain position, you're certainly going to target in on it. And Yeah, I do think it feels like one where they always come away with one by hook or crook somewhere or another, Jonathan. They're always going to come. They're going to find one little prospect in there that they can glean from. I would say they're definitely, Brendon. They're going to pick one of these guys. One of these guys we're going over. We don't know what round it'll be, but one of the cornerbacks we looked at will, I think, be a Seattle Seahawks.
Absolutely.
100%. But thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate the $2 donation and well said on your part. Randall McDaniel with the $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. I really do appreciate it as well, man. He says, Killer Bees, Saturday Spectacular. Mowing the lawn, just catching the show. Give me a couple names we could target round 2 and 3. Kobe, strictly a slot. Think we could move Tariq to the other side in year 2. I would keep Tariq on his side of the field where you had him. I wouldn't want to mess with any of that. How about you first off on that one, Brendon?
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not messing with a pretty good thing that we have going on here right now. No point.
He's got that superstar potential. Just let him stay on that. Let him stay on that line, Randall. Let him keep gliding upwards on that one, in my opinion. No, I think both me and Brendon look at Colby Bryant in the slot, and we do not believe he's strictly a slot guy. I think that he's got some potential on the outside, and I think, as Brendon said, Randall, bottom line, if he fails out on the outside and you've got a better guy in the slot, you can always give him a look, I think, there at safety. He's got the ability to tackle and certainly could maybe round out there as well. Is that a fair way of putting it on your outlook of him there?
Yeah. Anyway, as for a couple names we could target in round 2 and 3, let's see here. I think we both like Keely Ringo.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Let me pull up my big board here to make sure I get these names right. I liked Jatarvius. That was the one guy that I noted as being like a good defensive back in that area. Yeah. Emmanuel Forbes, I think in the second round is good. I like Jordan Battle in the second round. I know you don't, but Cam Smith.
Dan Henley.
Yeah. I'm just talking about defensive backs. I'm assuming. Because that's what the show's about. I'm not sure if that's what he means, but I'm assuming.
Yeah, okay, we'll operate off that. So, yeah, Brandon, let me know if you meant other names of that, but we'll just concentrate on corners. Sorry, go ahead.
Darius Rush, Jacorian Bennett. A lot of good, interesting defensive backs in the second and third area.
Yeah, I think Darius Rush, Deontay Banks, Emmanuel Forbes, and Jacorian Bennett would be second, third round guys, outside guys, Randall, that I would say that could be Seahawks targets in there, along with Keely Ringo, if he does dip into the second round. Those would be the main guys that certainly could be Seahawks targets there. Outside chance, maybe they look at a Clark Phillips slot kind of thing in the third round, but I think that they're probably not likely to do that. They just assume, Brendon, if they're going to do that and go that early, they probably just go with Sidney Brown or a Jamie Robinson, because then they get some safety flexibility with that built in. But those would be my 5 guys there, Randall. I would look at the corner position. And if you were meaning somebody else, let me know if you're meaning outside of cornerback names. But those would be the 4 guys, I think, in the second round. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate the $20 dono, though, brother. Hope you're doing well with the mowing the lawn. It's probably going crazy with the spring we've had out here.
Mm-hmm. All right. Last guy, a guy who's been in for a top 30 visit, Jordan Howden of the Minnesota Golden Gophers. A lot of fun Minnesota players these last couple of years, I feel like.
Indeed.
23 years old, 6 feet tall, 203 pounds, 32.25-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. Tested quite well, 4.4, 9.40, 1.55, 10-yard split, 33.5-inch vert, 9-foot, 11-inch broad, 14 bench press reps. The only big board that I found that has him getting drafted, the major big boards anyway, is CBS. They have him in the 7th. Every other big board has him as a UDFA. The aggregate, however, does have him in the mid-7th. So expected to get drafted, but barely. Last 2 years, 25 games, 100 tackles, 5 for loss. 2 interceptions last year, 10 passes defensed over the last 2 years. 80.6 coverage grade from PFF. Nice and solid. So Jordan Howden, he's got a lot of experience for Minnesota. I think he's like a 4-year starter. Was a team captain. Really good at playing the deep zones. Great understanding of play recognition. Moves really well in space. Should at the very least be good on special teams, and he tested well. So there's actually a lot of stuff to like here with him. I think he could stand to be a better tackler. He will have to prove his physical abilities can translate fully on the field. He doesn't look as fast as he tested on the football field, I think. His change of direction skills are not great. So
God, I loved his change of direction skills.
Really? Really? Okay.
I thought that was one of the main things that jumped out to him as a player. Yeah, I thought he's
Yeah.
like Jamal Adams in the stop and start, change of direction skills.
So, like the aggregate says 7th round, I would take him in the 6th round if I need to. I don't know if I'm going higher than that, but I don't think you need to. I think he's going to be a very late round pick.
Yeah, and I'm definitely a lot higher. I thought he showed up all over the field on the tape I watched, and he was just making play after play. He was always in on it. He spread his snaps out pretty evenly between free safety, strong safety, and the slot. So he played all of those positions, not just one. I thought his comp was Julian Love, the guy that we just signed and brought in. I think he's very much a very similar player in what he brings in that realm. I didn't think that there was a lot of real huge negatives to his game. I thought everything was very solid down the line. I didn't see a lot of things that were like glaringly showing up for me over and over again that were problematic about his tape. So I think he's going to be a solid pro. He'll be able to work in a variety of other different positions. He's like a lesser degree to me of what I had in those top 3 guys I liked in Branch, Jamie Robinson and Sidney Brown. He's, a round or 2 later than those guys, but I think that he's going to be able to play in the league. And I thought his tape was great.
Do you think you're going to have to spend a pick that high to get him? Because I'm not seeing any reason to believe that the league is evaluating him as anything more than like a fringe 7th round guy.
I mean, maybe so. These boards and all the fringe ratings are not coming from within the league, of course, right? These are coming from fans, and they're coming from analysts, and they're coming from people that are watching from the outside in. I think that the pros are going to value him a lot more, much like I'm saying with these other 3 guys. That's kind of why I'm relating it to it, is I think fans are underselling a little bit of the flexibility these players provide. When you draft one player and he's got one position he can play, that's one thing. When I have a guy who can play 3 positions and play them well, you've got to build more inherent value into that guy's game, I think, and not just look at him and view him as a box safety or a free safety. You've got to look at it in this new age, new model of player that can play all of these positions. And I think with all 4 of these guys, they're going to all be able to play 3 positions at the pro level and play them well. And if you're providing me that kind of versatility, I got to look at you beyond just the one position view of things. And that's why maybe I'm elevating him a little bit more than other people, but I think people aren't doing that amount of math with him because the snaps are so spread. It just kind of comes down to, well, okay, where's his interceptions? Okay, well, where's the tackle? But no, you watch the tape on him and he's all over the place no matter where you play him.
Yeah. All right. I mean, maybe I end up pigeonholing him into that area of the draft because I just see nothing on him on the internet. And in reality, he's actually worth a much higher pick. That's possible. I don't know.
I could be wrong. It's part of the fun that I have with this. If I have guys I get a feeling with it, I want to take a stand one way or another on it, right? Like if I like a guy or hate a guy, I want to hit that because I'd like to see where my track record lands on this stuff. And I feel like this guy's tape to me I went back and looked at him after I heard Seattle met with him. And then just kind of the more tape I liked, the more I liked him. The more I watched another game and went, I like that game. I like, boy, they had him over here in the slot this game. They had him up over strong safety in the other game. They're just using him around there like this kind of Swiss Army knife a little bit in how they're utilizing him. And he's always around the ball, always there near the ball, always where he needs to be in the right spot. So yeah, I liked Howden's tape quite a bit. I might be just too high on him. There's definitely, maybe I'm just too high on the safeties this year, Brendon. It's possible.
Yeah. I did actually find a little bit on Jarek Reed. He tested very well. I can say that just to throw this out here real quick. He tested well. Could not find him on any big boards though. So should be an easy pickup in UDFA. Made about 180 tackles over the last 2 years and 17 pass deflections. So he's doing stuff. He played some slot corner in college. He's pretty good. He's willing in run support, fluid enough to handle man coverage. I kind of like his versatility. He's just a little small, a little bit on the small side. But you know what? If we used our 7th round pick on him, if we're like, we really like this guy, we want to make sure we get him. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think he's worth a 7th round pick. I actually don't mind him.
He seemed to have pretty good ball. They couldn't find much tape on him, of course, but he had pretty good ball skills from what I saw and does look fairly twitchy and explosive. So 7th round, I mean, sure. At that point, it's not a big thing at that point to pull the trigger at that point, but just not a lot of tape that I could find on the guy, unfortunately. It's hard. Where did he play at? What college was he at?
Mexico.
Yeah, New Mexico, the Lobos. There was nothing out there on him for me for being able to locate him. But
all right, I think we did. I think that's it.
We did it. We got ourselves. We got through every defensive back and safety, folks, and we did it under 4 hours. That's not bad efficiency right there. Another donation from Randall. Thank you, Randall, for the double $20 donation on the show tonight. Very kind of you for doing so, man. I do appreciate it. He says, thoughts on the S2 cognition test. Much ado about nothing regarding Stroud. Does he score low because of what he's not asked to do at Ohio State rather than CJ Stroud or AR? Perhaps we see CJ slide and he's there at 20. Did you hear about this, by the way? Let's build.
Oh yeah, I heard. I
And
definitely heard about it.
I heard about it as well, Randall. What do you make of so folks? What happened was the test results were leaked supposedly from the S2 cognition test, showing Bryce Young killing it, Jake Haener right behind him, very highly graded. The other quarterbacks in this class doing okay. And then CJ Stroud came in at like 18%. And to give you perspective, I think they had Bryce Young at like 96 on the cognitive score. So CJ came in at 18%. What do you make of that?
I don't care.
Don't
I
care.
really do not care. As near as I can tell, I looked into it a little bit. The test is relatively new. Football teams haven't been using it very much. Like when they do like comparisons of like this is what previous quarterbacks scored. It's like all guys who got drafted the last couple years. So there's been nowhere near enough time to establish correlation between like this quarterback scored this, therefore he's only going to be this good and could be this bad. Like I do not care.
Yeah, I'm not quite to do not care point of it. But I am to the point where, like you said, it's not an established test that we can put much baseline behind. So I'm with you on that. Where I get the worry with on CJ is your main concern with CJ is playing off script. When stuff's breaking down, when now he's got to start processing stuff even faster and quicker, when he doesn't just have this sort of he's in the huddle, he knows where he needs to go with the ball. He comes out, snaps the ball, goes to where he knows needs to go with the ball, where there's not really indication of processing. It's more of my guy's going to beat this guy one-on-one every time because I got the best wide receiver in the sport on the outside, or two of the best wide receivers on the sport with the NFL offensive line. So my worry a little bit with the Brendon is when you have that guy have those issues that you worry about with his game, and then that test comes up in addition to it, do those two things come together potentially?
I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm just saying, I just spent the last 2 seasons watching CJ Stroud put up historic numbers, have one of the best arms I've seen in recent memory in college football. I'm not going to say, oh, look at this test result and suddenly flip on him. I don't think there's any way he's going to be there at 20. I don't think he's going to be there at 5, honestly. I'm not buying the teams care that much about this stuff.
Agreed.
I'm not seeing it. And, it could have been a bad day. It could have easily been a bad day for him. He normally would have scored, maybe not as well as Bryce Young, but still very well. Like I remember when Vince Young scored like a 3 on the Wonderlic, and people thought he must be, illiterate. Like, I guess he just doesn't know how to read. And then he took the test later and scored significantly better. He had a bad day.
Yeah, I agreed on this. I mean, at the bottom line, I'm not going to give it a lot of weight, but is the one worry you have on Stroud and picking him is that you don't have a lot of other worries with him, in my opinion. That's the one Achilles heel for him, kryptonite for him that could come back into play, Randall, which is backed up by that S2 test. Now, it doesn't mean that's going to be the ultimate story of him, but it is backed up by that. And it does make me worried. Would it hold me back from drafting him? No, it wouldn't. Would I pick him at 20 if he slid there? Sure, I'd pick him at 20 if he slid there. Do I agree with Brandel, though, that he's not going to get out of the top 5 at this point? I still think this is a lot of big talk by teams trying to move Randall, being Arizona, and the Texans trying to move their pick and get that Chicago Bear haul. I still think that this is that of above all else. And he'll probably end up becoming a Texan when it's all said and done.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still not convinced Carolina really has bitten to the Bryce Young cheese this hard.
Did you hear about that with the thing with the general manager wanted this guy, the coach wanted CJ Stroud, and the owner wanted Bryce Young?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that happens. I mean, I think we can safely assume that it happened with Trey Lance, right? Because I don't think Kyle Shanahan wanted Trey
100%.
Lance at all.
And now he's on the trade market, supposedly. They're trying to move him.
Yeah.
Boy, that looks dysfunctional as hell, by the way. That's
Yeah.
just the quarterback situation for them.
Yeah. If any GM gives the Niners a first-round pick of any kind for Trey Lance, that franchise needs to be like moved to the XFL immediately.
General manager needs to be drug tested immediately.
Yeah. And I like Trey Lance, but what has he done? Like, are you kidding me?
It's a 3rd round pick at this point. That's what you get for him. That's all you're getting for him. And if they move him for a 3rd round pick, what you just said about the coach and general manager disconnect is 100% true at that point.
Yeah.
because that means that one of the two camps realized that the other camp was just not going to buy into them. And so they just like, get what you can get and move
Yeah.
on, especially their quarterback situation where it's at,
Mhm.
you know?
Yeah, I mean, I've been very adamant about this even now with everything that's happened. I think John Lynch should be fired. Like, I think he's a terrible GM, and I think that that decision alone should be fireable.
Hmm.
And when you combine that with like the Javon Kinlaw thing, which he's also a colossal bust, like that is, I think he's a terrible GM and should have been fired yesterday. But he keeps getting bailed out because Shanahan keeps winning.
He does. Shannon keeps him afloat on it. And then they get a couple. I think the other thing is he does decently in other places of the draft. So he sort of offsets it. But for most coaches, most general managers, to your point, if I make a trade like that for a quarterback and I get those 3 first-round picks and it goes wrong, that usually tends to cost most of those general managers their job. They don't tend to last very, long after that point. But yeah, I think it's CJ may still go number 1 overall. I think there's this sort of what we're hearing is there's an infighting going on with Carolina on what they want to do. But bottom line is I still think 3 quarterbacks go in the first 4 picks. I don't know if it's a trade. I don't know if it's this team moves with that team to make it happen. But I do think that ends up being the bottom line of this draft when we arrive at this a week from now, as to how this goes down. I really do. But thank you, Brandon. Appreciate the dono on that. Very kind of you. Thank you to all of you guys today for all of the donations. I want to thank Brandon. Brandon, I can't even speak out 4 hours. Brandon, I want to thank Brendan for doing a lot of this exhaustive draft coverage with us here over this last month, where we've really gone deep into this stuff. We love doing this. We'll continue to obviously be doing this in the future. I suppose we may or may not do a Tuesday show. We'll play it by ear here with Brendan. So we'll just we'll see where we're at with that. But we have gotten through all the prospects now. But between him and my channel, we've taken a look at all of these guys. Probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about 270. Seems like players or so. I think when we got to our final number, somewhere in that neighborhood. So got a good feel on this draft. Brendan, of course, if you've not already, please go over to Seahawks Brendon Nelson's channel. That's here on YouTube, and go ahead and subscribe to his channel. We do shows right now twice a week. Slide back to once we get to post draft, I'm sure, because we won't have much to talk about until we get to the end of things. But please do go subscribe to his channel. Please hit the like button and subscribe over here if you guys have not done so already. And me and Brendan will be, if we're not back on Tuesday, back on post-draft night after the first round. And we will be doing after the second round, just not the third day. We'll be doing the next day after that. So it'll be kind of a bit, but we'll keep you guys abreast of that. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for all the support here on the channel. Boy, Brendan, we got a fun draft coming up, man.
And real quick. Sea Dragons playing for their playoff lives tomorrow.
Sea Dragons playing for their lives tomorrow.
Check it out. Everybody check it out. It's definitely going to be on TV. Check it out.
Support that local crew. You streaming it?
I might. We have to win and score at least 34 points and hold our opponent to less than 34 points.
Oh my gosh. That's a tall order. That's a tall order. Let's hope they can do it, man. Danucci, get out there, man. Swing that Italian magic out there.
He's playing well lately. He has a chance, man. We can do this.
Come on, make it happen. Well, Brendan, thank you as always, man, for coming on into the channel. I really do appreciate doing these shows with you, and it's going to be fun covering this draft with you as well, as we get an exciting time coming up, folks. 10 picks in this draft, 4 picks in the first 52 selections, the number 5 pick overall. If you're not excited yet, then you just don't have a pulse. I don't know what it takes. But if that is the case, let me remind you, let Brendan remind you, let us be in your ear and let you know you should be getting excited. You should be getting hyped, because you're never going to have a draft like this probably again in your lifetimes. So savor the flavor, and please, beyond all else, don't you ever forget, go Hawks.
Go Hawks.